morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education. We are going to start the second day with the highlights of day one. May I request the host to allow me for the share screen? Okay, so these are the highlights of day one, March 15, 2021. For those viewers and participants who did not join us yesterday and who are joining us just today, may I present to you the highlights of day one. We had Dr. Ronald Alan S. Mabunga as our keynote speaker. He ably discussed the theme, sustaining quality assurance in teaching and research in the midst of the pandemic. Our takeaways from the keynote address include the following: educational paradigms, the evolution of education from education 3.0, 4.0, and eventually 5.0, the transition of society from Society 1.0 to 5.0. He also talked about future skills profile, learner-driven education, seamless learning, and learners as collaborators. He also mentioned about foresights in planning, and he presented sample quality assurance framework from Philippine Normal University. He ended his talk with future thinking framework. These are our takeaways from the keynote address of Dr. Mabunga. For plenary talk one, Dr. Marie Paz E. Morales, the Director, Publication Office, Philippine Normal University, talked about opportunities for research during the pandemic. Some of the highlights of her discussion are the following: e-research framework, the role of technology in the research phenomenon, typology of research methods. She also talked about innovative ways of data collection, various ways to conduct research, and collaborative research models. For plenary talk number two, I talked about fostering growth mindset among teachers and researchers during the pandemic. Some key points in my talk are the following: Dweck's theory on growth mindset, the power of yet, research basis on growth mindset and fixed mindset, differentiation between fixed mindset and growth mindset, and I ended my talk with some suggestions to foster growth mindset. In the afternoon, we had session number one on curriculum and innovation. There were 5 research papers presented, and these papers are the following: hands-on structured inquiry activities in physics, the use of an iPad-based ebook game in teaching English, visual basic coding, a digital tool and its effects in performance of math learners, enhancement of Bicol Ginobatan contextualized learners material, and interactive collaborative activities in science. We had another session called Pedagogy and Perspectives in Learning and Teaching. There were also 5 research papers presented, We have instructional practices on the integration of global citizenship, assessment of Project Stylus in the elementary schools, teaching biology using contextualized learning kit, use of installation arts in teaching genetic concepts, and effectiveness of computer-aided instruction on students' conceptual understanding in life science. We had a total of 8 research papers yesterday afternoon. During the open forums, these are our takeaways. Dr. Mabunga responded to the query and presented to us possible research areas or topics. He mentioned about flexible learning, the current practices and policies in education during the pandemic. He also mentioned about monitoring and evaluation, even a simple SWOT analysis. For the second resource person, there was a question about predictable ethical considerations, and our resource person ably responded by mentioning the following keywords: validity, reliability, anonymity, and informed consent. So these are the key words to bear in mind considering yesterday's open forums. In summary, during the day one, we learned about quality assurance considering the DVUCA context: diversity, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And this is something that is applicable during the pandemic and beyond, and even considering other forms of changes and challenges in the society, affecting education directly or indirectly. We also learned about research opportunities, and these are available amidst the changes and challenges using technology tools and innovative ways of research. And finally, we have learned that challenges are great opportunities in disguise, and that the power of yet is available to all of us because we all can change our mindset to growth mindset. These are the highlights of day one in case you did not join us yesterday. And for today, we will be listening to another important topic, and this is something relevant to those interested to publish their research works. And so this morning, we're going to listen once more to our plenary speaker, the Director, Publication Office, Philippine Normal University, Dr. Marie Paz E. Morales. And for those who are joining us just now, may I once again present to you our resource person. Dr. Marie Paz E. Morales is a full Professor 6 at the Philippine Normal University. She is the Director of the Publication Office that manages 3 journals. She also serves as the Editor-in-Chief of 2 ASEAN Citation Index journals in the Philippines. And these are the Normalites and the Journal of Educational and Human Resource Development. Recently, she received the Research Citation Award from the Philippine Normal University. She has been confirmed a regular member of the National Research Council of the Philippines and a recipient of the NRCP Achievement Award in 2019 for Division 1, Governmental, Educational, and International Policies. She is also the current chair of the said division. Her research interests focus on science education, cultural studies in science education, indigenous knowledge, STEAM, TPAC, gender education, and participatory action research. She has and is engaging in different research configurations, including institutional, national, and international collaborations. She is also a PhD paper reader and evaluator of the University of Canterbury, New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear viewers and participants, it is once again my pleasure and pride to present to you our plenary speaker for today, none other than Dr. Marie Paz E. Morales.
Good morning po. Good morning ulit, Ma'am Rebecca. It's nice to see you again. Okay, so thank you very much for the kind introductions. A pleasant day to everyone. For those of you who have attended yesterday's sessions, congratulations. This is second day, and I hope that everyone had a lot of information learning yesterday. Again, good morning. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I would say that today's presentation is practically a continuation of what we had yesterday. After opportunities for research, the next questions would be, where do we venture and how do we disseminate our research results? So for our sharing for today, this is all about journal publication options and pointers for teachers. Let me share my slide. Okay, so let's start off with what we left off yesterday. So these were our insights yesterday. We have to know research to be able to sustain research for generation of knowledge. Okay, this will be a way to still attain the original goals or set goals and outcomes. It is an opportunity for us to inform new policies and standards. This is teaching, learning, and investigation. And it's also an opportunity for us to inform online and remote teaching and learning practices. So for today, we'll have the following. We'll start off with the Agenda 2030. That would be about quality education through teacher quality. So when we say teacher quality, we'll be taking a look at reflective practitioners. And under that, we can probably discuss interpretive framework of research and explicating constructive and interpretive research. And then finally, we go on with the details of research dissemination. So the research dissemination, I will be sharing with you some pointers on publication and other media where we disseminate our research results. Okay. So this will be our major areas of concern for today. So let's start off with Agenda 2030. I know that you are very familiar with this. This is themed as transforming our world, and 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with Sustainable Development Goals, or what they practically call SDGs. This was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 2015. It's actually a strategic plan of all the member states to build a better world with no one left behind. In fact, the concept of education for sustainable development is at the center of the 2030 agenda. Now, every aspect of education, public awareness and training, from early childhood through higher tertiary education and on to continuing professional development and awareness campaigns, contribute to this global ESD efforts to create a more sustainable world. Particularly, if you talk about education 4. Quality education, so that's under SDG 4, it's quality education. This is stated as ensuring inclusivity, quality education, and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. This is the goal on education within 2030 agenda. As we can see, education is consistently recognized as a crucial element for the achievement of all the sustainable development goals. And recognizing such importance, Education 2030 was globally accepted as the World Education Forum in Incheon, Republic of Korea in 2015 of May of 2015, before the SDGs were formally adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in September of the same year. Now, the Global Education 2030 Agenda does not only acknowledge the need for quality education, but specifically it mentions the need for qualified teachers in teaching for future uncertainty. So we emphasize here the need for teachers. It is within this light that we act upon and be part of SDG 4. Again, SDG 4 is all about quality education. And we start so by doing and becoming reflective practitioners. This is where we can probably contribute, and we can contribute by starting documenting all our practices. So how do we become reflective practitioners? So being reflective practitioner is believed by many researchers to be our passport to teacher quality. In documenting our practices, we can probably follow two models. The models are that of Barton's and that of Gibbs. If you would notice, there are three stages for that of Barton, and this includes the what, the so what, and the now what. So the what describes the situation, then you explore the situation, and then how can the new learning be translated into practice. Basically, Gibbs model emphasizes the same constructs. However, the model includes more phases than that of Barton's. So we have described the situation, what were the thinking and feeling, what were you thinking and feeling, the initial evaluation, and then the analysis, conclusion, and then the action plan. So in both models, we highlight four major processes. These processes are reflect, we start with observe, then we act, then we plan, and then we reflect. On the other side of the slide, or on the right side of the slide, you would notice a continuous process of observing, acting, planning, and reflecting. So these are the processes that we can embed within both models. Doing so will eventually help us establish being teacher researchers, which many research would claim to be a track towards teacher quality. So again, it's plan, act, observe, reflect. This traverses the worldviews of Creswell, actually. So Creswell presented the four worldviews or the four paradigms. We are very familiar with the positivist and the post-positivist. And then we are traversing from the post-positivist to interpretivist and constructivist. Then we move on to pragmatist and transformative. So, and then that happens within Creswell's worldview. If we take a look at the four worldviews, we are emphasizing two things. One is most of us are traversing positivist towards constructivist. Within the positivist, we can probably have amendments and we go on to post-positivist. So ano ba ang sinasabi ko, di ba? Post-positivist and positivist means determination, reductionism, and deductive theory or theory verification. We usually emphasize here the quantitative research designs that we are familiar of, descriptive design, experimental, and so on. Here in positivist, we highlight that the research is a standalone process, which means that the research is independent of the researcher. we usually have to control everything. But the post-positivist would claim that the researcher does have some influence on research. And so from post-positivist, we try to traverse the track of the interpretivist. For the interpretivist, we try to take a look at multiple realities and we try to understand the phenomenon. We wanted social historical construction and multiple participant meanings. But if we try to move deeper and try to source everything from what our participants are telling us, try to create knowledge out of the multiple realities shared with us by our participants, then we try to move from interpretivist to constructivist. So that's how we move from the positivist to the constructivist. We have another story for pragmatist and the transformative. But then, what I was mentioning a while ago as the four basic processes that we embed in both models, Morton and Gibbs, which are observe, plan, act, and reflect, are basically the constructs of or the processes of what you call action research. Yeah. Action research had a separate timeline compared to all the different qualitative and quantitative designs. But more often than not, most researchers would claim that action research leans towards the qualitative aspect. Mas lamang siya sa interpretivist at saka constructivist, not on the positivist and post-positivist paradigms. Okay? So, Pine in 2009 defined action research as more than a method. It's not basically a method. They consider this as a paradigm, it's an approach, or it's a research model. Now, how do we go about AR? When we go about AR, we have to have some ideas. So something like, how would we generate some ideas? Probably you can ask yourself, what wakes you up at night? Okay, ano bang mga nakikita niyong problema na hindi kayo mapatulog ng gabi? Diba? Then, ask again, what are your intended actions so that you can address those things that wakes you up at night. So that would be under plan and act. Okay? And what do you envision from what you have gathered? So that would be reflect. So meaning we can take a look at how we go about action research as observations and ideas. We have to plan and act, and then we have to reflect. In 1982, Grundy proposed the modes of AR. So there are basically three modes of AR. One with them would be technical, the other is practical, and the third one is emancipatory. So if you are a teacher, most of us here are teachers, and based on our readings, we have seen a specific teaching strategy to be good for our subject. We can probably adopt that teaching strategy and then implement it in our class. Then we are called teachers as consumers and supporters of an innovation. So we're trying to advocate technical action research. For practical action research, something was co-designed by you and probably a partner, okay? And then you go on implementing the innovation, and then you are implementing practical action research. But if you wanted drastic changes, let's say, for example, you wanted large amount of change in school policy. So you try to take a look at the entire school setting in coming up with innovations and advocacies. Then you are talking about emancipatory action research. So those are the modes of AR according to Grundy in 1982. When we design AR, we usually follow these simple steps by Mills in 2000. We identify an area of focus, collect data, analyze and interpret data, and then we develop a plan. But we can have some other ways of generating knowledge starting from different sources. For example, we can start from collected data. From there, we can identify an area of focus and then move on with the cycle. Or we can start with analyses and interpretations of data. So from there, we can collect other sets of data. And from the collected other sets of data, we can identify our area of focus. and then we move on with our research cycle or action research cycle. When we design AR, again, we follow these simple steps. As mentioned a while ago, these simple steps are the major or basic processes when we try to implement either of the two models presented for us to become reflective practitioners and to inform teacher quality. Okay, so when we design AR, we plan. So the question for that would be, how did we design it? So these are about defining standards, describing plan for instruction. Then we act. So let's try it. How do we carry out that plan? Okay, we observe. How was it? We observe the results, examine evidences of improvement, and then finally we discuss how can we sustain it. So how is instructional planning changed? How have these changes impact student learning? So that's what we call the plan, act, observe, and discuss. So that's for designing action research. I have discussed this to you so that when you would want something which can be publishable, you can always go back and take a look at your class and design and come up with action research. Okay. So when you are already ready with your generated knowledge drawn from the implemented action research that you have conducted, then we can start disseminating your research results. Now, how would we disseminate our research results? So in this section of my presentation, I'll be discussing to you some pointers under research reporting, which are self-prep, journal search for those of you who would want to publish in journals, basic research writing and research report versus article format, and key parts of an article. Then after that, I am going to share with you also some media on how we can share and media on where we can share our research results. Okay. So for self-preparation, as a writer, as an author of journal articles, what I can share with you are some of my practices and some of my mantra talaga, some of my, how do you call this one? Routines, okay, and experiences. I usually do this one. I first check if I am able to, within this time frame, be able to write a particular article. Okay, so the first item there is I like routine. When we say I like routine, what I do is I do not leave work for 2 days probably, and then sit the whole day for 2 days writing my article. I don't do that. Okay? I only write my articles part by part. So I do it every day. Okay, so I wake up wee hours in the morning, and I usually allot about an hour or two for me to write less than a paragraph, or kung maganda gising ko, a paragraph. Okay, so a paragraph a day for 30 days, I'll be able to complete my entire article. So that's it. I do not attempt to write my article in a day. Okay, it takes me about a month to be able to complete my article. I like routine. So I do that every day. Okay? Hindi lalagpas ang isang araw na hindi ako susulat. So dapat ganon. So for you, probably you can have a specific time of the day for you to write. So kayo na ang pumili kung anong oras. So kanya-kanya tayong comfortable time frame. Okay? I like incremental achievements. So this is connected to the first item. So when we say I like incremental achievements, it would be okay for me if I am able to write a paragraph or less than a paragraph in a day. That's already an achievement for me. Okay? Small achievements, they say, lead to bigger goals. So dun na ako sa bigger goals kapag marami ng small achievements or small steps. Okay? I can focus. So that's the third item. Let's say, for example, you have a research report. For example, those of you who have finished their thesis or dissertation, you have voluminous data, you have a lot of words included in your manuscript. And so your manuscript runs from 100 to 200 to even 300 pages, okay? But then journal writing only requires you a number of words. So for example, in our journal, the journal that I manage, we only accept 6,000 word manuscript. This means that it would be running from 10 to 15 pages only. So if I am going to convert my thesis or my dissertation to a 15-page paper, I have to be mindful. Okay, mindful meaning I know what are the essential parts which I need to include. Okay, most of us are mindful. Marami tayong alam kasi nga nagre-research tayo, di ba? But from what we have gathered, probably we are able to identify which are essential. Okay, so I can focus. The next item, I accept criticisms positively. So here, it would be best if all comments and suggestions by peers, reviewers, editors will be taken as positive criticisms, meaning they are opportunities for learning. Okay? Hindi dapat tayo umiiyak kapag nakaka-receive ng napakaraming comments. Okay. My very first Scopus Index publication, I submitted a 25-page paper. I have received, after the peer review process, I have received 35 comments, major comments. So just imagine, mas marami pa yung comments kaysa yung number of pages, di ba? So I took it one at a time, and I just bear in mind that each of the comments, while I address each of the comments, it's also a learning opportunity for me. Okay? I have good eyes for details and good mind for big ideas. This has to be coming together. Okay? Usually editors would like to see both things. You have big ideas, meaning you have a very big contribution for the journal, and you have good eyes for details, meaning your work, your submitted manuscript is free from grammatical errors, mechanics errors, typographical errors, and all other small errors. Okay, reading when we have this errors is very difficult. So reviewers would not attempt to read your paper if they are replete with grammatical errors. Okay, so make sure that you submit a well-written paper. And finally, I have self-discipline and I am motivated. So you can see the one of the images in this slide. Please do not follow the one under X. Okay? Pagka kayo ay nag-alarm, walang snooze, diba? Pag 6:30, gising na agad, 6:30. Okay? Pag hindi kayo magising, bili kayo nito. Ayan. I hope this helps you. There. Okay? Pag gising nyo, siguro motivated na kayong sumulat, no? Okay. Next is self-preparation. So this is during the time that you're already writing. So the thing is, you have to find a me time. It's the research time or writing time, writing activities time. You have to find a comfortable place. Okay. Make sure that you follow and observe social distancing from your refrigerator. Okay. If you cannot, then you can wear your face mask so that you will not be motivated to eat and eat and eat. Eating a lot makes you sleepy and you cannot write well. So have a good meal, low carb, low sugar, and good diet. And I also believe that having good breaks, physical activities before writing and in between writing is a very good practice. Physical activities, according to research, stimulate cognitive activities as well, or your cognition. So it makes you able to write good sentences. Okay, so now let's take how we would search journals. Now, in the world of publication, the usual practice for most authors would be to look for target journals first before they even attempt to write the articles. Why? Journals do have different author guidelines. So, kanya-kanyang journal, kanya-kanyang instructions to authors yan. Kanya-kanyang author guidelines. So, ibig sabihin, kanya-kanya silang standards. For example, I have written a manuscript which runs for 8,000 words. And then after I wrote the manuscript, that's the only time that I searched for a journal. And the journal which I was able to choose because it matches the focus of my study requires the author to submit manuscript only equivalent to 6,000 words. So, di mega revision na naman ako, di ba? So, baliktarin natin yung process. We start looking for the journal before we start writing. Okay? So, what are the things that we need to look for when we are looking for target journals? One, you have to check the focus and scope. Make sure that the focus and scope of your manuscript matches that of the journal. Because if not, that's the very first thing that makes the editor reject your paper. So parang ano yan, outright rejection. Okay? Check also the publication frequency of the journal or the target journal. Is it once a year, twice a year, etc.? Okay, this will give you an idea if you would want to publish in such journals. O, kung once a year lang kasi, chances of being published ay medyo mababa kumpara sa quarterly or semi-annual. Okay? Also, for promotion purposes, you have to check the journal type. Okay? Is it child recognized? Is it Scopus Index? Or is it ISI listed? Or is it ASEAN Citation Index, part of the ASEAN Citation Index database? Okay? And then after checking all this, go on and read the author guidelines, so specifically the number of words and the format and parts. Okay? This is a PASOK advisory for those of you who are attempting to be promoted to professorial levels. Make sure that your publications are in journals which are indexed in the following. Okay? SSCI, NLM, ESCI, etc. Okay, there. So our journal is the Normal Light. So you can check our website later on. This is an open access journal, meaning even if you don't register, you can read the publications here, and you can even download the publications. Okay. It's an ACI index journal, and it's also CHED accredited journal incubation. We have other journals, the AFERGE and the ASTEN journal. So for those of you who intend to publish, you can check our journals. Okay. So one request, can you please check your Facebook and look for our Facebook page, and then please like. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, in searching for journals, these are some questions you can bear in mind and ask yourselves for you to be able to determine if the target journal is a reputable journal or not. Okay, so some people would call the non-reputable journals as predatory journals. So first, does the journal charge excessive fees for publication? Pag may bayad na malaki, mag-isip-isip muna, di ba? Baka scam lang yan, predatory. Okay? Is the scholarship peer-reviewed? So it depends on the advertisement and the announcements of the journal. I can show you later on a sample of which. Have your colleagues published with the journal? Okay, so ask some of your colleagues who are already published. Okay, is the journal included in a reputable index? I have shown you a while ago the different indexing. And does the journal clearly outline its publishing process? Okay, so here is a sample email I usually receive. You can see there, it's Thomson Reuters Researcher ID Index Journal, sabi nung email, ano? May impact factor daw siya na 4.3. But the important dates are presented here as paper submission is, I think, March 20, 2017. And it would be published on March 22, 2017. So that gives them 2 days. Okay, after my submission, 2 days, then it's published online. Okay, so that means if you go back, okay, number 2 item. is the scholarship peer-reviewed, okay? Peer review, the minimum number of weeks for a peer review is 4 weeks, okay? And usually it takes about 6 months, the average, okay? So for 2 days, item number 2 is not satisfied, meaning this is not a very good target journal. Next, there is a fee, as you can see here, okay? It's not too excessive, but then it's excessive if we try to take a look at the peer review process. Wala kasing peer review pero pinagbabayad kayo ng malaki, di ba? Okay. Now, how do we check if the journals are indexed in particular indexing which are acceptable by education agencies in the Philippines? You can check this website. Okay, it leads you to some videos. The videos would inform you how you are going to check the indexing in ISI, Scopus, or Simago indexed journals. You can also check simagojr.com, okay? You can just type or key in the title of the journal, and then you can see there, if it's not found, then it's not indexed there. If it's found, then it's a good journal. You can also use Scopus. You can register. It's a free website. Registration is free also, okay? And then from there, you can check the Scopus content. You can download the content and then look for journals which will entice you, okay? At least sigurado kayo na yung journal na yon ay Scopus indexed, okay? There. So, in publication, hindi lang sa research, ano, pati sa publication, meron din tayong tinatawag na ethics, okay? But in general, we talk about 4 major things when we talk about ethical principles. Respect for persons, beneficence, meaning we have to maximize benefits by promoting the well-being of our participants and ourselves as well. Justice, there has to be no risk or very minimal risk to both researchers and participants. Okay, so minimizing risk is non-maleficence there. In the publication, in the normal rights, we have publication ethics defined here in one of the menus. So you can check and you can read through. Okay. Now, since the publication ethics is a lengthy document, I summarized it using author's 7 sins. I hope that you will not commit any of these sins. Okay. Mas konti ito kaysa sa 10 commandments. So, one is carelessness. So, one example would be citation bias. Kunwari, meron kayong kinuha sa isang article and then you have not cited. Okay. The probable punishment will be a letter from the editor telling you to make the citation. Redundant publication. Okay, you have already published, let's say, one part of your thesis or dissertation, and then later on, you have this motivation to write. So you made use again of the tables that you have used in the originally published article, and then you write another manuscript. That's what you call redundant publication. Okay, what you can do is you have to report that the table is already part of one publication. Kapag hindi kasi ginawa yon, the probable punishment would be rejection of the manuscript or copyright infringement, okay, which may bring not so good news to your jobs. Okay? Unfair authorship. So this is failure to include eligible authors. Yung mga kasamahan ninyo, nagsulat pala, tapos hindi nyo isinama, di ba? O, kailangan, so umpisa pa lang ng pagsusulat, alam na ng bawat isa kung sino ang dapat kasama at sino ang dapat hindi. Okay. Ito ang isang example. Let's say, I am a physics teacher. I am a physics major, actually. So, as you have heard Ma'am Becky a while ago, I go for STEAM, science, technology, engineering, agriculture, arts, mathematics, research. Okay, STEAM education research. Meaning, if I write an article on STEAM education, then editors would be expecting my co-authors to be within the STEAM field. Siguro may technology dyan, siguro may engineer dyan, siguro meron dyang agriculturist, kung hindi namin isasama si arts, Siguro mathematics meron din, di ba? Pero kunwari, mayroon kaming sinamang language person, di ba? So will the editor be considering him or her as our co-author? Hindi maniwala si editor, no? Kasi wala siya sa field ng focus ng manuscript. Okay? So, we can talk to our colleague and explain to him or her that these are the terms of reference when you come with us as part of the number of authors for this article. We are requesting you to edit our manuscript and so we can acknowledge you in the manuscript. Okay? So mga ganong kailangan sa simula pa lang maliwanag. Yeah. The next two items are actually not in the publication, but I still included them because these are parts of ethics in research. We do this while we are conducting the research. But when we are in the publication, editors would be somehow requiring you a copy of ethical approval of conflict of interest and human-animal subjects. Okay, so just be ready with the documents. Okay, then we have plagiarism and other frauds such as fabrication of or falsification of data. Okay, so these are the 7 C's. Please take note of them. There. Okay, so we are actually still on the planning process. Totoo lang, ang pagsusulat, mas marami ang planning kaysa sa writing. Okay? When we start our writing process, we need to read a lot. Okay, so we have to read and we have to source our readings from major databases. That's the time that we can have our research literature. Okay, so why do we need to research again? It's because of the fact that, let's say for example, I wanted to watch a Korean drama. Di ba nagre-research ako? I would want to know information about the Manila Bay, white sand. I would need to read. Okay? I want to drink vitamins. So, saan ba ako magdidepende? Sa mga pictures ng mga pogi o sa labels? And I need to read some labels. Okay? If I am diagnosed with a disease, I am not familiar with 004 rectomy. I am a physics teacher. Okay. So I would have to check the Google and read and read and read. So basically it's reading. Okay. Research, reading. Yeah. So we need to research and read because we wanted to update ourselves in a particular specialty or field. We wanted to find a solution, probably, because we are diagnosed with something. We want to know the cause. Bakit ako ganito? Bakit ako ganyan? Diba? We have to understand certain fundamental aspects, such as the one mentioned a while ago, or pathophysiology, etc. Okay? Or probably we want to get an idea for carrying out a research work. Or there's an article assigned to us to read, to find support of one's views, and to help provide literature in one's own field of specialization. But on a broader sense, we need research because we wanted to be systematic and logical. We wanted to acquire knowledge-based information because we wanted to make informed decisions. Okay? We wanted to be critical and scientifically literate citizens. And finally, we wanted to contribute to the knowledge-based economic growth of the country. Okay? So that's the reason why we read. And when we read, we do 2 things. We search, and then we read. When we search, we need 2 things. We have to be miners of articles, and we have to do the database. Okay? When we read, we have to follow these steps. We have to skim the entire article, do the vocabulary reading by comprehension section by section, and do reflections and criticisms. When we mine articles, we have to be mindful, okay, mine articles, we have to be mindful of where we source our articles. The one on the left are databases which are paid. So may bayad. Dahil may bayad, ang pwede natin gawin kung wala tayong access, call a friend, okay? So when we call a friend, make sure that he or she is enrolled in a university that has access to all of this, okay? Or we can do it, or what we can do is to search online databases which are open access or free access. So these are Google Scholar, Google or Yahoo, meta search engines, web portals, ResearchGates, and personal websites or pages of authors. These are some of the database which opened their access due to the recent pandemic. Okay, so medyo bumait sila kasi nga marami ang gustong mag-research, kaya lang mahirap dahil nga walang face-to-face. So they opened it for free. Okay, so please check there. Here's another one, Cambridge Commons. Okay, and we have EBSCO Faculty Select. Our portal is open to you. You can search. Okay, this is our website. Yeah. And within the website, you can check our resources. We have the online journal systems. All the 3 journals that I have presented a while ago are open access, so you can download as many articles as you want. We also have the open access online commons, but the online commons for PNU students are not accessible, okay, unless you are enrolled in PNU. We also have a Facebook page, and the page also provides some information on some tips on how to publish. Okay, so after searching, you would encounter a lot of reading materials. One of the reading materials probably that you have searched is a journal article. And a journal article would have a title page which would look like this one. Okay, so we have a lot of information on this title page. And this would include the journal title, the authors and affiliation, the volume, issue, publication year, etc. Page, of course, the article title, and the authors and affiliation. Okay. Now, each journal would have a different format or layout for its title page. So this one is Asia Pacific Education Researcher. Does have a different way of presenting its title page and the information in the title page. It has a DOI. DOI stands for Direct Object Identifier or Digital Object Identifier. Now this one, if you key in all these numbers in Google, it will direct you, to the article. Okay, hindi na siya dadaan dun sa journal. This is another one. Okay, this is by International Journal of Research Studies in Education. Has a different format also. Chan Geoffrey is my advisee. Okay, he has an envelope because he is considered as a corresponding author. A corresponding author is one of the authors who communicates to the editor. Not all of you as authors of a particular manuscript can communicate to the editor. Only one who is known as a corresponding author. The arrangement would tell us that since Geoffrey Chan is listed first and I second, Geoffrey Chan is our first author, okay, or the lead author. Okay, we have a policy in the university that our advisees will be serving as the first authors and we as advisors as co-authors. Okay, so that defines, and that is the reason why this is the arrangement for this article. Okay, so Q&A muna tayo. You can key in your answers in the chat box. Okay, so this is my first question. Which occurs first in a scientific journal article after the title page? So after the title page, what is the next part of the journal article? So please key in or encode your answers in the chat box. Okay, tatanong ko sana any answers, kaya lang napindot ko yung sagot. Sorry. Okay, so it's abstract. Let's go on to the second question. Where can we read the rationale of the study? Okay, can you please key in your answers in the chat box? Okay, where can we read the rationale of the study? Okay, so we have one response from Sir Alvin. That's introduction. Okay, thank you very much. Marami. Maylene, Ma'am Maylene, Sir Michael. Okay, introduction. Thank you very much. Next, we have, where can we find the description of instruments used?
Methodology.
Ayun, may sumagot.
Methodology.
Methodology. Okay, thank you very much. Next question we have, where can we read the limitations of the study? Where do you think can we read the limitations of the study? Okay, any answers? Sorry, napindot ko ulit. It's in the recommendation section. Okay. So in article writing, we often write our limitations of the study in the recommendation section. Our limitations are usually sourced from methods, and when we write them as part of the recommendation section, we also try to include ways on how to address these limitations for study replications. This is the final question. Which cannot be determined from a reference list citation? Is it the title of the journal, the title of the journal article, number of pages in the journal, or number of pages in the journal article? Any response? Okay, any response? Okay, we have responses here. Thank you very much. It's number 3, number of pages in the journal. So what we only have are a number of pages or pages in the journal article. So that would mean the page range, okay? And so moving forward, how do we do our database? So one specific learning I had, when I was writing my very first article. I wrote my first article in 2012, okay? The frustration I had was on writing my references. This is because it took me about 3 weeks to write my entire manuscript. But then when I am already in the reference list, I have to look for all the articles again because they are nawawala na lahat, di ba? Okay. I need to go back to all the websites and search again for this article. So that's a lesson learned, okay? So this time, after mining the articles, I do the database right away. So I do this particular process either offline or online. So offline, I use Microsoft Word, the reference, and online, since BibMe is an open source citation machine, all these are actually open source. But if you are with DepEd, you are able to access the G Suite, and EasyBib is part of that. Okay. So yun pwede nyong gamitin. So this is BibMe. Okay. This is EasyBib. It's part of G Suite. So it would be easy for you because you can access that. Oh yes, you can use Mendeley for those of you who also have access to EndNote. Maganda rin yun, no? So we have a lot of online databases. Or you can use MS Word kung ayaw nyo ng online. Okay. So go to References, go to Insert Citation, and add a new source. So let's say, for example, this one was presented to you a while ago. We can key in all the data from this title page, and then it would look like this one. The journal type, the author, the title, the journal title, the year, and the page range. Okay, so click OK, and then you are brought here. And then you can click on the bibliography. The drop-down menu comes out, and click on Insert Bibliography. Then click Close. That would mean, charan, ayan na po. Okay. Ito yung citation, in-text citation. At ito yung sa reference list. Yeah. Okay, so that would be for MS Word. Yeah. Now, how do we read what we have searched? Paano magbasa? Diba? When we read, we usually have 4 ways. The first thing to do is to skim the entire article. When you skim the entire article, you basically need a synopsis of the article, and that would be found in the abstract. Okay, then we do vocabulary reading. When you say vocabulary reading, most articles which we source from journals are very difficult to read. It's because they have a lot of difficult words. So what we can do is to write the meaning of the difficult words on the side so that it would not be very difficult for us each time that we encounter that difficult word. Hindi tayo hihinto para tumingin sa thesaurus, tapos babalik ulit. Mahirap yon kasi marami kang babalikang paragraphs para maintindihan mo ulit yung flow, di ba? Yan. So una, skim reading, and then you do vocabulary reading, lahat ng mahihirap na words, kunin niyo yung meaning. And then you do reading by comprehension, section by section. So what do I mean by that? When you are writing, let's say, your method section, you will not be reading research articles. You will not be reading introduction sections of research articles. More often, you would be referring to the method section of the article since you are reading or you are writing your method section. Okay, so that's what I mean. It's reading by comprehension, section by section. You have to choose a particular section of the article because that matches the section that you are writing at the moment. Okay, and so you do reflections and criticisms. While you are reading and understanding what the manuscript is telling you, bear in mind all the time this question. What has this got to do with my research? Anong connect nito sa aking research? Ganun lagi. And then the connect should be written on the manuscript, I mean the article that you are reading as side notes, okay? Para hindi mawala. Yeah. So that will be our ways and means on reading research articles. This is an example of an abstract. I sourced this from one of my papers. You would notice there are always 4 parts of an abstract. Okay? If the abstract only contains yellow, lahat objectives, no? Hindi siya abstract. Okay? Hindi siya magandang abstract. So when you are writing your abstract, make sure that you have these 4 parts. Okay, you have objective and purpose, your methods, your products and results, and then your conclusions and recommendations. Okay, journals would require you a specific number of words for abstract. Usually, journals would love to have 150 words only. Okay, so kailangan matipid kayo, no? Be very direct, straightforward when you are trying to write any statement. Okay, don't be very verbose. So when you search for articles, you have to check the title and the keywords. If they are related to your study, then you can check the abstract. I've mentioned to you that there are supposedly 4 parts of the abstract. If you have read clear-cut goals for the research and these are related to your manuscript or your intended research, then you go on reading the entire article following the other ways: vocabulary, by section, and then reflection and criticism. If not, then you can store or yes, you can probably have a different storage for those other articles kasi baka pwede silang magamit later on. Okay? So again, these are the ways and means of reading. And if we are done, so we can start with writing our report. Okay. So for this, we have me as a writer. So as a writer, you spend some portion of your time in all these activities. research, paper, writing grant applications, etc. And this is the research cycle if you are taking a look at you as a researcher. So you start with pre-award, you write the proposal, you implement, you do the process, and then you publish. And then after publishing, there has to be an impact. Okay? So going further, who are you as a writer? Are you a driver, a patchworker, a grant planner, or an architect? So these are the equivalent descriptions of the four personalities. Okay, so who are you? Me, I can say I am a grant planner and architect. So you would notice later on that when I write, I do them in a way that I prepare first all the structures before I start writing. These are the differences of the three: the journal article, research report, and technical reports. Technical reports are, their content is dependent on the activity that we are documenting. Okay, so if you are documenting a festivity, we have a different format. Okay, but for a research report and a journal article, the first difference is the number of words. We have an unlimited number of pages and words for a research report, but not in journal article. Okay, all the blue portions here, as you can see, are optional portions of journal articles, which are required parts of a research report. A cover letter is usually required, okay, for a journal article. It's a way to communicate with the editor. These are the articles that are accepted by journals. You have papers, this we are accustomed to submitting one, letters, research notes, supplemental articles or data, review articles, and miniature articles. Okay. And in all those, when we write our papers, we follow what you call not the IMRAD format. I am discussing this not as a format, but I am discussing this as a principle. Okay. So when you say IMRAD, we try to write the introduction because we wanted to share to our readers the why. Okay. Why do we did this as our research? Why are we writing this as our research? In telling us the why, we can also present the how. How did we do this, implement this, and so on. So the methods. What happened when we implemented? So we try to discuss the what. And what is the meaning of this? All this data generated. So we discuss the so what. So IMRAD is not only a format, it can be taken as a principle, okay, or a framework. Now, these are the different parts of the different journal articles I have presented a while ago. So we're accustomed to this one: abstract, introduction, methods, results, discussion, conclusion, recommendation, and references. Okay, these are the stages in writing our manuscript. Okay, we have to set the framework if you are an architect, and then you write the first draft. You use computer apps to check. Okay, and then you have to ask your co-authors to read until you have an excellent draft. That's the time that you submit. Okay. So, for example, I usually start with an article title. So the article title will normally be a working title for me. Okay, has to be short, reflective of the problem and the main variables of the study, no free of value judgment. Hindi pwede yung the positive impact of online learning because you are already making a judgment, it's positive. Okay, dapat free of bias. Final article may be designed after you have written the entire manuscript. Okay, these are some sample titles from my papers. Some of them are active, examining, tracing, but some are not. Okay, this is a sample of how my working title transitioned to the final title. Yan. So, ganito yung naging itsura niya after some time. No? So, nag-iba yung focus ko nung ako yung nagsulat. Yan. This is the article structure. So, you only need to write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parts. Diba? You have the abstract, and these are the contents of the abstract, the introduction, the methods, results and discussions, recommendations, and conclusions. Please make sure that your articles and literature are within 2011 to 2021. That's a decade old. Lesser than that, ibig sabihin mas mas older kaysa sa 2011, medyo hindi na maganda. Okay? So, bear in mind, a decade old is better. Yeah. So, emphasizing the abstract, we need this part as I have presented a while ago. One introductory statement, but you can do away with that. You can go straight to the major goal. Your method should be complete. What design, instrument, participants, sampling procedure, data collection and analysis, your major findings, conclusions, and recommendations. Everything has to be in a 150-word format. Okay? So, ganun talaga, no? Kailangan masyadong matipid. For the introduction, you have 3 major parts. You need a background, so you can start with a global theme, and then you have the national focus, and then you go on to the local emphasis. Then your literature review should be presented thematically. Sources should be a 10-year gap or 1 decade gap, okay? Synthesis and research gaps. And then you can describe your study rationale. Here, you have to discuss your study significance and why is there a need to conduct the study. So those are the major parts of an introduction. Some writing tips has to be funnel shape. In one of our articles, there are only 3 paragraphs for the entire introduction. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3. The first paragraph is global in context. The second one is regional, ASEAN. And the third one is situated in the Philippines. Until you have on the lower portion, the focus of the study, which is basically action research. So some other tips for a manuscript equivalent to 15 pages, 2 to 3 pages for an introduction is good. Okay? That would be including the literature review. Okay? Hindi pwedeng umabot ng 10 pages. Kung 15 pages yan, papaano pa yung ibang parts, diba? Sub-level headings are very good to attract readers because they give the readers a bird's eye view of the storyline. You have to be brief and you have to include a lot of citations. You have to be very mindful of the form and style of writing of the target journal. And narrations and stories must be clear as possible and no gaps. So those are some tips that I can share with you in writing the introduction. Since I am an architect and a planner and a grand planner when I write, I usually have a matrix, okay, before I start writing the entire thing. So how do I do this? Before we go on, some basic ideas. What are the basic parts of an introduction? Okay, na-discuss na natin yan. How do I organize that? Has to be funnel shape. What tense? It has to be present tense. And do I need citations? Yes, they are required. Okay. I also have here, you can get this from the organizers probably, some primary traits. So you can ask a critical friend, BFF, critical friend, to rate your introduction. Okay. This is how I do, this is the major purpose of the purposes of the research and statement of the problem. Usually we discuss the major goal and then the specific problems. And then we go on with our methods. Okay. And the methods section would have the following. You need a research design and the study context. And then you have participants, instruments, data collection, and data analysis. Okay. So how do we write the method section? So I'll give you one example. For example, we have here. My working title is Development and Validation of a Module in Physics, okay? So I would have my objectives as follows. Design, the instructional design of the module, develop the module, and validate the module, okay? Now, what would be the corresponding research designs? Okay, I would only have one that would be under Design and Development Research, but my instruments would vary depending on the objectives, okay? And the participants would also vary depending on the objectives. Data collection would also be varying depending on the objectives and also with the document data analysis. So my point here is that I do this because I do not like or I do not want that my narratives, yung mga sinusulat ko na nakaparagraph, ay hindi niya makapture lahat. Kadalasan, kapag may natatanggap kaming article sa aming journals, kapag development and validation sila ng instrument or any instructional material, when they are in the participant section, they only concentrate on the experts, okay? They forgot the physics teachers. They only concentrate on the survey, and they forgot all about their data collection during the document analysis and the interview. So that's what I don't like, okay? And when your manuscripts are subjected to peer review, peer reviewers usually take a look at coherence. Kailangan, ito yung objective mo, ito dapat ang corresponding instrument niya, ito dapat ang corresponding data collection, and so on. Okay? So that's for some tips for writing the method section. So you can use this matrix if you want, and you can follow this flow for your narrative. Okay? So some key parts for our results and discussion. There are only two parts here. One would be it has to be coherent with the specific objectives. So if you would notice, I am always referring to the specific objectives, whether I'm writing the method section, the results and discussion, or the conclusions and recommendation. Okay? Now, each section may be sequenced as follows. You have an introductory statement about a subsection, then you do the graphical or the tabular presentation of your data, then you do the discussion. When you discuss, make sure that you present the data trends. You do not repeat all the numbers presented in the table. Tables are standalone. Ibig sabihin, kapag binasa ng isang reader yung table, kaya niyang i-interpret yon. Ang gusto niyong mangyari sa discussion, magbigay kayo ng explanation doon sa nai-interpret ni reader. Okay? Provide some insights from the findings, and you have to include literature citations for this. You also have to discuss some implications of these findings. So here is one example. Naalala niyo yung kanina, no? Working title and then the actual article title. This is the results and discussion section part of that article. Okay? So you would notice here that this is the results. This is part of the results. It's table 3. Okay? The title of the table is a comparison of the number of credit units, blah, blah, blah. This is a qualitative study, so you would only notice frequencies and percentages. Okay? Note, I have highlighted these parts there and this portion. Okay? Now, here is the corresponding discussion. Ito na yung discussion nung table na yon, diba? Makikita ninyo dun sa discussion, wala akong binabanggit na numero. Okay? Because as a good reader, you would notice these things. Okay? That the subject matter knowledge has the highest percentage in optic. Diba? Hindi kailangang i-discuss dito kasi kita nyo na yun dun sa table. What you can do is highlight all the things that may contribute to why is it highest. Okay? So I have underlined some key parts in the discussion section that would refer to explanations. Okay? We can also have, since it's a qualitative study, I made use of some observations and interviews. Okay? I can make use of them, the transcripts, as additional explanations. So I made use of them as verbatim responses. Ayan, ganito ko sila ginamit. But usually, I use this style for ethical consideration. So I place their names are pseudonyms. Okay. Bakit hindi ako gumamit ng student 1, teacher 2, teacher 1, etc.? Because it's not so personal. Ayoko nang nire-refer yung tao. Ako yun hindi ko alam sa iba. So others would be using participant 1, participant 2, etc. I would like to use names kasi nga parang very personal, diba? You are talking to a reader and then you are telling the reader, uy, close tayo ha. Alam mo ba si Jenny? Ang sabi niya ganito. Ganon. Ganon ang gusto kong mangyari sana. So I made use of some pseudonyms. Okay? There. Now, how do we write and present our results and discussion? So what kind of data or what kind of display would we want for our data? Okay, so probably this will help you decide whether you're going to do it narratively, do it graphically, do it tabular format. Okay. So kung amount of data nyo, less than 5 lang naman, di ba? The value of visualization is low, then you can have narrative. Okay, diretso na doon sa text, walang table, walang graph, walang figure, ganon. Pero kung ang visualization ay high, tapos ang dami niyong data, gumamit pa kayo ng napakaraming data, ay graph ang kailangan nyo doon. Pero kung ang gusto nyong mangyari, marami kayong data, at ang gusto nyong mangyari, makita ng readers, yung data mismo, ay di table ang kailangan nyo. Pero kung kailangan pareho, details at saka trend, ay di pareho nyong gamitin, tables and graphs. Okay? The way of presenting table is dependent on the artistic attribute of the author. Ano yon? Unique feature ni author yon, ano? Kanya-kanyang ano bang kakayahan, paano maging very artistic in the way you present your tables. Wala siyang rules. Basta ang mga rules lang ay this is supposed to be the format, etc. Specifically, if the journal is following APA style or Chicago style, Harvard style, ganun. Okay? So this is a way of writing para sa akin, ano, this is how I write my results and discussion. Okay? Results should be clear and concise. Discussion should explore the significance of the results, and you should not be repeating the numbers in the discussion section. Okay, usually journals would require you to embed the tables and figures in the text, but some journals would have it in separate sections or separate pages. Okay, so depending sa target journal yun. For quantitative research, we often have the combined results and discussion section. But for qualitative studies, we usually follow, ako gusto ko yung hiwalay yung findings sa discussion. Avoid excessive citations and discussion of published articles para naman hindi lumabas na ang dinidiscuss mo puro literature. Ang dinidiscuss mo dapat yung result mo, at yung literature, ang trabaho niya, confirm o negate yung iyong results. Okay? So you have to follow the standard of the journal. Kung APA ang sabi niya, you follow APA in the presentation of results. Okay. Again, since I'm a planner and an architect, so I usually make use of matrices. This is one of the matrices I use. I also ask my students to do the same. Going back to our example, di ba ito yung example natin kanina? We have the objectives, the data collection, the themes. Okay. Kung ang objective ko, design the instructional design, di dapat ang product ko, which will be my result, is an instructional design. So that will be my first theme. Develop the module, that's the next objective. So ano ang product nun? Di dapat develop module, diba? Validate the module. So ano ang product ng validate the module na objective? It has to be validation of the module, okay? And then I go on filling in the table, okay? There. So you can make use of this table as a way of planning your results and discussion section. Okay? Finally, this is the results and conclusions and recommendations section. The first paragraph, I only have 6 paragraphs. I usually do this in all my manuscripts, okay? I find this very effective to editors. The conclusion section is where you profess and confess all the knowledge you generated in the study. So ito yung contribution mo as an author, okay? So the first paragraph, I would have to remind my readers what the study is all about, what its major goal. And then I go on providing them the summary for Objective 1, summary for Objective 2, summary for Objective 3, and then the findings, implication for Objective 1, 2, or 3. Now, it depends on the way I write. Pwedeng pa isa-isa. Objective 1 muna, Objective 2, then Objective 3, or I weave them together. Then I have a concluding statement, okay? The 5th paragraph would be about my limitations or the limitations of the study, which I usually source from the method section. I usually provide ways on how others who would replicate the study would address these limitations. The 6th paragraph is how I envision this research to be in the future. So that's the future direction of my research. Okay, so this is the conclusion and recommendation section. Okay, of course, you have to have the reference list. So you can search some apps. Yun nga, yung Mendeley, sabi ni Sir Alvin kanina, no? You can use that for reference listing or reference list entries. Okay, EasyBib for the G Suite users there. Okay, some other parts, you have keywords. In one of my articles, these are the keywords. Ano ba ang purpose ng keywords? These are words very easily thought of by researchers but are connected to your or related to your current study or manuscript. The purpose of this is they are the ones which are indexed. So, ibig sabihin, pag researcher, kunwari si Ma'am Becky, and then ang gusto niya ay about Filipino learners, niya mag-research about Filipino learners. If she keys in Filipino learners in Google, one of the Google results will be my paper. Okay? So, kailangan ang isipin ninyo, madaling isipin ng mga researchers. Okay? Yeah. And acknowledgement has to be very, very short and very formal. Yeah. So, this is one example of acknowledgement section. Okay? The cover letter is so important because this is how you would want the editor to look at your paper, make pansin of your paper. Editors of good journals usually accepts or receives thousands of papers. So para mabasa yung papel mo would be a miracle. Kailangan napakaganda ng papel. So kailangan mag-communicate ka dun sa editor in a way na hindi niya mahihindian yung iyong papel para basahin. Okay? These are the parts I usually use, usually include in my cover letter. And nababasa naman nila and they try to take a look at the paper. Okay? Your intention to submit, okay, to the chosen journal. What are your major findings? This is very important. What is the contribution of your manuscript to the journal itself and your conflict of interest? Okay. Now, let me share with you the publication process. So what we had discussed is all about writing. And after the writing of the manuscript, you submit the manuscript. O, paano ang galawan kapag publication na, di ba? Pagka-submit mo, anong mangyayari? Okay, so here, these two images are basically the same. This is the author. You are the author. Okay, you submit your manuscript, and the one who encounters or receives the submission is the editor. So the editor has two choices. It's a yes or a no, di ba? Okay. If the editor checks the paper, initial review yon kapag sa journal namin. And it conforms to all the technical specifications and all others, then that's a yes. Your paper will be assigned to peer reviewers. Okay. And then the peer reviewers would review your paper, the reviewing all the reviews of the reviewers, including his or her own review. Okay? The purpose of peer reviewers is to help the editor decide whether your paper is acceptable in the journal. Okay? Ngayon, kung hindi naman kaaya-aya ang inyong sinubmit, hindi nakasunod sa lahat ng mga patakaran ng journal, it's a no, it's a reject. Okay? So, yan, ganyan ang mangyayari. And then, kung kunwari naman, major revision, ibabalik sa inyo yon, you have to revise, and then the cycle is repeated. Okay? There. But the repetition of the cycle does not include the reviewers. So dito, umiikot na lang siya sa reviewer, sa editor, author, hanggang ma-publish. Yeah. So yun ang ginagawa ng isang editor sa isang papel. So kung kunwari, ang tinatanggap ng journal ay daang-daang papel, so daang-daang ganito ang nangyayari. Okay? So that's the publication process. Now, these are some traits for you to take a look at and bear in mind, when you are trying to write your articles. Editors would look for thematic relevance. Kaya nga sabi ko kanina, you have to be mindful of the focus of the journal and has to be related to the focus and scope of your manuscript. Okay? Significant contribution. Ano ba ang mapapala ng journal dyan sa inyong manuscript? So that's the basic question. Okay? Is it original? O kaya napakarami nang nagsulat tungkol dyan? Okay? Use of literature, and did you follow the format and style of our journal as per author guidelines? If not, it's an outright rejection. Okay? Reviewers, on the other hand, does have a different criteria. It takes a look at, or these people look for clarity and coherence, actually. Okay? Technical quality and organization. Appropriate title and abstract. Use of data. Were you able to discuss and explain the data generated? Sound conclusion and discussion, and length of paper. Some other attributes that may help you publish your paper. You have to be a reputable, an author with good reputation. So yung mga madalas nang mag-publish, madali din silang makapublish ulit. Okay? So if you are beginning authors, look for good friends who are already published. Friend, partner naman muna tayo ngayon. Pag nasa Google na ang pangalan ko, then pwede mo na akong iwan. Parang ganon. Ano? Contributions to theory and policy, and uniqueness and technicality of content. Okay? Some insights, the paper should have unity, coherence. All discussions and data should be supported. So it has to be clear. You provide illustrations, you provide ideas, explain them, and use examples. Write effective paragraphs. Paragraph 1 should not be replicated in paragraph 4, diba? Sayang yung space, okay? Word choice, ang uso ngayon, direct and simple statements, okay? Grammar length, grammar, and sentence length also mean a lot. When we say sentence length, wag naman yung napakahaba yung statement na kapag binasa mo orally, hindi hihinga yung nagbabasa, mahihimatay, di ba? Okay, so those are some insights. For other audiences, you can probably have policy briefs. Kung hindi pa ninyo siya magawang paper, a lengthy paper, 15 to 25 pages, you can have policy briefs. And your audience here are your local government, school managers, okay? So a policy brief is concise and it's short, but it has to be providing significant information already. So these are the different types, 2 types, advocacy brief and objective brief, okay? And these are the different parts. You have the title, executive summary. These are the things that you need to bear in mind when you write the executive summary. Context and importance of the problem, okay? Critique of policy option. So ano ba ang policy na gusto nyong palitan o i-enhance at gusto nyong gawin yan dahil according to your research ay ganito nga iyon. Ganon, no? And what are your recommendations in terms of policy and some other parts? Okay, so other parts of policy brief are as follows. You can have some samples from these websites, okay? And I can provide you with some samples also. We generated some policy briefs from our CHED-funded research titled TPAC in Philippines Team Education. And this is one of them, okay? You can have the samples from this website. Yeah, HTTP, blah, 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 okay? And other ways and means, you can submit your papers to us in this format. We accept, we call this PNU CNAG, no? Showcasing interesting and notable academic genres. So if you have a published paper already, you can convert that to a video presentation, 3 to 5 minutes, or infographics, or short Facebook article, and then we can lodge your submission to our Facebook page, okay? Yeah, this is one example. There. This is another one. This is a podcast, ba? I mean, an infographics. Ang title ay Podcast in Physics. And this one is a video. Okay, so you can visit our Facebook page and check the samples. Okay. Okay, so some tips. More tips. Okay. You have to consult and attend other webinars, specifically on writing. What I have shared with you are snippets of tips. Okay. Some other webinars would tell you something about how they mentor. Okay. Or you can probably join mentoring sessions kasi mahirap magsulat. Diba? So you can have probably mentoring sessions. Our Facebook page also offers some posts that give advice on how to write. Okay, so you can check our Facebook page. You can send a message to me if you have questions. Okay, wag lang sobrang habang question. Okay. Some other insights. Do not fear rejection. In the publication world, rejection is normal. Okay, it's not new normal. It's the old normal. Be patient. Mapapublish din yan after 48 years. Be humble and learn to strategize. Yan. How do I respond to this reviewer? Mga ganun, ano. Learn to strategize. Be optimistic. Matatapos nyo rin yan. And as I've mentioned a while ago, be simple in writing. Be mindful of the journal standards and try to collaborate. Our topic yesterday was on collaboration. And build your credibility as a researcher. Okay? Other tips. No pressure. You have to love what you do. Okay? If you want to publish, you have to love writing. Okay? Chill-chill lang. Walang pressure. Kasi pag pressured, mahirap magsulat eh, no? Hindi lumalabas yung creative juices kung tawagin ng mga kabataan ngayon, di ba? Do physical activities so that you will not be ouch like that, okay? No FB at the writing moment, please. Okay? Small steps lead to big goals. Ayan. For your insights, may I ask them again? Please share with them. Share with us pala. I'm going to copy the site and have it in our chat box. Okay, so you can share with us your insights. And I am going to share your insights as well. Okay, where is it? So I'm going to have my insight. Again, thank you for listening. I hope that you have learned some tips on how to write your manuscripts for publication. Okay. Any insights po? Kindly share your insights here. Okay. Wala po ba kayong insights? So while they are working on their insights, ayun, meron na. While some of you are working on your insights, I have to give back the virtual floor to Ma'am Rebecca. Thank you very much. Sabi ni Sir Alvin, patience is virtue. Okay. Okay, so I think I have to stop sharing. You can go on writing your insights.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Marie. If you are just entering the Zoom room now or just opening your Facebook page, we are live at Bicol University Extension official page and Bicol University page. You can type your questions in the chat box. or we can take a look at the comments of the viewers. Ma'am, most of our viewers are giving their thanks and appreciation for such an informative and engaging presentation. We once again thank you for sharing with us your knowledge and expertise on publication. Do we have some questions? May I take a look at the chat box? From Sir Hector, with your discussion, ma'am, research paper writing has become easy, manageable, and exciting. Yes, thank you to the tons of tips and insights for writing from Madame Marie. From Mylene, Madam Mylene, thank you very much for a very informative discussion. This will help me in my studies. I think Madam Epi, Dr. Epi Nunez, also a physics professor, Ma'am Marie from Bicol University. Thank you very much. I learned a lot. So coming from a seasoned professor also, learning from your talk is such heartwarming. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Epi, for joining us. There are still a number of comments. I'm going to read a few of these comments, Madam. Good morning, watching from Albay Central School. So we have viewers, ma'am, who are elementary school teachers. Perhaps I can just shoot one simple question for those willing to submit publication to the Normalites and the other journals of Philippine Normal University. May we know, ma'am, the call for papers, or is it open the entire year? How many issues or volumes do you have per year so that our researchers will be guided?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I would like to share the website, so at least you can see what we have inside. So we have 3 journals, and this is open to everyone. Okay, this is our website. We have 3 journals here. There, the Normalites, the Average, and the Aston. You can submit any time of the year, but we usually publish twice a year for Normalites and Average. Normalites is for education and teacher education. Average is multidisciplinary. Aston is for ASEAN teacher education and education as well. So you can submit in any of these 3 journals. This is the site for the Normalites. Okay. For all instructions that you need, you can visit the author guidelines. For your submission procedure, you can check our submission procedure here. For online submission, please check this part. Okay. You can check our archives and our current issue. This was loaded last December. So in the Normalites, we have 2 issues for 1 year, one in June and one in December. For Average, we have 2 issues, August and December as well. For Aston, we have 1 issue for the year, and that's in December. Okay, so these are some of the things that we have. These are our focus and scope, section policies, peer review process, publication ethics, and so on. Okay. And if you want the older versions or the older publications, you can go to archives. Okay. So again, you can submit any time of the year. Yeah. There. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Did I answer the question fully?
Yes, madam. Thank you for responding. I'm sure many of our participants will visit your website and probably refer to the articles in your journals. May we know whether these are open access journals?
Yes, ma'am. They are all open access. Even if you don't register, you can download.
Okay, that's very interesting. So that would be another avenue for the researchers, whether they are faculty or they are graduate students or undergraduate students, you can visit the website. Just a follow-up question, ma'am. How much do you charge for the publication fee, if any?
We don't charge any publication fees, so that's free. We shoulder actually the fees for the domain hosting, the peer review process, and all expenses under publication process.
That's a
So
very
free
good
push-
news for all our viewers. It's free.
Yes.
You can submit and probably resubmit when you receive the review. Take a look at the suggestions and then revise the paper and submit. It's free. So it's a good service to the country, to the ASEAN, and to the world. So since this is free, open access, anybody from any part of the world can visit the website and refer to the journal articles. So I think that's very useful to all our participants and viewers. May I take a look at some of the comments once again while waiting for some questions from our participants and viewers. Thank you, Dr. Morales, for the valuable tips you have shared on writing manuscript for publication. That's from Sir Sixto Orzales, also a faculty of Bicol University. Do we have some questions from those inside the Zoom room? So there are a number of wows for you, madam.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so if there are no questions, I think there are no questions because the discussion was simple, straightforward, and easily understandable. This is an information that is easy to consume, user-friendly, so to speak, okay? So we encourage all our dear participants, especially the presenters, to try out the publication available at the Philippine Normal University. And with that, we would like to once again express our gratitude to our resource person for this morning, Dr. Marie Paz E. Morales, Director, Publication Office, Philippine Normal University. On behalf of Bicol University, salamat po. Diyos mabalos. Best regards. We will once again give Madam Morales the certificate of commendation. May I ask the host to share on screen our certificate for our plenary speaker for this morning. Okay, the same certificate of commendation is awarded to Dr. Marie Paz E. Morales in recognition of her meritorious participation as plenary speaker on the topic Journal Publication, Options and Pointers for Teacher Researchers during the 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education held on March 15 to 16, 2021 via Facebook live streaming. This is for you, Madam. We will be sending the hard copy to you with some Bicol tokens. Please wait for it. And we once again thank you for your valuable time. I know you are a very busy person. Thank you very much, and give our regards to your president and to Sir Mabunga, your vice president. Thank you.
Thank you po. Thank you po sa lahat.
We now proceed to session 3. Session 3 is on learning and learners' diversity. The session moderator is Dr. Maria Teresa Abainza.
Good morning. Can you hear me po? Okay, so good morning everyone. Welcome to the third session. I am Maria Teresa M. Abainza, your moderator for the third session. And for this part, there will be 4 researches to be presented. We have the first one, parental involvement in the study habits of grade 7 students in Ligao National High School, to be presented by Isabel D. Porlaje. of Ligao National High School, Ligao City. We also have the second study, Home Environment and Achievement Motivation and their effect on academic performance of selected students of PSHS, Bicol Regional Campus. This will be presented by Julius Jose Obercasio, Mary Angeline A. Balse, and Camille Ann O. Barcoma of the Philippine Science High School, Bicol Regional Campus, Goa, Camarines Sur. The third study will be on the use of multiple representations in physics, and this will be presented by Dino Manuel E. Prestado of Nabua National High School, Nabua, Camarines Sur. And the fourth, we have use of interactive visual novel game in teaching grade 8 physics. This will be presented by Janine Fabi Tagarda of Bicol University Integrated Laboratories Senior High School, Legazpi City. Okay, we shall now listen to the recordings of these presentations.
Good day! Welcome to the 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education sponsored by Bicol University. Let me present to you my study entitled Parents' Involvement in Developing the Study Habits of Grade 7 Students in Ligao National High School. I am Isabel D. Borlaje, PhD EF student. And these are my contact details. Also, let me extend my gratitude to the people behind this study. We all believe that the success of the kids is because of the strong parental involvement. Education is an indispensable part of every individual that needs utmost attention. The Philippine education system never stopped to upgrade its standard and quality. That is why a lot of innovations being planned and implemented to continue cater the diverse needs of every learner. The learners who are the main reason of the different innovations and implementations will be at risk if it is not well planned and structured. Continuity of the implementation of a particular program must be monitored for improvement. Amid the educational difficulties encountered and being experienced by the schools and students, if the implementer, school, stakeholders, parents, and the students pledge for their commitment and involvement in the various learning opportunities, students will have a positive attitude towards education. Commitment is one of the ingredients to achieve the quality education and lead to the betterment of community and the nation as a whole. Now, for the research problems, first, what is the profile of the parents of grade 7 students in terms of A, age, B, number of children, C, highest educational attainment, D, civil status, E, monthly income of the family, and F, religion. Number 2, what practices do most parents use in developing the study habits of grade 7 students along A, development of study habits, B, preparation of assignment, C, helping children to do project, D, monitoring students' progress. Number 3, what problems do parents meet in strengthening the study habits of grade 7 students? And number 4, what activities may be provided to enhance parents' involvement in developing the study habits, academic performance? For the theoretical paradigm, we all know that the learner is at the center of the learning process, with the parents and teachers supporting them. This is done through learning occurs in a social context. Students can accomplish learning tasks with the help of competent support and development of intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, and of course, habit formation of teaching and learning. For the conceptual paradigm, demographic profile of the respondents, related literature and studies, academic performance in all subjects, statistical tools, research instruments will all lead to parents' involvement in developing the study habits of grade 7 students of Ligao National High School that will also lead to school-based training on parental instructional intervention. All of this will be given feedback. For the research method, this study deals with the description, recording, analysis, and interpretation of conditions of variables. The research design includes the plan, structure, and strategy of investigation conceived so as to obtain answers to research questions and to control variance. The descriptive survey research method was used in the study and made use of total enumeration to determine the number of respondents. For the sources of data, the primary sources of data of this study were the responses of the parents of the grade 7 students of Ligao National High School, Ligao City. In the questionnaire that was given by the researcher, the data were obtained by means of survey questionnaire that were completed by the respondents. The questionnaire consisted of a series of questions that were used to gather information about the personal profile of the respondents, and another was specifically designed to determine the respondents' involvement in developing study habits of their children. The respondents of this study were the parents of the grade 7 students of Ligao National High School, Ligao City. For SPA 1, we have 30 respondents, RD 1, which is STE, 33 respondents, Top RBEC section, 33 respondents, Middle RBEC section, 36 respondents, Last RBEC section, 36 respondents, MLQ 1 Honors Class, 36 respondents, for a total of 204 respondents. For the results of the research, based on the analysis of data gathered, the following findings or results are summarized for the profile of the parents. Majority of the respondents were of middle age and were at the age bracket of 36 to 40 years old. Many of them have 3 to 4 children and graduated with bachelor's degree. In terms of civil status, the majority were married, earning 16,000 pesos to 20,000 pesos, and were Roman Catholic. The practices in developing the study habits of students are: A. Many of the parents help their children prepare the assignments at home. B. Some hired tutors for their children. C. The parents help their children do the project. D. Monitor students' progress. In terms of problems encountered by parents in developing the study habits, many found difficulty in disciplining their children and encouraging them to study, for the students are distracted by online games and social media. There were slow learners, a few were intelligent but dealing with them was difficult for the parents, and enhancement activity was proposed by the researcher. There is a need for the parents to attend a seminar in developing their children's study habits based from the findings of the study. The enhancement activity will further develop students' study habits through the help of the parents. For the conclusions, first, the profile of the parents as observed in this study is a vital factor that affects the study habits of the students. Second, the parents exerted much effort in helping the students develop good study habits, particularly to those students with poor practices in studying at home. Third, most of the problems encountered by the parents are: students are too much inclined with social media and online games. The attitudes of the students towards studying are poor, and they found difficulty in learning for they are distracted by the gadgets they have. Fourth, an enhancement activity through parental instructional intervention is needed to help parents develop their children's study habits. It is in this light that the researcher would like to recommend the following. First, it is imperative that the parents should identify which of their personal characteristics serve as barriers in developing the study habits and adjust them to fit the needs of their children. Second, their teachers should have a regular communication with the parents in order to monitor the progress as well as the issues that concern the academic performance of the children. Third, the school should provide intervention in helping parents establish collaboration with the teachers in order to help the students develop their study habits. Fourth, the students should be aware of their progress in school, express challenges they encounter in their study that can be raised in school and at home. Fifth, parent-teacher organization should support the ways and intervention provided by the teachers and parents in helping students develop good study habits. Sixth, propose topics of future researchers. A. Parental instructional intervention for slow learners. B. Community involvement in improving students' academic performance. C. A proposed classroom-based training for students on positive discipline towards technology used in learning. And D. Parent and Teachers Guild. And I am grateful for the following references. To end, let me leave you a quote of Bob Dupre that education is a shared commitment between dedicated teachers, motivated students, and enthusiastic parents with high expectations. Indeed, that education is effective with parents and teachers working hand in hand because education is possible through cooperation. Thank you everyone for actively participating in the 6th Regional Conference on World-Class Education sponsored by Bicol University. God bless you all.
Good day, everyone. This is a collaborative study from the students of Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. I am Julius Jose Obercasio and I will be the one to present our study. Our study is titled Home Environment and Achievement Motivation and Their Effect on Academic Performance of Selected Students of Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. Every child's home serves as his first learning space, and the family serves as his first mentors. It is at home where the child first discovers emotions, development of thinking, and perception of things. The home also provides a first impression on a child, which the child may carry throughout his life, as well as shaping his attitude towards learning. Oftentimes, children use the things in his immediate environment as his basis of morals, like the way his parents behave. The study of Alves and company proves otherwise that indeed the family plays an important role in children's cognitive performance and academic achievement. However, not all children had the same home environments they grew up in, and not every child had a complete and unproblematic family. Some may have been raised by their grandparents, a solo parent, or experienced parental absenteeism. There are varying situations in which a child could have grown up in his so-called home. Achievement motivation has been widely studied as a factor influencing performance and success. For instance, Atkinson, as cited by Weibull in 2011, referred to achievement motivation as a theoretical model intended to explain how the motive to achieve and avoid failure influence the behavior in a situation where performance is evaluated against some standard of excellence. Achievement motivation importantly relates to education. Atkinson elaborated that it is an important determinant of aspiration, effort, and persistence when an individual expects that his performance will be evaluated in relation to some standard of excellence. There have been studies proving the positive relationship between the components of motivation and academic achievement, like Amrai et al. In 2011, Hassan and Sarkar in 2018, and many other more. It is often said that education is a dominant instrument in developing intellectual abilities, molding social attributes, and acquiring knowledge and skills. Verna in 1997, as cited by Zever in 2015, suggested that for a nation to achieve its goal of developing its scientific and technological culture via education, it needs affirmation of the proposition that education is an essential tool for social and economic development of human welfare. Academic performance refers to the level of performance, accomplishment, or success in school, according to Zever in 2015. Aremu and Oluwole further said that it is the core of educational growth, while Jensen in 2004 described academic performance as the process of developing an individual's capacities and potentials to be successful in a specific society or culture. The Philippines already has a fixed educational system set by the Department of Education or DepEd for its public schools. However, in Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, under the Philippine Science High School system of the Department of Science and Technology, it uses a different system in which students have to be under an intensive, rigorous program focusing on science, technology, and mathematics. It is also believed to be one of the most advanced secondary level curriculums in the Asia Pacific region. While the PSHS-BRC boasts its students as one of the best in the Bicol region, the question remains if all of the students adhere to the academic standards set by the system, worthy of being labeled as scholars and achievers that are believed to have outstanding academic performances. In the Philippine Science High School system, students who have reached a general weighted average of 1.50 or higher every quarter are given recognition for their exemplary performance and are included in the director's list. However, not all students reach that certain mark. A number of scholars don't make it to the director's list. The reason for their lackluster performance, whether they just lack focus or develop some kind of misbehavior towards learning due to the influences at home, is an area worth exploring. In this study, the researchers aim to determine how home environment and achievement motivation affect the academic performance of selected students of PSHS-BRC. The study aims to answer the following problems. Number 1. What is the profile of the students in terms of family type and size, parents' occupational and educational background, and relatives serving as their guardians? Number 2. What is the academic performance of the selected students in different subjects? The basis will be the general weighted average and specific grades per subject. Number 3. What is the level of achievement motivation of the selected students? Number 4. What are the challenges they encounter in school involving the following: academic coursework, dealing with teachers, financial and motivational aspects of academic requirements? Number 5. What are the commonalities in the experiences and challenges of the students? Number 6. How do home environment and achievement motivation affect academic performance of the selected students? And lastly, what support to address the challenges encountered by the students are provided by their peers, advisors or teachers, school guidance counselors, and other school officials? Now, we will be sharing the methodology of the study. The study was conducted in Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus located in Tagongtong, Goa, Camarines Sur during the academic year 2019-2020. The institution is a specialized high school offering junior and senior high school programs to students who are scholars of the DOST. The study involved 10 students consisting of grade 10 and 11 scholars. The selection of the cases was guided by the following criteria. Number 1. The student is a certified student of PSHS-BRC for the said academic year. Number 2. The student has willingness to voluntarily participate in the study. And number 3. The student has willingness to disclose personal information, such as home environment, challenges encountered, and other pertinent information. To ensure adherence to ethical concerns, the following were done. Number 1. Permission to conduct the case study involving the scholars was sought from the authorities of the school. Number 2. The informed consents of the scholars were also obtained. And number 3. The real identities of the cases were not disclosed. Data needed to answer the research questions were elicited using 3 different tools and techniques to ensure triangulation of data. This consisted of a questionnaire, achievement motivation scale, and informal interview. The first tool is the questionnaire on home environment, academic performance, and achievement motivation. It is a validated researcher-made questionnaire composed of 3 parts. The first part deals on the personal information in home environment. The second part is composed of academic performance in the different subjects. The third part consists of open type of questions on challenges encountered of the students, their coping mechanisms, experiences related to the students' achievement, motivation, and home environment. This is the questionnaire that we've given to our respondents. Achievement Motivation Inventory is an adopted self-assessment tool on students' achievement motivation developed by Muthi and Thomas in 2009. It consists of 32 statements, in which 18 statements are positive and 14 statements are negative. The respondents will respond to the 5-point Likert scale with the following options: completely agree, mostly agree to some extent, mostly disagree, and completely disagree. The scoring weights given to the responses can be seen in the table. Now this is the Achievement Motivation Inventory we've adopted. The serial numbers of the items who display the positive and negative statements are as shown. Informal interview is a data gathering technique used in this study in order to validate or to seek substantiation to the responses to the questionnaire on home environment, academic performance, and achievement motivation. The researchers ensure that rigors and ethics are observed with due diligence in the conduct of the case study. The following steps were undertaken to ensure reliable, valid, and ethical data gathering. First, the researchers sought the permission of the school to conduct the study, and since the school did not permit the access to the students' records, the researchers developed their own questionnaire. The questionnaire was then submitted to at least 3 jurors for validation. After the permission was granted, the validated questionnaire was then administered to the respondents after seeking their informed consent. Then, search for an appropriate tool on achievement motivation was conducted and then administered upon the recommendation of the jurors. The responses were then tallied and organized into matrices as guided by the research questions. To further validate and substantiate the data gathered, one-on-one informal interview was conducted at the preferred schedule of the cases. After completing the data for the 10 cases, analysis of the specific data on home environment, academic performance, and achievement motivation, as well as qualitative analysis were done carefully as guided by the research questions. The common themes were then elicited based on the analysis of data. For the results and discussion, the details of the home environment profile of the 10 selected students of PSHS PRC, their academic performance, level of achievement motivation, and the challenges they encounter in school are presented by case. And we have identified the common themes in the 10 cases of selected students of Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. The 10 students from PSHS PRC who participated in the study are generally from nuclear, extended, or single-parent family types, except for one who was raised by her grandmother. All of them belong to families with sizes not larger than 7, some living with other relatives at home. All have working parents and all are children of whose at least one of their parents finished college, excluding one of the students whose mother is a single parent and only finished elementary school. All students have good academic performance given their passing general weighted averages, 7 of which are qualified into the director's list. The GWAS of all the 10 students are way above the minimum academic standard of the school, which is 2.25. All of them have no failing grades of below 4.0 in any of their subjects, while one student had grades ranging between 2.5 to 2.75. Based on the data analysis for the students' level of achievement motivation, all of them have moderate levels of achievement motivation, except for 2 who were found out to have low levels of achievement motivation. The common challenge the students face is their overwhelming academic workload or the large number of requirements. Also, all have slight issues dealing with their teachers, from the manner of their teaching to the imposing of huge loads of requirements. All have said that they have little to no financial struggles, although some experience it, but very seldom. A common answer to what they feel after sharing their struggles is they feel relief. However, this does not apply to all respondents. They all have different coping mechanisms in dealing with their respective challenges. Noticeably, all of them get help from their friends or peers. Some are helped by their families, and very few get help from their teachers. But not one of the students ever mentioned about getting help from guidance counselors and also how the school authorities support the school students with the challenges they encounter. Based on the results, the following conclusions are forwarded. Number 1. The selected students of PSHS PRC have commonalities in their home environment profile, family type and size, parents' educational and occupational background, relatives living with family, and parents' marital or living status. Number 2. The academic performance of the selected students are satisfactory or better, with a few students having difficulty in mathematics. Number 3. Most of the selected students have moderate achievement motivation. Number 4. Most of the challenges encountered by the students in school deal with the academic coursework and dealing with their teachers. Minimal challenges are encountered in terms of financial and motivational aspects in academics. Number 5. Students have commonalities in experiences and challenges in terms of academic coursework and other aspects in school. Number 6. Home environment through family support and achievement motivation affect the students' academic performance. And number 7. Students receive support from peers through advice or encouragement. Based on the findings and conclusions, the following are recommended. Home environment profile of the students may be referred to school authorities to regularly and proactively monitor progress, behaviors, and attitudes of the students in school. Academic support system may be provided or strengthened to further improve the academic performance of the students. School, through the teachers and organizations, sustain the high achievement motivation of the students. Guidance counselor and teachers address the challenges encountered by their students as early as possible to prevent them from worsening through needs-based strategies. Peer support groups may be organized to assist students facing challenges. Last, more case studies concerning students of PSHS PRC focusing on similar variables or related topics should be regularly conducted to have in-depth background on students, and thus proactively prevent the student-related problems and sustain the satisfactory academic performance set by the system. Here are some of the references we used in this study. Now, to introduce the researchers, Julius Jose Obercasio, grade 12 student specializing in physics from Legazpi City, Albay. Mary Angeline A. Balse, grade 12 student specializing in physics from Daet, Camarines Norte. Camille Ann Obercoma, grade 12 student specializing in physics from Legao City, Albay.
Good day, everyone. I am Dino Manuel E. Prestado. I will be presenting today my master's thesis entitled The Use of Multiple Representations in Physics. Science teaching in the 21st century has become more challenging in the light of exponential increase in knowledge and its application to diverse fields in all aspects of life. The present era, and predictably the succeeding ones, necessitate that science education be more improved for right application. To improve the quality of science education, we as teachers should be able to address the difficulties experienced by the students. Based on my personal experiences, these include failure to learn and understand the concepts when problems are solved using the equations only, difficulty in manipulating variables in an equation as well as in deriving formula, and finding it hard to present or explain a concept other than mathematical procedure. Multiple representations in this study refers to the use of representations based on the rubrics for assessing problem-solving processes. It was developed by a team led by Jennifer Doctor and Kenneth Heller from the University of Minnesota. These include useful description, physics approach, specific application of physics, and mathematical procedure, as well as logical progression. These contentions pushed me to do this study and formulate the following research problems. Number 1. What multiple representations were used by the students in doing performance tasks? Number 2. How is the use of multiple representations related to letter A, mental ability, letter B, conceptual understanding, and letter C, problem solving? Number 3. How does the performance tasks using multiple representations enhance conceptual understanding, problem solving skills, and attitude towards problem solving? This is the theoretical paradigm of the study. The learners construct knowledge in a constructivist learning environment by using representations in doing the performance task. Through it, students are given opportunities in enhancing their strengths and weaknesses. In the process, the learners undergo the 4 stages of experiential learning. These include concrete experience, reflective observation, abstract conceptualization, and active experimentation. Likewise, learning is influenced by personal, behavioral, and contextual factors. Through these theoretical models, the learning of physics is assumed to be more meaningful, relevant, and effective. Meanwhile, this shows the conceptual paradigm of the study. It shows the relationship between the use of multiple representations in doing the performance tasks and to the following: mental ability, conceptual understanding, and problem solving, and how this relationship can enhance the student's conceptual understanding, problem solving skills, and attitude towards problem solving. For the methodology, this study used the combined quantitative and qualitative research methods. It utilized a one-group pre-test, post-test design. The study had 3 phases: pre-assessment, intervention, and post-assessment. In the pre-assessment part, the students underwent an online intelligence quotient or IQ test. They were also given a 35-item multiple choice pre-test which requires them to show solution or explanation or any representation, and an attitudinary, a survey on students' attitude towards problem solving. During the treatment or the intervention period, the teacher conducted observations on what representations were used by the students. Likewise, the teacher conducted random interviews. For the post-assessment, a 35-item multiple choice parallel post-test which requires students to give a solution or explanation or any representation was administered to the students. Likewise, the attitudinary was also given. Similarly, students were asked to submit journals with entries and the students' outputs in the performance tasks. Here is the result based on the order of the research problems presented earlier. Number 1 is the multiple representations used by the students. Based on the outputs, the students used multiple representations. These include useful description, physics approach, specific application of physics, mathematical procedure, and logical progression. However, it can be noted that the use of multiple representations is limited to what representations are appropriate for use in doing the tasks for each of the activities. For the second research problem, here is the result: the relationship between the use of multiple representations and mental ability. Based on the Pearson correlation coefficient test, it showed that the use of multiple representations and mental ability has a moderate correlation. This means that students with greater number of multiple representations used appeared to have better mental ability as shown in their outputs. Likewise, the relationship between the use of multiple representations and conceptual understanding yielded a moderate correlation. This means that students with greater number of multiple representations used have better conceptual understanding as shown in their outputs. Similarly, the relationship between the use of multiple representations and problem solving yielded a strong correlation, which means that the students who used greater number of multiple representations performed better in solving problems as shown in their outputs. The result of the third research problem showed that there was an increase in the conceptual understanding evident in the mean gain in the pre-test and the post-test scores of the students, represented by 10.54. Meanwhile, for problem-solving skills, it showed a mean gain of 15.69. The increase in the mean score in the post-test showed that the use of multiple representations have enhanced the students' conceptual understanding and problem-solving skills. For the attitude towards problem-solving, it registered a mean change of 0.71, indicating that there was an increase or a change in the students' attitude towards. Now, to conclude, the students used multiple representations. There is a moderate and significant relationship between the use of multiple representations and mental ability and conceptual understanding. On the other hand, there is a strong and significant relationship between the use of multiple representations and problem solving. By using multiple representations in doing the performance tasks, the students have enhanced their conceptual understanding, problem-solving skills, and attitude towards problem solving. For recommendations, parallel studies may be conducted about multiple representations and its effect on the development of higher order thinking skills. Further studies about multiple representations may be conducted using the true experimental design. Other performance tasks may be developed in other topics in physics, where students can use multiple representations. And the teachers should provide students with a variety of activities where the use of multiple representations is appropriate and will help them in enhancing conceptual understanding. These are the references of my study. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the following persons: Dr. Epifania B. Nunez, my thesis advisor, and Dr. Rebecca Rosario O. Bercasio, the Director for Bicol University Center for Teaching Excellence. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. That would be the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. I am Dino Manuel E. Prestado.
Good day, everyone. May I present to you my research entitled Use of Interactive Visual Novel Game in Teaching Grade 8 Physics. I am Janine Faye B. Tagarda, a graduate of Master of Arts in Physics Education and part-time faculty at Bicol University Senior High School program. To improve the quality of science education in the Philippines, the government implemented the K-12 curriculum. This curriculum is designed around the three domains of learning science: understanding and applying scientific knowledge in local setting, as well as global context whenever possible, performing scientific processes and skills, and developing and demonstrating scientific attitudes and values. Organizing the curriculum around situations and problems that challenge and arouse learners' curiosity motivates them to learn and appreciate science as relevant and useful to their lives. Rather than relying solely on textbooks, varied hands-on, minds-on, and hearts-on activities will be used to develop learners' interest and let them become active learners. Based on this conceptual framework of the K-12 curriculum, the researcher thought of developing an instructional material for students as supplementary resources they could get, aside from relying only on their learning modules. Now we are in the digital age. Many different video games and applications that can catch the attention of people of different age groups come to existence. A lot of modern age teenagers spend a lot more time in playing video games as much as the time they spend studying in school, according to research conducted by University of Indiana, USA. According to Quo, educational video games and simulators can teach educational skills such as algebra, biology, photography, computer programming, and flight training. Moreover, he also suggested that appropriate simulation games can improve a child's sense of self-esteem and even improve social, leadership, and collaboration skills, and that can also lengthen the attention span of a child. The visual novel game is a genre that uses multimedia, text, images, sound effects and music, video clips and animation effects, and sometimes with voice clips to add more dramatic effects to the game. It is a story-driven game with a gameplay which is extremely minimal, which is only played by clicking to keep the game moving. Popular in Japan, this usual visual novel uses multiple storylines, so the players will achieve different endings of the story. In visual novels, the walkthrough of the game lies in the hands of the player. They are able to make choices or decisions within the game, and the outcomes will depend on the choices they made. To create a visual novel game, a visual novel engine is used. Among the popular visual novel engines are Novelty, Ren'Py, Unity, and Tyranno Builder. Ren'Py was chosen in making the visual novel software because it is free to use, customizable, and could be multi-platform. Python, the easy and efficient script language used in Ren'Py, makes it possible for non-programmers to make visual novels. This study aimed to develop and evaluate the effect of the interactive visual novel game in teaching physics to grade 8 students of Tabaco National High School. Moreover, it sought answers to the following questions. 1. What interactive visual novel game may be developed with the following features? A. Variation of visual examples, diagrams, and supplemental videos. B. Microtasks or quests to be completed by the students. And C. Immediate feedback in answering questions. 2. What is the effect of the interactive visual novel game on the students' conceptual understanding, critical thinking skills, attitude towards physics, and social skills? The research design and method used are descriptive developmental research method and pre-experimental research design. The instruments used were pre-test post-test for conceptual understanding, pre-test post-test for critical thinking skills, students' journals, teachers' observation sheets, and focus group discussion guide. The statistical treatment used in the study were weighted mean, percentage score, normalized gain, performance level, and t-test for paired samples. The interactive visual novel game is entitled Fractured Fairy Tale Chronicles of Newtonia. Just like other games, it also has a menu with options. Here we have Start, Load, Lessons, Settings, and Quit. There is also a map showing the different stages of the game. It will just appear when the players start playing the game. And there will be parts of the game wherein they will battle with different monsters or creatures. And there are some parts of the game also wherein they have to make choices. So the graphics used in the game were developed by the researcher herself. One feature of the interactive visual novel game is variation of visual examples, diagrams, and supplemental videos. Here are some screenshots of the visual examples, diagrams, and supplemental videos used in the game. Another feature is what we call the microtasks or quests in the game. Here are some screenshots of the microtasks that were played by the students. Like for this example, they were made to unscramble the following words flashed on their screen. And the other one is to decode so that they can proceed to the next part of the game. And another feature is what we call immediate feedback, wherein students are going to make choices inside the game. When the choices flash on the screen, they will choose what to click and immediately they will get feedback whether they got the correct answer or not. In the conduct of this study, the following results are acquired. These are the results of the conceptual understanding test. This test consisted of 24 items. From the pre-test that has a mean score of 6.54 and the performance level of 27.26%, it was increased during the post-test with a mean score of 9.63 and a performance level of 40.10% with a normalized gain of 0.18 with a low mastery level and highly significant increase. The researcher also considered the students with gadgets and students without gadgets, since not all students in the class have the gadgets wherein they can play the game. That's why the teacher used this, and the students were divided into groups so that everyone can experience gameplay by group. So there were 13 students with gadgets and game and 35 students without gadgets and game. So for the students with gadgets, from 66.385 pre-test mean, it was increased to 12.154. So 26.60% performance level, it was increased to 50.64%. While the students without gadgets, from a pre-test mean score of 6.629, it increased to 8.686. And performance level from 27.62, it increased to 36.19%. Here are the results of the critical thinking skills test. The number of items for this test is 16. In the pre-test, the mean score is 6.54 performance level is 27.44. It increased in the post-test, having a mean score of 9.63 and performance level of 50.26, having a normalized gain of 0.31, which is highly significant. Comparing the students with gadgets versus those without gadgets. For the students with gadgets, from a pre-test mean score of 6.769, it increased to 10.923, and in the performance level, from 42.31%, it increased to 68.27%. For those without gadgets, from a mean score in the pretest of 4.371, it increased to 6.971. With a performance level of 27.32%, it increased in the post-test with 43.57%. And here are the results of the student's attitude checklist. So the pretest, or the checklist that was answered before the implementation, the students had a mean score of 3.75, so they agreed. And for the post-test, or the one answered after the implementation, they got a mean of 4.37. They also agreed. For the students' social skills, it was manifested that the students enjoyed working with their classmates or group mates to accomplish the tasks given in-game and hands-on. Although there were few students who did not cooperate with their group mates at first, eventually they became engaged with the tasks assigned to their groups. Based on the findings, the following conclusions were drawn. The developed interactive visual novel game for Grade 8 Physics focused on force and motion and was characterized by three features: variation of visual examples, diagrams, and supplemental videos, microtasks or quests as part of the students' learning activities in the classroom, and immediate feedback in answering questions, which can be used as an instructional material. The IVNG infused a positive effect on the students' conceptual understanding, critical thinking skills, attitude towards physics, and social skills. Based from the findings and conclusion, the following are recommended. 1. The interactive visual novel game may be enhanced by making it a standalone game wherein the hands-on activities will be separated from the in-game quests. 2. The interactive visual novel game may be enhanced to make it more interactive. 3. The content of the IVNG is modifiable, hence the activities embedded in the game can be changed and adjusted according to the learning needs of the students. And lastly, the multiple choice pre-test post-test questions were limited to measure all conceptual understanding and critical thinking skills of the students. Thus, it may be enhanced by adding more test questions. So, thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you. I would like to thank the presenters of their studies. We have Ms. Isabel D. Porlaje of Ligao National High School, Mr. Julius Jose O. Bercasio, Ms. Mary Angeline A. Balse, and Ms. Camille Ann O. Barcoma. We also have Mr. Dino Manuel E. Prestado and Ms. Janine Faye P. Tagarda. Thank you for your presentations. Now we are open for the questions that our participants would like to ask our presenters. Let me check the chat box. Okay, there's a question here for the three presenters, for presenter number 1, number 3, and number 4. What future studies may be conducted as an offshoot of the study you have completed? Now, this is very important because this will give the viewers idea on their next possible research undertaking. Anyone would like to answer? From our presenters number 1, 3, and 4. I think they're with us. Okay, while they are formulating their response to the question, let me acknowledge first our viewers we have viewers on the BUFB page from Legazpi City, Ginubatan, and Tabaco City. And also from our viewers, we have viewers from Sorsogon, Antipolo, all the way from Antipolo City. We also have viewers from Cam Norte and Tabaco City on our BU EMD FB page. Okay, so may we now ask our researchers. Anyone, Miss Isabel Porlaje, if you're with us. We also have Mr. Prestado and Ms. Tagarda. Again, may I repeat the question? What future studies may be conducted as an offshoot of the study you have completed? Okay, this will give, of course, our viewers an insight on what next study they would wish to undertake. I think I can see Ms. Tagarda.
All right, good morning, everyone. Yes, to answer that question, researchers can conduct studies such as my study, since now we are in distance learning, and yung ginawa ko kasi is an app or a game which is also multi-platform. It can be used in Android, in iOS, and in the desktop or PC. So future researchers can also develop any instructional material. I have used Visual Novel Maker. So pwedeng hindi lang game ang pwedeng ma-develop doon, kundi pati mga apps wherein you can place some readable information that could help the students. And pwede rin siyang gawing mga may ina-attach na mga videos and visuals, since students can also be more motivated to learn using those apps. Since now we are having more screen time due to our situation right now, and ang distance learning halos na ang oras natin ay nasa laptop. So studies like this can help students in their learning para hindi rin ma-sacrifice ang kanilang learning kahit ganito ating sitwasyon na we are all working at home. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Janine. How about the other presenters? Is Mr. Prestado with us?
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
I think once the future studies that may be conducted based from my studies that we are now in a pandemic. We are now in a different kind of learning situation where I think based from my study, we can make use of a study where how do we interpret, or how do I put this, paano natin mabibigyan ng importance yung mga sagot ng mga estudyante natin using not just one representation, so that even without the guidance or even without the physical presence of a teacher, the students can still learn from the lessons without the physical presence of a teacher. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. How about the other presenter, Miss Porlaje? Is Miss Porlaje around? Okay, so thank you. Anything else? Anyone would like to ask question from our viewers in the chat, in the Zoom? Let me just check the chat box. Oh, we have a thank you from one of the participants, from Ms. Larios. Okay. All right, so how about the FB page? Okay, I guess we have that question now. That I think that was the only question that I could find from the comments. If there are other questions that you would like to ask, please post them in the comment section. Okay, so once again, we would like to thank the presenters for this session on learning and learners diversity. We have the first study presented, parental involvement in the study habits of grade 7 students in Ligao National High School, presented by Isabel D. Porlaje. We also have home environment and achievement, motivation, and their effects on academic performance of selected students of PSHS BRC, presented by Julius Jose Obercasio, Mary Angeline Balse, and Camille Ann Barcoma. The study on the use of multiple representations in physics, presented by Mr. Dino Manuel E. Prestado, and the use of interactive visual novel game in teaching grade 8 physics, presented by Ms. Janine Faye Tagarda. I do not see any other questions from our participants. I think they're all contented and satisfied with the presentations, which were very clearly presented. And so with that, we would like to thank everyone who has joined us for session 3. And may I now turn you over to our host. We shall now have a short break. I think it's already the time check is 11:53, so just in time for lunch. We will have a short break, and then afterwards we shall resume probably at 1 o'clock. And I would like the host to correct me on this. So thank you for joining us in today's and in the third session. Please stay tuned for the other sessions this afternoon. Session 4, we have curriculum and innovation. For session 5, we have educational policy, leadership, and management. Session 6, we have education and culture. So please stay tuned for those sessions. You will be learning a lot from our presenters. Okay, so there's a congratulations to all the presenters in our chat box. Okay, see you after lunch. And with that, this is your moderator, Maria Teresa M. Abainza, saying good morning and have a good day.
Bicol University is now 50 years old. In its 5 decades of existence, it has grown to 7 campuses, covering 16 colleges and academic units. Together, they offer 53 baccalaureate and 72 post-baccalaureate degree programs. The university has consistently performed above the national passing rates in licensure examinations and produces top-notchers yearly. Through the new University Code of 2016, BU reestablished the Office of the Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension. Discipline-based research and extension centers were established. Numerous outcomes in the form of publications, patents, utility models, citations, and paper presentations were achieved. Technology demonstration projects with positive returns on investment are now existing. Meanwhile, partnerships were forged with 97 other organizations and educational institutions. These have brought in more than 580 million pesos of external funding for R&D. All these contribute to BU's vision of becoming a world-class university or a learning institution at par with the best schools in Asia. Upon its creation on June 21, 1969, BU was the first state university in the Bicol region. Republic Act 5521 combined the then Bicol Teachers College, Daraga East Central School, Albay High School, Bicol Regional School of Arts and Trades, Rojas Memorial Agricultural School, and Bicol School of Fisheries to become BU. The young BU then was mandated to give professional and technical training and provide advanced and specialized instruction in literature, philosophy, the science and arts, besides providing for the promotion of scientific and technological research. Thus, BU was tasked not only to teach, but to conduct research and diffuse knowledge and innovations for the benefit of the community. In this regard, research and extension were part of the main concerns of the university from the very beginning. During the term of BU's first president, Dr. Ricardo Arcilia, 5 objectives for the university were formulated. One of them was strengthening the extension program of BU. University personnel facilitated the transfer of technologies for agriculture and rural development. This was done through information, education, and communication or IEC campaigns, short-term courses for farmers and other marginalized sectors, and technical support to various organizations. At this time, extension services were run from the then Public Affairs Office. The primordial research office was lodged at the graduate school. In 1977, the Extension Office was established as a separate unit called the Extension Service Center. It became the voice of BU through its radio program on agriculture. The Bicol University On Air was broadcast daily and hosted by the first Extension Director, Ramon Salire. At around the same time, the Research and Statistics Center was established. Its mandates were to initiate, undertake, coordinate, and integrate the research efforts of the university in relation to regional and national development goals. Early on, BU became the Bicol Regional Center for Training and Research in Population Education. The then College of Fisheries became part of the National Agricultural Research Network and was designated Regional Institute for Fisheries Technology. By the start of the 1980s, the university established a solid track record on research. Thus, the National Science Development Board provided funds for the purchase of laboratory equipment. Many other organizations gave grants to BU. During the term of the second university president, Judge Aquilino Bonto, the BU Extension program in Manila was established. The Extension Service Center continued disseminating information on various developmental topics, conducting short-term skills training programs, and providing technical support to other organizations. The university was designated as the regional center of the local administration and development program. The Research and Statistics Center strengthened its capabilities by forging linkages with many national government agencies, non-government entities, and international organizations. At this time, the Board of Regents formalized policies for research that strengthened the research and development management function of the center.
Firstly, wala pa masyadong pondo sa actual research, but rather staff. We were provided staff in the Indigo. Nung pumasok ako, dadalawa lang sila noon. Nung nandito to, mga 6 na kami, 7.
In the 1980s, BU researchers pioneered regional studies on tuna, siganids, mud crabs, fishing gears, indigenous fish processing technologies, grouper, tilapia, sea urchin, sinarapan, and coastal resource management.
Funding noon ang development plan, may development plan noon ang College of Research. Kaya well-funded sila. Facilities, personnel, well-funded yung mga research.
It was during the term of Dr. Roman Bukat as research director that the BU Research and Development Journal was established. Today, it is a peer-reviewed publication recognized by the Commission on Higher Education. As the EDSA People Power Revolution paved the way for a new political order, BU strengthened its links with various national government agencies and non-government organizations. Research was focused on the priority areas set by the government: agriculture and fishery studies, florists, responding to a national challenge for food security. Meanwhile, extension activities focused on information dissemination, specialist support services, and short-term skills training. The Extension Service Center joined the Bidani Network. This partnership, which exists until today, promotes local development and nutrition. The BU Development Foundation Incorporated was established and became a partner of BU in its growing research and extension engagements. The fourth BU president, Dr. Lilia Sena, expanded the research and extension programs of the university. Studies that had immediate impacts on regional development were prioritized. A collaborative program on pili post-production was implemented, together with then National Post-Harvest Institute for Research and Extension, which resulted in the design and commercialization of post-harvest tools, equipment, and storage systems for pili. In the late 1980s, more extension programs were implemented beyond the province of Albay. These included the Municipal Science and Technology Advisory Program, Consultancy on Agriculture Productivity Enhancement Program, and Linking for Education to accelerate literacy. To be able to effectively deliver extension services, the university instituted policies on extension, ensuring annual funding and redefining the concept of extension.
Because the principle of extension is working with and not for the people. Work with, not for. And even with the philosophy of the people are the determiners of their present and future well-being.
In 2002, the Research and Statistics Center was renamed the Research and Development Center in recognition of the key role of the university's research and extension undertakings in regional and national development. Its function was streamlined to focus on research administration and management, while implementation was lodged in the colleges and institutes. During the term of Dr. Emiliano Abirin as the fifth BU president, the number of studies significantly increased. Research programs implemented were on upland rice, native chicken, aquaculture, marine fisheries, abaca, winged bean, agricultural extension, and along coastal resources management. The Bidani Network has chosen the university as its lead institution in the Bicol region, and varied forms of extension work were instituted under this.
The Bicol Bidani Network program was so active, so we were the lead SUC in terms of capacitating other state colleges in Bicol region, primarily the Camarines Norte State College, Partido State College, then also Sorsogon State College, then Catanduanes State College, and then the Best MSCAT, the Don Emilio B. Espinosa Memorial State Agriculture College.
With funding from the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, BU developed modules for the National Service Training Program that were eventually used throughout the Bicol region. Similarly, the Department of Education and the Sorsogon Provincial Government partnered with the university on an alternative learning education program. The BU Extension Service Center also formed the Association of Bicol Region Extensionists. Mount Masaraga, an inactive volcano in Ligao City, and its environs were given attention. Biodiversity assessments were carried out, and livelihood options were presented to the residents of surrounding communities. In 1999, the research and extension offices were placed under one roof when the Office of the Vice President for Research and Extension was established. Because of this, there was better communication between the researchers and the extensionists. Thus, many research outputs were used in community.
It was always my dream that the product of research should be used for extension to the community. And luckily we were able to do that.
Dr. Ofelia S. Vega was the first Vice President for Research and Extension. According to her, research products that eventually reached communities through extension projects were the results of studies on seaweed, upland rice, and biodiversity, among others.
Plain research, unless it can do something for the community, is not that important.
When Dr. Susana Cabredo became the 6th university president, the research and extension centers were placed under the Vice President for Academic Affairs. The move was meant to bring a seamless connection among research, extension, and instruction. More studies were conducted outside the fields of agriculture and fisheries. However, since Bicol is an agricultural and archipelagic region, research in agriculture and fisheries continued. A multi-crop processing center was established in the Pulangi campus. The facility could process byproducts of ginger, lemongrass, pandan, and other herbs. Training sessions and food processing were also held. In 2004, BU became the base agency of the Bicol Consortium for Agricultural Resources, Research and Development, or BICARD. This is a network of 17 agencies in the Bicol region involved in research, development, and extension endeavors in agriculture, forestry, environment, and natural resources. Dr. Eddie C., the then research director, headed the consortium. Developmental information was also aired in a weekly program over radio station DZRC. The Regional Entrepreneurship and Productivity Center was established to help improve entrepreneurship and productivity. In Bicol. It was during Dr. Cabredo's term when the Comprehensive Development Plan of BU was implemented. Academic units were restructured into service and professional colleges. Information and communication technologies were prioritized. An offshoot of this plan was the rationalization of the budget for research and extension. The 7th university president was Dr. Faye Lauraya. At the start of her term, 7 discipline clusters were identified to streamline the research activities of the faculty. In the first year of Dr. Lauraya's term alone, 54 studies were conducted, 10 of which were externally funded. New technologies have arisen from these research undertakings. A portable, low-cost pili depulping machine was developed that can depulp newly harvested pili at a rate of 250 kilos an hour. A mechanical peely shell cracker was also produced, which can crack more than 200 pieces per minute. Meanwhile, BU assisted local government units in establishing and managing their marine protected areas. It also conducted studies on the sinarapan, groupers, sea urchins, and rabbit fishes. In addition, BU scientists collaborated with researchers from other institutions to help understand and mitigate the impact of harmful algal bloom. Studies in scallops were also implemented with support from PCARD. During the term of Dr. Lauraya, many faculty members published in respected international journals. In addition, numerous professors and students presented their studies in various global conferences, winning awards and citations. Not content with merely attending others' conferences, the university organized its own annual conferences at the international, national, and regional levels. Most importantly, CHED conferred on BU the Best R&D Program Award for 2 consecutive years and eventually became a finalist for the national title. At this time, the research director was Dr. Arnulfo Mascareñas, who would later on become the next BU president. As director, he spearheaded the reconfiguration of the Manual of Operation for Research and Development. This laid down the research policies of the university that guided faculty members in conducting their studies. There was also a change in the discipline-based clustering of the research and extension agenda of the university to a thematic area system. BU's network for international and local partners further expanded, pouring in millions of pesos to the university for research and extension. Meanwhile, numerous extension projects for calamity-stricken areas were continued.
Disaster and climate change is a global issue, and it is the role of local universities to act and do whatever we can in terms of education to contribute to this global issue. So it's basically local in action.
Due to the positive impacts of the activities of the university on disaster risk reduction and management, BU became the only international member of the US-based Extension Disaster Education Network. The Bungkaras Development Project was initiated in 2010 by the Extension Service Center. BU played a central role in the Techno Gabay program of BCARD. The university also implemented the Project Community Outreach to promote empowerment, a micro-lending partnership with the Philippine-German Foundation Incorporated. In 2012, BU hosted the International Workshop on Smart Technologies for Disaster Risk Reduction Management. In 2014, entrepreneurship professors held a training of trainers on cooperatives. The Cooperative Development Authority, or CDA, tapped these BU experts to educate the accredited trainers of the CDA on various issues surrounding cooperatives. As 8th BU President, Dr. Arnulfo Mascareñas started his term, faculty members continued winning Best Paper Awards in conferences. They also published in high-end journals and registered patents and other intellectual properties. Professors continued to attend and present at international, national, and regional conferences. Important projects funded by the PCARD were implemented. Professors studied the mass propagation of coconuts so that they can be planted in coastal areas damaged by typhoons and pests. In just 1 year, almost 5,000 embryos were produced. Other studies conducted were on marine and coastal habitats, biodiversity, watershed management, disaster risk reduction, agroforestry technologies, high-value crops propagation, early warning system, and rainwater harvesting. Aside from research in the natural sciences, there were studies on education, management, student welfare, academe-industry partnerships, gender, public health, history, folklore, organizational communication, traffic congestion, and labor and employment. According to former Vice President for Research, Development and Extension, Professor Ronel Juneda, external funding was made possible by the university's collaboration with other agencies. This paved the way for the conduct of many basic and applied studies in the natural sciences, as well as in the education and socio-economic fields. Money was also poured into infrastructures that helped researchers. The Bicol Regional Food Innovation Commercialization Center was established to improve technology in the region by providing a platform for food product development and processing. The fabrication laboratory was constructed to help researchers come up with high-quality products that can spur the creation of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. The tissue culture laboratory was built to assist plant researchers. Aside from these, other buildings for the use of researchers were erected, especially in the East, Ginobatan, and Tabaco campuses. The university's focus on disaster risk reduction and management, as well as climate change adaptation, continued. Funding for these initiatives came from CHED, Department of Interior and Local Government, Japan International Cooperation Agency, and Bicol Consortium for Development Initiatives, Incorporated. With the support from the Provincial Government of Albay, the BU Emergency Paramedic Training Unit conducted the Emergency Medical Technician Training Course 2015 to 2016. The Albay Provincial Governor's Office also partnered with the university in improving the province's sweet potato industry. To continue the culture of community engagement, nursing professors focused on health advocacy on maternal, newborn, and child health nursing in Magnito Albay. The College of Business, Economics, and Management has implemented a Community Enterprise Development Assistance Program. The college faculty also held seminars and workshops on entrepreneurship, financial literacy, marketing, bookkeeping, and various livelihood activities. The College of Industrial Technology partnered with the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology in providing skills and livelihood training to prisoners. Faculty members of the Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development trained barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan officials on the legislative process. The institute also partnered with the local government of Pilar, Sorsogon to promote good governance. Various barangays in Sorsogon province were the beneficiaries of the Gubat campus's training programs. Meanwhile, a partnership with the United Nations Development Program, Department of Education, and CHED led to a training program on migration and development. A database of school children whose parents are migrant workers was established. One important national program around the time Dr. Mascareñas took office was the transition to the K-12 curriculum. As a center of excellence, the College of Education implemented a 5-day training project for grades 7 to 10 teachers. The college also conducted a training project called Inclusive Education for Diverse Learners in order to assist other teacher education institutions. This was in line with a series of CHED memorandums that mandated inclusive education for diverse learners. Similarly, BU trained the teachers of the Department of Education Legazpi City Division on research, intellectual property, data management, and statistics. The biggest extension program of BU happened during the term of Dr. Mascareñas. The university became the lead institution in the implementation of region-wide livelihood training programs worth 313 million pesos, funded by the Department of Social Work and Community Development. Arguably, one of the biggest legacies of Dr. Mascareñas as university president was the reorganization of the BU offices concerned with research and extension. The Office of the Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension was reestablished. Under this office are 4 divisions and 7 discipline-based research centers. The university's second Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension, and the first under the reorganized system, was Dr. Victor Soliman. He faced the task of implementing the structural reorganization of the OVPRDE. Shortly, Professor Ronel R. Juneda Sr. took over the vice presidency. For him, the new organizational setup is beneficial because it allows for a seamless relationship between research and extension.
We also have materialized the research and extension continuum by which we successfully blurred the boundaries of research and extension. Both are carrying or following the same agenda, and we see to it that any product of research or extension or made use as an extension material of the university as it serves its role in community development.
Well, I'd like to see BEU become a research university where a huge majority of our faculty members are busy with research, where the culture of writing and publication has become internalized by our faculty members, especially our researchers.
In its next half a century, BU aims to provide more services to the community. However, the university would like to set right the notion of what extension is. According to Extension Director Dr. Lester M. Narvaez, projects are not one-time dole-outs. Instead, they should positively change the behavior and attitude of the beneficiaries. Extension projects must improve the total well-being of the people. For example, BU may provide homegrown technologies that will help farmers increase their harvest.
We would like to make the university known for developing homegrown technologies that are utilized by the communities.
In terms of research, the university shall keep pace with the new fields emerging today. To achieve this, said Vice President for Research, Development and Extension, Dr. Amelia De Rosa, the faculty must be trained to be up to date with the times.
So for me, number one is capacity development. And it should always be that. The university should always invest in the capacity of the faculty members.
Dr. De Rosa envisions the number of studies to increase in the coming decades. She also expects the quality of research to improve. It is a tall order, but is very much doable as the university shifts to a knowledge and innovation-focused research and extension system. This means following the roadmaps that various sectors in the academe and the industry have charted towards industry and university. To be able to achieve these, every member of the BU community must cooperate and help the administration in its plans and directions.
Do good from those which are weak, do better from those which are good, and do our best from those which are better.
This lends well to the vision of BU, which is to become a world-class university producing leaders and change agents for social transformation and development.
I hope that our faculty members in the coming days will not only be conducting research for their own personal gain, but we should conduct research with the end view of being able to contribute to the social transformation and development of our communities.
The academic and institutional foundations, the intellectual capital built, the policy infrastructures fine-tuned, the gains and milestones achieved, and the trajectory redefined can lead BU to become a research university.
Bicol University is serious in its pursuit for quality research. We are serious in partnering with individuals, with agencies to be able to advance the development of knowledge.
This is a Bicol University that will be a dynamic player in a knowledge and innovation-based economy. A lead institution that shall promote translational, disruptive, and transformative scientific and technological innovations for development. and a university that simply refuses to accept the status quo, but instead proactively responds to the needs and issues of time.
Good afternoon, friends. Welcome to session 4 of this conference. Session 4 is focused on curriculum and innovation. We have 5 researches to be presented in this session, which include: first, effect of puzzle for inventive thinking and reflective exploration in science, PITREX, and students' mastery level along critical contents in science, by Mr. Romeo Carl Peralta of Ligao National High School, Ligao City. Second, game-based activities in teaching grade 7 biology, by Mr. Nestor Jr. Lasala of Sorsogon State College, Sorsogon City. Third, contextualized instructional materials in teaching reading and writing skills, by Mr. Hector B. Atondo of Tabaco National High School, Tabaco City, Albay. Fourth, lessons using illustrated instructional materials in grade 7 biology, by Ms. Lazil D. Guemo of Galianosa National High School, Irosin, Sorsogon. And fifth, development of modules in English 6, integrating climate change concerns, by Ms. Elvirose Villanuezas of Maruroy Elementary School, Daraga, Albay. after the fifth presentation, we shall have the open forum where the viewers can ask questions, give comments, and share insights of the researches presented. Now, we shall have the first presentation and will be followed by another up to the fifth research to be presented.
Effect of PyTrex on students' master level along critical contents in science and mathematics by Remelcar Peralta, Master Teacher 2 of Ligao National High School. Context and rationale. Science and mathematics play a vital role in sustainable development. It provides critical foundations to students' future careers and life success through achieving a certain degree of scientific and mathematical literacies to enable them to participate effectively as citizens in modern societies. However, science and mathematics education in the Philippines falls short. Studies show that Filipino learners are not attaining functional scientific and mathematics literacy, resulting to difficulty in meeting the challenges posed by our rapidly changing world. Filipino students continue to languish in international comparisons of science and mathematics achievement. This is very evident in the performance of students in national and international surveys on mathematics and science competencies. Based from the recently conducted 2019 Basic Exit Assessment or BEA, the grade 12 students of Ligao National High School for school year 2018-2019 were rated as nearly proficient with mean percentage scores of 53.62 in science and 41.63 in mathematics. BEA results also showed that the problem-solving skills of the students in science were 69.66 along analyzing outcome, 59.98 in executing strategy, and 69.23 in understanding the problem. The critical thinking skills of the students in science along analyzing outcome was 33.33, while 41.48 for executing strategy and 39.33 in understanding the problem. The students' problem-solving skills in mathematics was 37.18 under analyzing outcome, 30.03 in executing strategy, and 44.19 in understanding the problem, while the students' critical thinking skills in mathematics under analyzing outcome was 35.43, 42.45 for executing strategy, and understanding the problem was 39.32. Moreover, the results of school year 2019 to 2020 pre-test and first quarter assessment in both science and mathematics show that 12 STEM students have low mastery level. Thus, the researcher formulated the following research questions. Number 1, what learning resource material can be developed to enhance the mastery level of grade 12 STEM students on critical contents in science and mathematics? Number 2, what is the effect of the developed learning resource material on the mastery level of grade 12 STEM students on critical contents in science and mathematics? The researcher used quasi-experimental research design. Pre-test and post results, journal entries, and observations were used as the source of data. The respondents were the grade 12 STEM students of Ligao National High School for both control and experimental groups, and mean was used for a statistical treatment. The study started from the validation of research instruments, followed by the development of PyTrex as the learning resource material, followed by the conduct of pre-test, conduct of lessons using PyTrex, and conduct of post-tests to grade 12 STEM students of Ligao National High School. Lastly, the researcher used focus group discussion to grade 12 STEM students. This is PyTrex, or Puzzle for Inventive Thinking and Reflective Exploration in Science and Mathematics.
Albert
Einstein once said, "The important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing." Truly, with innate curiosity, there is a spark of critical thinking and imagination that makes learning better, especially in science and mathematics. This clear vision anchors on Ligao National High School of Ligao City Division's upholding of academics and abilities development through the 21st century skills by upscaling the development of materials for scientific and mathematical literacies, thus the birth of PyTrex. The puzzle for inventive thinking and reflective exploration in science and mathematics, or also called as PTREX, is a teaching and learning resource material intended to develop the critical thinking and problem-solving skills of the students along science and mathematics. The PyTrex is composed of 1,000 different shapes and a robotic setup used in teaching learning competencies in physics, chemistry, and mathematics. The objectives of PyTrex are to stimulate students and teachers' curiosity, interest, and engagement in science and mathematics, to provide opportunities for students to develop critical thinking and inventive thinking, problem solving or problem finding, and informed decision-making skills, and to enhance the teaching and learning of complex concepts in senior high school, science, and mathematics using N3X or PyTrex. The team was composed of senior high school teachers Romel Far Peralta and Joaquin Cordova, with STEM students namely Erwin Cubasa, Arnulfo Pierrecchio, Steve Galiofe, John Enlil Par, and Alexander Marie Pierlejera. PyTrex was nationally acclaimed as the most innovative teaching and learning material of the Department of Science and Technology, Science Education Institute, or DOST-SAE, Innobox 2020. Search for the most innovative teaching and learning resources. The school received 100,000 pesos for being the champion. PyTrex may be replicated by just using colored papers for the puzzle part of the device. This is aided with the developed teaching and learning materials. It's easy to find materials, degree of content development, and the beneficiaries of the material, namely students, parents, teachers, and DepEd, will surely influence the quality of Philippines and even global educational landscape. After the development of PyTrex, the proponents asked the assistance of science and mathematics teachers in Ligao National High School to evaluate the said teaching and learning resource material. The science and mathematics teachers observed the mechanics on how to use PyTrex in every lesson. The proponents used multiple sources of data to analyze the effect of PyTrex.
Bilang sa estudyante, ang PyTrex ay nakatulong sa amin upang mas lalong maintindihan ang mga lessons sa physics katulad ng linear motion, 2 to 3-dimensional cases, at iba pang mga lessons sa physics. And nakatulong rin ang PyTrex sa pag-solve ng mga physics problems at mapadali ito at maging mas enjoy ang aming klase.
With PyTrex, I was able to provide opportunities for students to learn through collaboration and discovery. With PyTrex, teacher can utilize a full learning resource package. And with PyTrex, learning becomes more interesting and meaningful.
The study used pre-test and post-test and focus group discussion. The proponents conducted 20-item pre- and post-test before and after the conduct of the lesson to determine the learning of the students. There were 40 students in both control and experimental group. This is the mastery level of the students before and after the utilization of the PyTrex. There is a significant difference between the effect of traditional teaching and use of PyTrex in teaching science and mathematics. Most of the students under the experimental group gained full mastery, near full mastery, and mastery level. However, in the control group, most of the students gained mastery level. There were 3 sets of PyTrex produced by the proponent. Because of its significant effect on students' learning in science and mathematics, the developed PyTrex was replicated and utilized by other teachers in Ligao National High School teaching science and mathematics. There are 25 teachers who utilize PyTrex in their instructional delivery.
PyTrex is a teaching and learning resource material that enhances the students' mastery of concepts, arouses the interest, and provides them meaningful learning experiences. By using PyTrex, you can develop students to become critical thinkers, problem solvers, and innovators. Because a clear and creative innovation is the foundation of having a strong and competent person.
With PyTrex, Curiosity opens new doors for critical thinking and learning, because through this innovative material, learning becomes easier, engaging, and effective.
Conclusions. Puzzle for Inventive Thinking and Reflective Exploration in Science and Mathematics, or PyTrex, is a teaching and learning resource material that utilizes critical thinking and problem-solving skills of the students. Number 2, PyTrex enhances the mastery level of grade 12 students in science and mathematics. For the recommendations, Puzzle for Inventive Thinking and Reflective Exploration in Science and Mathematics, or PyTrex, can be used by teachers in discussing science and mathematics topics. Number 2, trainings and workshops can be conducted by DepEd and DOST to equip the teachers on how to use PyTrex in teaching. And lastly, a parallel study can be conducted to determine the effect of the lessons using PyTrex on students' life skills. These are the references. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the subject ecology? Boring? Complicated? Hard to understand? These are just some notions I heard from students saying about ecology on my first few years of teaching. It is quite difficult to hear such comments as a biology teacher, which really got me thinking, what can I do to make this subject enjoyable, exciting, easy to understand, and simple? Hi everyone, I'm Nestor L. Lasala Jr., and today I'm going to talk about game-based activities in teaching Grade 7 Biology. Statistics and performance tests show that there's a big gap that we need to address in science education. A lot of factors could contribute to this gap, and among those is the challenge in producing effective instructions today. Since the use of games in teaching had been getting attention as the demand to solicit in the subject increases, this research supports the idea that games can be used for educational purposes. I feel that games could provide great learning experiences and great tools used in improving the instruction in the classroom. And while viewing the literature and studies for this research, I came up with 4 research questions I want to be addressed in the study. First, what game-based activities may be developed for use in teaching ecosystem topics? Second, what lessons integrating game-based activities may be designed with the following features: active learning features, collaborative learning features, and inquiry-based learning features. Third, what is the nature of learners' engagement during the conduct of game-based activities? And last, what are the effects of game-based activities in enhancing the students in terms of conceptual understanding, motivation in learning, and social skills? The research conducted to answer these questions was done using game-based activities developed, adapted, or enhanced by the researcher. A total of 4 game-based activities were developed for ecology topics, namely the Conquest, Ecodama, Eco-Challenge, and Eco-Warrior. This is to determine if game-based activities indeed help students take interest in the subject and understand it better. A total of 66 students were the respondents of this study, wherein 33 of them are taught for the same topic, integrating game-based activities, while no such integration is done for the other half of the respondents. This study utilized quasi-experimental, non-equivalent control group pre-test post-test design, particularly in determining the effect of developed game-based activities in conceptual understanding of the student, and static group comparison design to note the effect of game-based activities in the motivation and social skills of the students. Mixed method approach that involves both quantitative and qualitative techniques was implemented in this study. This specifically utilized sequential explanatory design, which is characterized by the collection of quantitative data followed by the qualitative data, where the latter supports the finding and explanation of the former. This is to balance the weakness of both quantitative and qualitative approaches, allowing the study to explore various ways to analyze data. Quantitative approach was used to evaluate the result of experts' validation on the developed game-based activities, presence of features of active learning, collaborative learning, and inquiry-based learning on the developed lessons, nature of students' engagement, pre-test and post-test, post-intrinsic motivation inventory, and self-report on social skills. Having this kind of approaches when it comes to gathering and treatment of data assures the reliability and validity of the data and result of the study. Through this study, I was able to obtain the answers to the research questions. Based on the qualitative and quantitative analysis, lessons integrating these game-based activities encourage active, collaborative, and inquiry-based learning. One important finding of this study is the improvement of students' engagement. Students' engagement was improved and reinforced by making their achievement explicit, which naturally comes in the play environment as winners or accomplishments become known at the end of the game-based activities. It's also interesting to know that the result of compared sample t-test and Cohen's d-value favors experimental groups better conceptual understanding based on the post-test result. As I mentioned earlier, games or game-based activities offer unique learning opportunities to the students. In this study, it shows that students feel more involved in the subject or lesson through the use of game-based activities that they started understanding it better. This study also showed promising results for the students' social skills and motivation. Mann-Whitney U-test and Cohen's d-value and self-report on social skills also shows greater motivation in learning and social skills for experimental group. This implies that the use of game-based activities is really effective when it comes to helping others develop interest in the subject or lesson. Game-based activities can also be utilized more effectively in connecting students because of its collaborative feature. In conclusion, I would like to point out that integrating game-based activities in teaching ecosystem topics could make the lessons motivating and engaging. Here lies the greatest advantage of the use of game-based activities in the lessons. It also shows that students had better learning experiences as integrated game-based activities can enhance their conceptual understanding, motivation in learning, and social skills as reported by the students, observers, teachers, and with the support of statistical records. While further studies on the integration of game-based activities in teaching biology using other variables may also strengthen this study. It is also recommended to use the developed game-based activities integrated in the lesson to enhance science education. Thank you so much for staying with me as I present this study. That will be all. Again, thank you.
Good day, everyone. I am deeply honored and privileged for joining you in this noble undertaking, slated as the 6th Regional Conference for Promoting World-Class Education. My name is Mr. Hector B. Atondo, a student of Bicol University Graduate School, taking up Doctor of Philosophy, major in Educational Foundation, and a teacher of Tabaco National High School in Tabaco City Division. I am here to present to you my research paper entitled Contextualized Instructional Materials in Teaching, Reading, and Writing Skills. The implementation of the K-12 program in 2012 in the Philippines has posed a lot of challenges to teachers who are considered as the frontline workers in the education sector. Teachers have been required to adopt a new approach in teaching called contextualization. This refers to the educational process of relating the curriculum to a particular setting, situation, or area of application to make the competencies relevant, meaningful, and useful to learners. Having said that, the need for contextualized instructional materials is deemed important. At the school level, teachers were just provided with a curriculum guide with the absence of the prescribed contextualized instructional materials, particularly in reading and writing skills for senior high school. Thus, this research paper aimed to come up with a contextualized instructional material in teaching reading and writing skills. Specifically, it sought to answer the following questions. First, what are the instructional materials used by the teachers of Tabaco City Division in teaching reading and writing skills? Second, what is the extent of contextualization found in the instructional materials used by the teachers of Tabaco City Division in teaching reading and writing skills? And third, what contextualized supplemental material may be proposed for teaching reading and writing skills? The creation of a contextualized instructional material was anchored on the theory of connectionism, subsumption, and scaffolding. In connectionism, the instructional materials will serve as the bridge between the classroom and the real-world situations. It further argued that the learning takes place when a learner identifies connection between what he is learning and its application in the real world. Subsumption theory, which was popularized by Ausubel, emphasizes on the big role of the schema as an important factor to learning new things. The scaffolding theory, on the other hand, claims that a person needs support in order to learn things. Let's proceed to the conceptual paradigm, which explains the progression of the study. It first identified the instructional materials used in teaching reading and writing skills. Then the assessment of the extent of contextualization followed. It ended with the crafting of the contextualized instructional materials in teaching said subject. On methodology, the study used the mixed method of qualitative and quantitative research design, which means the data were collected and analyzed qualitatively and quantitatively. To answer the first and second problem of the study, a survey method was used using the researcher-made tool anchored on the definition of contextualization. The focus group discussion and the interviews were added to enhance the data obtained from the survey. In the analysis and interpretation of the data, the researcher made use of simple statistics, which included the frequency count and the general weighted mean, to determine the instructional materials used and the extent of contextualization found in them. The participants of the study were the secondary school teachers who were teaching reading and writing skills in the Tabaco City Division. The succeeding slides were the findings and results of the study. Table 1 here shows that there were only 7 instructional materials used by the teachers who were teaching reading and writing skills in Tabaco City Division. 5 are reference books and 2 are online sources. Table 2 discusses the extent of contextualization of each instructional material. Results revealed that reference book number 1 was rated 1.99, which means less extent of contextualization. Reference book number 2 was 2.01, which means moderate extent of contextualization. Reference book number 3 was 2.0, which means moderate extent of contextualization. Reference book number 4 was rated 2.03, which is moderate extent of contextualization. Reference book number 5 with rating of 2.01 is less extent of contextualization. For online sources number 1, it got 2.35, so moderate extent of contextualization. And online sources number 2 with 2.0 rating interpreted with moderate extent of contextualization. For the extent of contextualization of all the instruction materials from reference book number 1 down to online sources number 2, along with appropriateness, relevance, applicability, and localization, the result is 2.04 with verbal interpretation as moderate extent of contextualization. This was backed up by the teachers and supervising English personnel who said that the instructional materials used were difficult on the part of the learners and that engagement was hard to achieve. In addition, text in the instructional materials tackled overarching international issues which did not happen in Bicol. Furthermore, on applicability, there were only a few instructional materials that used concepts usable in real-world situations. And last, for localization, the IMs were not reflective of the Bicolano culture, history, and identity. Results also of interviews with the supervising English personnel further revealed that contextualization was not an easy task for teachers. A scarcity of contextualized instructional materials was another challenge teachers have to contend with. Teachers were only given curriculum guide as a reference, and they resort to using commercialized books. So based on the foregoing findings and results, the researcher proposed to have a contextualized instructional material in the form of a teacher's guide. This was entitled Read, Think, Write. The contents of the contextualized instructional materials are based on the topics and competencies found in the subject reading and writing skills. To describe the book, it contained 3 modules pertaining to the 3 major topics of the subject, with parts, namely, the content standard, the performance standard, specific lessons to be taught following the 5 phases: warm up, hook up, boost up, round up, and check up, respectively. The sources of instructional materials were local materials and some were crafted by the researcher himself. The book also was assessed by the experts on instructional materials production and by the education program supervisor in English in the division to know the extent of contextualization. The result of the survey was 4.80, which means very high extent of contextualization. Hence, the following conclusions were made. First, no prescribed textbook or instructional materials to be used, only CG as basis. Second, the extent of contextualization of the rated instructional materials was fairly moderate. Third, the contextualized teacher's guide in reading and writing skills is a good supplemental material in teaching reading and writing skills. Based on the conclusions, the following were the recommendations. First, the teacher in the Tabaco City Division must be proactive and supportive of the DepEd's mandate to contextualize lessons for their learners. Second, the Tabaco City Division should include in its operational plan the conduct of seminars and training regarding contextualization. Third, the teachers, not only those teaching reading and writing skills, may promote the culture of sharing and learning from other teachers' best practices. And fourth, schools and other local offices should preserve the local materials and references that can be used as instructional materials by teachers in teaching certain subjects. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hector B. Atondo, saying thank you and good day.
Good day, everyone. My name is Lizelle Gremo, and I'm going to present to you my semester thesis study, and it's all about lesson using illustrated instructional materials in grade 7 biology. Students today's generation are considered as a visual learner since the world today is focusing on a drastically changing world of technology. One way to combat this gap is to teach students in a way that seems like a game. Teaching science is always a challenge. Teachers have to find ways by which students can catch with the lesson and use the information to improve the learning and teaching process and achieve the quality of education design. Instructional materials is a generic term used to describe the resources teachers use to deliver instruction. Learning materials are important because they can significantly increase students' achievement by supporting students' learning. Instructional materials plays a great role in students' academic performance and can add important structure to lesson planning and deliverance of instruction. This verifies clearly when these tools stimulate, encourage, and make students understand the subject matter. Instructional materials with the use of pictures, drawing, charts, and illustration is often designed to facilitate learning and have a positive effect. The effectiveness of visual information is considered within cognitive learning and retention. So basically, my goal of study is to develop lesson, incorporating this develop illustrated instructional materials where it discusses or I used the same competency where I add some pictures or illustration or charts in the lesson so that student can easily comprehend the lesson. So most of the students today's generation based on the studies are visual learners, and as you can see the textbook given by the DepEd are bombarded with text. So some students did not or were not able to comprehend well the lesson because of this. So that is one of my innovations to make the lesson more creative and interesting, especially in science. And one of the research, or these are the research problem presented. Number one, what illustrated instructional materials in grade 7 may be developed to enhance the understanding of biology? Number two, what is the nature of interaction that takes place in the conduct of the lesson using the illustrated instructional material? Number three, what is the level of acceptability of the illustrated instructional material as assessed by letter A, students, B, science teachers? And lastly, what is the effect of the developed instructional materials in terms of conceptual understanding in biology? And B, students' interest in biology. So let's proceed to the theoretical paradigm. So I used actually 4 theories, the dual coding theories, visual learning, cognitive load theory, and the theory of instruction. So let's start first with the theory of instruction by Jerome Bruner. So as Jerome Bruner is a psychologist who supported the cognitive theory of learning in empathic in terms of developmental aspect of learning and its implication to teaching. Bruner theory instruction emphasizes teachers' role in instructional and learning process. He focused on the responsibility of teachers rather than of the students or learners to acquire learning. As applied to the study, this theory suggests that one of the main goals is to facilitate learning, the use of effective instruction and strategy in teaching. This is also determines their strength and weaknesses and define enrichment or improvement of weakness, thereby improve the quality of instruction and learning process. Another theory serves as the foundation of this study is John Swaller's cognitive load theory, which states that learning happens best under the condition that align with human cognitive architecture or area of instructional design. This theory also states that effective instructional material facilitates learning by directing cognitive resources towards activities that are relevant to learning rather than towards preliminaries. This theory explains that students' learning can be molded and improved by creating a supplementary tool for learning that will help learners to improve conceptual understanding. Third is the dual coding by Pavio, proposed that information is stored in a long-term memory both as verbal promotion and mental images. It suggests that when information is presented verbally and visually, it has a better chance of being remembered. Corroborating research shows that concrete words and that pictures alone are remembered better than words alone. From dual coding perspective, concrete words help us generate associated words in addition to detailed mental images. The combination of verbal proposition and mental images establish multiple pathways by which information can be retrieved from the memory. And lastly, the study is anchored on the theories of visual learning and constructivism by which provide contextual learning. Visual learning style is where learner utilizes graphs, charts, images, maps, illustration. It also called spatial learning style, which is way of learning with information associated with images. The theories involved in visual learning all agree that people learn more deeply from words and pictures than from words alone. However, simply adding words to picture is not an effective way to achieve learning. Visual learning further proposes two separate channels, which are auditory and visual. For processing information, that each channel has limited or finite capacity, and learning is an active process of filtering and selecting, organizing, and integrating information based upon the prior knowledge. The next one is the conceptual paradigm. Um, One of the role of the teacher is to manage the learning and passes on to the learners concept and understanding and treating them as this empty vessel which science teacher feels. Usually a teacher can feel. Instructional materials aids makes learning real and promotes retention. In addition, proper presentation of good instructional materials employed by teacher will enhance good understanding of subject matter. The use of illustration as instructional materials could enhance text narratives. This study promotes the use of instructional materials with the aids of illustration as technique in enhancing the nature of interaction in the classroom during the conduct of the lesson. Level of interest in improve of conceptual understanding in biology. Using illustration as instructional materials is a good way to make lesson more memorable to learners involved. Instructional materials can be interactive and can help customize the learning processes. The expert critically evaluated the lesson using the illustrated instructional materials in biology by assessing the level of acceptability of the illustrated instructional materials, acknowledging the nature of interaction during the lesson, and the effect of learners' conceptual understanding and the level of interest in biology. The conceptual framework shows that the interrelationship of the variable in this study. All right, let's proceed to the methodology. So to determine the effectiveness of developed illustrated instructional materials, a quasi-experimental design was used. This design involved two groups were pre-tested and post-tested, but only experimental group was given the treatment, which is the developed lesson and the illustrated instructional material. Shown below is the diagram of the design. All right, so I think it is clear and it's this diagram shows or explain everything on my methodology that I made. And the sources of data is, of course, the expert, 5 expert teachers. Mostly there are master teacher from senior high school and junior high school, biology major. Biology teacher, 8 biology teacher from Galianosa National High School. By the way, dun sa 5 experts, some of them are the professor from different colleges and universities. And of course, students. I use grade 7 students from Galianosa National High School since I teach them. So that is my work of assignment. All right, instrument that I used. First is the, of course, expert LRMDS assessment and evaluation rating sheet for print resource to validate the developed illustrated instructional materials. Letter B, teacher's observation tool as per DepEd memorandum. Letter C, students' journal entries. Letter D, student teacher's acceptability tool for developed illustrated instructional material. E, conceptual understanding test. And F, interest in biology checklist. All right, for data gathering procedure, my statistical treatment I use is the frequency count. The weighted mean presented is here at the side is the formula, the mean performance score, and the t-test. All right, for the result, all right, for question number 1, research problem number 1, actually I make 14 developed lesson integrating the use of developed illustrated instructional materials in biology, and one of this the parts and function of the compound microscope, how to use a compound microscope, levels of biological organization, common diseases of major organs of the body, cell as the basic unit of life, plant cell and animal cell, beneficial and harmful microorganism, sexual and sexual reproduction, offspring produced from asexual and sexual reproduction, fertilization process, components of ecosystem, ecological relationship and ecosystem, and energy transformation, and lastly, cause and effect of changes in abiotic factors. All right, so these are the findings. All right. For the conclusion, for research problem number 1, the developed illustrated instructional material in grade 7 biologies are the following presented. All right, the next is for number 2, research problem number 2. What is the nature of instruction that takes place in the conduct of the lesson using illustrated instructional material? So my findings, the nature of interaction during the conduct of the lesson using developed illustrated instructional materials will describe qualitatively. So for the conclusion, the nature of interaction during the conduct of the lesson using illustrated instructional material creates possible direct interaction between learners and the environment, promotes a positive climate, and arouses the interest and participation of students during the teaching learning process. For research question number 3, what is the level of acceptability of the illustrated instructional materials as assessed by students and science teachers? So, based on the findings, okay, let's proceed to conclusion. The level of acceptability of illustrated instructional materials along the criteria content under the teacher's evaluation garnered outstanding and very satisfactory on the part of the students. Level of acceptability of this illustrated instructional material along usefulness is outstanding for the teacher's evaluation and very satisfactory for the student's evaluation. The level of acceptability of illustrated instructional materials along design is outstanding for the teacher's evaluation and very satisfactory on the part of the students. Overall, the level of acceptability of developed illustrated instructional material along teacher's evaluation is outstanding and very satisfactory along students' evaluation. All right, for research problem number 4, what is the effect of developed lesson using illustrated instructional materials in terms of conceptual understanding? So that is the findings. So I pre-tested and post-tested both experimental and controlled. Both experimental and controlled group. And here is the conclusion. So the use of illustrated instructional material was found effective in developing and enhancing the conceptual understanding of the students. So there is an increased, significant increase on the conceptual and their understanding by using this developed illustrated and instructional material. All right. Letter B, students' interest in biology. So I also pre-tested and post-tested the conduct in this question. So for the conclusions, based from the findings, from the evaluation of the students' level of interest in biology shows that students became highly interested in every lesson's science, biology after being exposed to the developed illustrated instructional materials. And for the recommendation, here are the recommendations given that I gave for the future researcher. Number 1, the developed illustrated instructional materials in grade 7 biology can be adopted and improved by biology teachers. And number 2, teachers, particularly science teachers, should develop instructional materials to enhance students' understanding, seemingly abstract concepts in science. Number 3, Create an instructional material that would increase students' interest towards biology and promote effective learning and cooperative learning activities among students. Number 4, students' learning material to help them in teaching learning process as prescribed in the curriculum. Without modules and other instructional materials, students' learning is negatively affected and their learning level becomes dense, resulting to least learned competency. Number 5, the use of illustration as instructional material should be reinforced to aid in the teaching learning process, especially in the conduct of activities and class discussion. Number 6, there must be a person who is an expert in ICT that should validate the illustrated instructional materials. And number 7, further improvement of developed illustrated instructional materials. So that's are some of the recommendations that I will give for the future researcher. Okay, so that are my references. And thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. I am so pleased to share to you my study way back 2019. With all the changes we are experiencing in our climate nowadays, there is an imperative call to all the educators in addressing the impact of global warming, increase the climate literacy among young people. This was my motivation in crafting this study with the title Development of Modules in English 6 Integrating Climate Change Concerns. This is the thesis presented to the faculty of Bicol University Graduate School as partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree Master of Arts in English Education. Let me introduce myself first. I am Elveros Billionarisas, a graduate of Master of Arts in English Education. To give everyone a little background of myself, I am currently connected at Schools Division Office of Albay, Daraga North District, Maroroy Elementary School. Let me share first to you the line from Simonson. The schools need teachers who are innovative enough to incorporate in their lessons the concerns of the community to develop the students' awareness that would encourage involvement. This line inspired the study to address the need of learning modules that can be used by the English 6 students in public schools. This study aims to integrate climate change topics in English 6 lessons. Specifically, this sought answers to the problems that you can see on the screen. First, what topics on climate change are integrated by the teachers in teaching English 6? Second, what problems are met by the English 6 teachers in integrating climate change topics in English 6 lessons? Third, what learning modules in English 6 may be developed integrating the climate change topics? Fourth, what are the evaluation of the learning modules in terms of content, organization and mechanics, and technical aspects? Fifth, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the developed learning modules based on the result of pilot testing, which can be used as basis for the enhancement of the modules? In response to Republic Act number 10533, Enhanced Basic Education of 2013, mandated the adoption of the K-12 basic education program by all Philippine schools, the development of K-12 learning materials as mandated by Republic Act 10121 of 2010, Republic Act 9729 of 2009, as amended by Republic Act 10174 of 2012, ensure the integration and implementation of DRRM and climate change adaptation in the school curricula in the primary and secondary levels. With the legal basis and ideas, this study developed learning modules in English 6. Integrating climate change concerns. This research was anchored from Brunner's constructivist theory on instructional design. Brunner cited that learning is an active process in which learners construct new ideas or concepts based upon their current or past knowledge. The learner selects and transforms information, construct hypotheses, and make decisions relying on a cognitive structure to do so. This study is a combination of a qualitative and quantitative research using the developmental evaluative design. The evaluative method was used in the assessment of the modules by the jurors and the determination of the module's value through pilot testing with school authorities as evaluators. The modules that were developed put forward the segment recommended by S. Adam with the following parts. First is the title, shows the specific topic of the module. Second is the overview, serves as an introduction of the module. Third were the objectives, they explain the knowledge, skills, and attitude that is to be developed among the learners. Fourth is the discussion, focused on the need to know information that are important. And fifth is the evaluation, where an exercise to assess the learning outcomes. The modules were submitted for content analysis and critiquing to the future jurors from the Division of Albay. An instrument for the evaluation of the modules was obtained and used as parameter in the evaluation of modules by master teachers in the Daraga North District. The suggestions were considered in the revision of the modules to determine the quality of the modules. A 1-hour pilot testing of the modules was done with the grade 6 students in Daraga North District, the supervisor and the principal as the observers, and their comments and suggestions were noted. So the results, among the topics on climate change that were suggested by the CIRCA for integration in the lessons in the elementary and secondary school, with the 20 participants, 20 English teachers participants in the Daraga North District. First in rank is the effects of climate change. Second is the causes of climate change. Third in rank is the adaptation to climate change. And the fourth is background of climate change. The problems met by the teachers integrating climate change concerns in English 6 lessons are as follows. First, there are limited instructional materials in the Department of Education that are geared toward teaching and learning climate change issues. Second, there is a minimal simplified topics that can be integrated in English 6 lessons. And third, there is no point of entry of climate change issues in English 6. The learning modules in English 6 integrating climate change concerns were developed along the following English skills. First, identifying cause and effect relationship, followed by identifying facts and opinion. Second, recognizing links. Fourth, evaluating effects. And fifth, explaining about the presented ideas. And the climate change concerns that were integrated were the following: global warming, smoke and smoke belching, flash flood, earthquake, and volcanic eruption. So, for the evaluation of learning modules, as what the jurors, the master teachers of Daraga North District, they rated the modules with 4.25, which means very good. So here, you can see here, the modules developed, modules in English 6 integrating climate change concerns. For Module 1, the climate change concern is on global warming, and the skill to be developed is identifying cause and effect relationship. For the second module, we have there the smoke and smoke belching. The skill to be developed is identifying and opinions. And for the third module, the climate change concern is flash flood, and the skill to be developed is recognizing links. And for the fourth module, climate change concern is on earthquake, and the skill to be developed is evaluating effects. And for the fifth module, the climate change concern is volcanic eruption, and the skill to be developed is explain about the presented ideas. To conclude, the topics on climate change that were suggested by authorities on climate change are integrated by teachers in English 6 lessons. The problems on integrating climate change concerns in English lessons are on teachers not being able to make instructional materials due to their time and work elements. There are also limited instructional materials that are used by teachers integrating climate change concerns in lessons. The modules that were developed integrating climate change concerns were very good instructional materials based on content, organization, and mechanics and technical aspects. Modules in English subjects integrating climate change issues can be crafted by teachers who are advocates in spreading awareness of matters concerning issues that are relevant. For recommendations, other topics on climate change need also to be taken up in school. Researchers can also venture on integrating climate change concerns and lessons not only in English but also in other subjects using other media. School authorities need an extra effort to follow up or monitor the extent of distribution of instructional materials that were said to have been developed by teachers. Third recommendation, the modules that were developed in this study can be shared with those who are willing to create awareness on climate change concerns. Support from the Department of Education in connection with the production of the mentioned modules is highly sought. Since modules can be developed by teachers, it is recommended to the graduate school the thesis and dissertation of teacher students should be on development of materials that can be used in the field of teaching. As such, it's a very good student output usable enough, serving as an academic requirement as well as materials that could be utilized for promotion purposes. And lastly, modules can be crafted by teachers who are in the teaching arena. School heads could push them to develop such instructional materials even in the school level first. Teachers should not wait for what the division office could provide them, rather inspire them to develop materials for their own usage. This would make field even more productive. So this would be all. Thank you for listening. Again, this is Elperos Billionaires presenting the development of modules in English 6 integrating climate change concerns.
That's the last presentation for session 4. Thank you very much, Mr. Romel Carl Peralta of Ligao National High School, Mr. Nestor Jr. Lasala of Sorsogon State College, Mr. Hector B. Atondo of Tobaco National High School, Ms. Lazel D. Guemo of Galianosa National High School, Sorsogon, and Ms. Elveros B. Llanarizas of Maruroy Elementary School, Daraga Albay. Thank you so much for your clear and comprehensive, straightforward presentation of your studies. Now we are ready for the open forum. I am sure our presenters will be very glad to answer some questions coming from the viewers. Do we have questions? Okay, I think Mr. Romel Carl Peralta can answer this question, sir. Mr. Peralta. Here's your question. What future studies do you think may be conducted as an offshoot of your study? This will give the viewers idea on what their next possible research undertaken can be.
Hello ma'am.
Sir
Pwede po
Carl?
pakiulit kasi medyo mahina po signal na.
Okay. What future studies or research do you think may be conducted as an offshoot of your study?
I think ma'am, I can or any other authors can make research on the effect of PyTrex on developing their critical thinking and problem solving skills, because this is one of the very important skills that the student should possess in order to achieve a high rate in to achieve high performance when it comes to critical thinking and problem solving activities. So mahalaga na magkaroon din po ng mga researches patungkol sa pagde-develop kung papaano mas ma-develop pa ang critical thinking at problem solving skills ng mga bata, kasi ito po yung isa sa pinakamalaking problema, lalong-lalo na po sa public schools, na nakafocus masyado ang mostly mga teachers and school itself in developing the conceptual understanding and master level of the students. So as a teacher, we need also to teach the students how to think, how to develop, and how to innovate.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Romel Carl Peralta, for that answer. Now we come to Sir Nestor Jr. Lasala. Sir, hello. As a researcher, how would you encourage others to undertake research, just like what you did? May I repeat? As a researcher, how would you encourage others to undertake research or studies similar to what you did? Okay, while waiting for that answer, we have here some comments coming from our viewers. There is, our potential is infinite, so keep on trying, be creative. In times, you can be a good writer. Thank you so much. Okay, there's another from Sandra, from Mom Sandra. Thank you to our presenters. And from Mom Salve Andes, still watching from Legazpi City Division. Thank you very much. Okay, so we also have here a question for Mr. Hector B. Atondo, sir. Mr. Atondo.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you share some of your most challenging experiences in conducting this particular research? What advice can you give them when they meet similar challenges?
Okay.
Repeat.
Good afternoon. No need, ma'am.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Ma'am Aldo. One of the challenges actually I met when I conducted the research was the time when I need to gather all the teachers for an interview. You know, the local of my study is Tabaco City Division. Although it's a small division, however, there's a great challenge actually to gather all teachers in one particular venue just to conduct the survey. I mean, to um, make a follow up of their answers on the survey. And another challenge, ma'am, is actually the crafting of the instructional materials itself. I think the best advice I can give to those who are planning to also produce instructional materials is for them to stay focused, to know what they're up to, what's their objective really, to help or whatsoever. So I think it's the focus, it's their objective, their intention that matters most in creating instructional materials for the benefit and for the betterment of our learners po.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Atondo. Thank you very much. I
You're
still
welcome,
could
ma'am.
remember
Yes, ma'am. Apo.
when you wrote your paper.
Yes po.
Thank you. Okay, we go to Miss Elvirose Villanueva. Ma'am Elvi.
Yes po, Ma'am Aldo. Good
Okay,
afternoon.
here is your question. Could you tell the viewers as to the utilization of your research output? How were these modules that you developed used? Did the other grade 6 teachers used these modules other than yourself? I mean, if there were, what comments did they give as to the effectivity of the instructional materials?
Thank you for that question, Ma'am Aldo. Good afternoon po once again. So it's not only the grade 6 teacher of Maroroy Elementary is using that. It's recommended to all the teachers in Daraga North District. They can utilize that materials, that modules developed by me. And then po, very timely lang, that time that I developed those materials was the time that the DepEd is struggling in the learning materials because they are still that time on the K-12, which is very new to them, and then they are in the problem of developing learning materials. So for the teachers, grade 6 English teachers, their comments were very gratifying because they really these modules really help them in supplying the lessons. It's just supplemental materials for the particular English skills. So for the comments of teachers, they are very thankful for this material. So I suggest also to the viewers to develop more learning materials that can be utilized. That's it po, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Elvirose Villanueva. Now, here is another question for Mr. Atondo from Dr. Abainza, Maria Teresa M. Abainza. Here's the question. What advice can you give instructional material developers who also plan on working on contextualization and localization? For Sir Atondo, what advice can you give instructional material developers who also plan on working on contextualization and localization?
Good afternoon to Ma'am Abainza, my former teacher in the master's program. The best advice I can give, ma'am, to the instruction materials developer is for them to really, for them to prioritize the, what do you call this, prioritize the inclusion of history, culture of a particular place where the writers belong, because nowadays people are becoming so what do you call that, dominated or somewhat influenced, greatly influenced by the global community. So it's high time for the writers to also foster the great and rich culture of a certain place, just like po Bicol, the Bicol region. I have not actually seen, I have not seen before, I have not seen instruction materials that are very contextualized and localized. So that's why I aimed I aimed at producing that kind of instruction materials for contextualized instruction materials.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. Now
Yes, ma'am.
we go back to Mr. Nestor Jr. Lasala. He had difficulty in the internet connection before. Now we ask him this question again. Sir Lasala, as a researcher, how would you encourage others to undertake research as what you did? What other skills in science do you think can still be studied upon, similar to your study?
Okay po, good afternoon, ma'am. Naririnig po?
Yes, clear.
Okay po. For the first question, I think the best thing that I can advise to those is to persevere in doing their craft, especially in writing research. Kasi I recognize that writing research is not an easy task. As a matter of fact, it took me 5 years to finish my master's and 2 years to finish my thesis. However, my dedication and perseverance drive me hard to finish my study. So I never stop. So yun lang po, ma'am. I think kailangan lang po talaga pagtuunan ng pansin and time po talaga, because there's no perfect, I mean, parang wala po talagang eksperto masasabi when it comes to conducting research. We are forever learners in conducting research. As for those who are planning to create related research po dun sa ginawa ko, which is development of game-based activity, I think they can also focus on the effect of the games on scientific skills, because we all know that games is often associated to motivation of the students, and I believe that there are few researches dealing on the effect of the games in the scientific skills of the students. So yun po, ma'am. That is one of the variables that is recommended po sa ginawa ko pong research. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, yes, since there are no more questions, we would like to thank again our 5 presenters for session 4. Now we are ready to move on section 5, which is an educational policy, leadership and management, which will also be followed by session 6 on education and culture. This is Professor Miriam P. Maldo, your moderator for session 4. Friends, let us welcome Dr. Jocelyn J. Paje, the moderator for session 5.
The presentation is about to begin, and allow me to welcome you all in the 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education. Before the presentation begins, let me introduce the presenters for today's session on educational policy, leadership, and management. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the presenters for session 5 on their researches entitled Dyadic Perspective of Mentors and Mentees, Basis for the Mentoring Program, which will be presented by Maria Teresa M. Abainza, Bicol University College of Education, Daraga Albay. Next is Promoting Lifelong Learning through Institutionalization of Community Engagements in Bicol University by Rebecca Rosario Obercasio, BU Center for Teaching Excellence, Legazpi City. The third is Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Program of St. Agnes Academy, Legazpi City, to be given to us by Mr. Arim D. Valencia, St. Agnes Academy, Legazpi City. And the last will be presented by Miss Venus J. Kahapay of Pawa High School, Legazpi City, on her research on benefits and challenges of ICT integration in medium secondary schools of Legazpi City Division. The first presenter now, Ma'am Teresa M. Abainza, it's your turn.
Good day, everyone. I am Professor Maria Teresa M. Abainza of Bicol University College of Education, and I would like to present the study entitled Dyadic Perspectives of Mentors and Mentees. Mentoring is a personal enhancement strategy through which one person facilitates the development of another by sharing known resources, expertise, values, skills, perspectives, attitudes, and proficiencies. Mentoring in the workplace is being recognized as a learning partnership between employees for purposes of sharing technical information, institutional knowledge, and insight with respect to a particular occupation, profession, organization, or endeavor. The culture of mentoring, however, varies from one group of individuals to another. There are issues that may arise from one mentoring situation to another. A university, for instance, is an organization composed of a variety of individuals with different perceptions of themselves and of others. In the light of this diversity, mentoring styles and strategies may also differ, while such differences provide for an opportunity to share with others the experiences, which may not only be enriching but also very rewarding. It may also bring important concerns that need to be raised and looked into. Bicol University, with its 569 faculty and 336 non-teaching personnel, caters to more than 26,000 students from the various fields. With such a big number of service provider and clientele, its commitment to continually strive for excellence in instruction, research, and extension, and its aim to be a world-class university, the need for a mentoring program is vital. Hence, this study. Here are the research problems. What is the personal and professional profile of the selected mentors and mentees from Bicol University teaching and non-teaching personnel? What are the mentoring practices and stories of the BU teaching and non-teaching personnel? What are the dyadic perspectives of the mentors and mentees of BU teaching and non-teaching personnel on mentoring in terms of mentoring relationship, mentoring process, role and characteristics of mentors, and role and characteristics of mentees? How do these perspectives influence the following? Personal growth and professional growth. What are the challenges and coping strategies of the mentors and mentees of BU? What mentoring program may be proposed to enhance professional advancement? The foundation theories of this study are Albert Bandura's social learning theory, Levygotsky's zone of proximal development, George Herbert Mead and Herbert Blumer's symbolic interaction theory, and Hersey Blanchard's situational leadership theory. Considering the key concepts or constructs in the theory cited and relating them to the intent of the study, this study proposes the theory on mentoring exercise, which posits that the practice of mentoring in any form or type is necessary to create a culture of engagement and growth mindset geared towards the realization of mutually beneficial goals for both mentors and mentees among the employees. For the conceptual paradigm, the profile of the mentor and mentee respondents from Bicol University is essential in determining the ideal pairing of mentor and mentee for the dyadic interview. In a dyadic manner, the mentoring practices and stories as well as perspectives on mentoring relationships, roles, and characteristics of mentors and mentees are elicited. Likewise, the influences of these perspectives on both the mentors and the mentees' professional and personal growth, together with the challenges faced and their coping strategies, are deduced. Factors, aspects, concepts, contexts, and situations embedded in the mentoring stories and practices, as well as inputs from benchmarking and from review of related works, and consequently, the analysis of all these in the context of culture of engagement and growth mindset, are taken as important inputs in the design and development of a mentoring program. For the research design and methodology, the research method used was descriptive qualitative, and it is also based on grounded theory. For the respondents and key informants, a sample population was taken from the total of 569 faculty and 336 non-teaching personnel. Also, purposive sampling was done to choose the subjects for the dyadic interview. For the benchmarking, this was used for the crafting or the preparation of the mentoring program. Jurors to critique and assess the proposed mentoring program were also invited, and key informants for the FGD to refine the proposed mentoring program were also invited. The research instrument include survey questionnaire for the profiling to identify the subjects for the dyadic interview guide for the dyadic interview guide for the benchmarking, guide questions for FGD, and rubric for assessing and critiquing the proposed mentoring program. The data gathering procedure includes seeking approval, setting the schedule for the distribution of survey questionnaire to a sample population using the Slovin's formula. Retrieval was only at 85% of the sample population. Analysis of the results, identification of the mentor and mentee for the dyadic interview, video recording with, of course, informed consent of the participants. Shadowing or observing was also done to validate the responses of the key informants, planning and designing of the proposed mentoring program, benchmarking for ideas, evaluation of the proposed mentoring program by jurors, and the focused group discussion to improve the designed mentoring program. For the research results, The personal profile of the teaching personnel show that most of them are middle-aged, with the age range of 41 to 50 years old, married, and female. The professional profile shows that most of them are assistant professors, given designations, and have stayed in the university for around 11 to 15 years. And of course, most of them have master's degree. For the non-teaching personnel, the personal profiles show that they have an age range of 51 to 60, married, and female. For the professional profile, it shows that most of them have college degree with administrative aid position and have stayed in the university for 11 to 15 years. Only a few of them, however, are given designations. It is noteworthy that for both the teaching and the non-teaching staff, majority consider themselves as both mentors and mentees. The mentoring stories and experiences of the four pairs indicate that the mentoring practice they all had was the informal type of mentoring. Two mentoring relationships were born out of the line of authority. One started because the mentee deliberately chose the mentor, and the other one was born out of friendship. Two pairs come from different colleges, while the other two are from the same workstation. All the four pairs of key informants had one thing in common, that is, having the same passion for a specific field of interest. The dyadic perspectives of the mentors and mentees of Bicol University reveal that successful mentoring relationships are based on openness and support, willingness to learn and share knowledge, mutual trust and respect, friendship and rapport, and shared passion. Furthermore, they believe that mentoring process should include both formal and informal method, be a two-way process, should consider a holistic approach, and should be based on clearly defined roles. Moreover, mentoring process should be sustained, monitored, and evaluated, and consider recognition of mentors and mentees. Time allotment should be provided, and the possibility of multiple mentoring may also be considered. An analysis of the perspectives indicates that the key informants both expect almost the same characteristics and roles from both mentors and mentees. Although knowledge and expertise count a lot in the mentoring process, it cannot be ignored that as perceived, behaviors associated with psychosocial mentoring, such as friendship, role modeling, and support, brought the mentees a great satisfaction in their mentoring relationship. The dyadic perspectives of the BU mentor and mentees influenced them positively on both personal and professional growth. The mentoring process they had created a culture of engagement where both the mentor and the mentee felt valued and encouraged to step up to their full potential. The problems and challenges encountered by the key informants in their mentoring journey were not numerous and serious. However, had they not been properly handled, they would have hampered the mentoring process and would have affected the mentoring relationship of the key informants. The respondents enumerated strategies and methods they employed to cope with the situations. A formal mentoring program is necessary based on the results of the data analysis of the dyadic perspectives of BU mentors and mentees. Hence, the researcher proposed a BU mentoring program entitled Step Up. The program includes rationale and overview, general principles, general and specific objectives, roles and responsibilities, benefits and tasks, program documents and resources. It also includes program activities and strategies for implementation, matrix of the program of activities which includes Mentors League, pairing of the mentors and mentees, a university-wide orientation and training seminar, Adopt a Newbie, bonding trips, e-mentoring, coffee sessions or brown bag meetings, mentor and mentee monthly meeting, and of course, sharing the glory or the success stories. It also includes a list of the references. The Bicol University teaching and non-teaching staff who have varied personal and professional profile have either identified themselves as mentors and/or mentees with openness to the mentoring process. The mentoring practices occur both in informal and formal work contexts. Volunteerism and growth mindset are discernible in the successful mentoring stories. Constant engagement is crucial in successful continuing mentoring relationships. Mentors and mentees derive common perspectives on successful mentoring relationship, mentoring process, and roles and characteristics of a mentor and a mentee from their informal mentoring practices in instruction, research, extension, and administration. Mentoring contributes to both the personal and professional development of the mentors and mentees by bringing on a culture of engagement and stirring a growth mindset for both. Mentoring entails challenges that may be handled well if the participants in the process have the positive attitude and the right preparation, and that can strengthen not only the mentoring relationship but also personal and professional engagement. The dyadic perspectives on informal mentoring can serve as a basis for a mentoring program which can help promote and establish the mentoring culture in Bicol University. Here is the list of references for the study. Thank you and good day.
Good day, everyone. My name is Rebecca Rosario Obercasio, Professor, Bicol University, Legazpi City. It is my pleasure to share with you the results of the study entitled Promoting Lifelong Learning Through Institutionalization of Community Engagements of Bicol University Students. The academe constantly evolves to respond to the needs of the society. As a socially engaged institution, the academe serves as a training ground of future leaders and professionals who are capable of generating knowledge and innovations which are geared towards common good. The holistic education then should emphasize authentic and active learning that goes beyond the classroom. Among the strategic options to cater to the demands of the 21st century education for authentic and active learning is emphasis on community engagement. Community engagement refers to all negotiated and dynamic partnerships between the university and a community, which is practiced through varied initiatives in teaching and learning, research, and extension. It refers to collaboration between the university and communities for mutually beneficial exchange of knowledge and resources in the context of partnership and reciprocity. This study attempted to attain four objectives. One, validate a framework for the mainstreaming of community engagement. Two, design guidelines integrating the effective policies and the good practices on immersion and practicum. Third, determine the alignment of the proposed guidelines to 21st century framework of education, university institutional learning outcomes, and principles of lifelong learning. And fourth, assess the proposed policy as a mechanism for promoting lifelong learning in the context of inclusive development. This study is a qualitative research. It is descriptive and developmental, and it also used documentary analysis. Among the data gathering strategies are documentary analysis, focus group discussions, key informants interviews, and critiquing of outputs by stakeholders through concerned committee and council. The key informants were extension coordinators, college student council advisors, student affairs services coordinators, department chairs, and deans. This study was conducted in Bicol University in 2018 to 2019. For the framework for the mainstreaming of community engagement, it is stated that community engagement is interspersed in the threefold mandates of the university: instruction, research, and extension. Its dynamics considers the dictates of ethics, the institutional vision and mission, the program standards, as well as the approaches appropriate for community-engaged pedagogy. This engagement is founded on strong principles that speak of scholarship, integration of the mandates of the university, attainment of institutional learning outcomes, and mutual partnership with the community. A well-grounded community engagement of both the students and the faculty, implemented in a context that values and fosters real inclusivity, is expected to the attainment of community engagement core competencies, which are the following: critical thinking, integrative and problem-solving skills, social consciousness and civic responsibility, respect for diversity and inclusivity, local, global, and intercultural comprehension, innovative and creative skills, communication and collaborative skills, and professionalism. The students and the faculty who attain these community engagement core competencies become lifelong learners who are considered as global citizens. The implementation of community engagement, therefore, brings on inclusive development which benefits both the people involved, the institution, and the community at large. This proposed framework can be illustrated in this paradigm. For the second objective, the guidelines on community engagement, integrating the effective policies and the good practices related to immersion and practicum, we are able to draft a policy composed of the following parts: preamble, purpose, scope, legal basis, community engagement framework, which I have presented earlier, principles, definitions, community engagement core competencies, community engagement activities, general rules, ethics, and repealing clause. Since the proposed community engagement policy is lengthy, I will present sample provisions only. For instance, I have chosen the principles as shown in this slide. The provisions specifically say, the university's steadfast support to community engagement is anchored on the following principles. Community engagement is a form of scholarship. 2, it is integrated in instruction, research, and extension. It is a tool for attaining the institutional learning outcomes and in molding lifelong learners as agents of development and transformation. It is a mutually beneficial partnership between the university and a community. It is a strategy to establish relevance and impact of the university. It is a strategy to develop global citizens who are capable of addressing issues and challenges through social innovation. And last, community engagement, if long-term, is a strategy to promote self-reliance and sustainability and not to foster dependence on the university. Other sample provisions can be seen in this slide. The specific provision is entitled Community Engagement Core Competencies. The community engagement core competencies are anchored on the university vision of producing leader and change agents for social transformation and development, the university institutional learning outcomes, as well as on global citizenship education framework. These CECC are addressed by the different community engagement activities and therefore shall form part of the competencies to be addressed by the different types of community engagement activities. There are 7 community engagement core competencies, which I already mentioned when I presented the proposed community engagement framework. Other sample provisions in the proposed university community engagement policy pertain to the general rules. Here are 3 sample provisions. 1. All community engagement activities should be anchored on the community engagement core competencies and the program learning outcomes, or the college, office, department, or organization's mandate or mandates, respectively. 2. The specific guidelines for community engagement activities in the different programs or colleges shall be in accordance to existing relevant policies of the university or as prescribed by the relevant CHED Memorandum Order. Those without specific guidelines shall be based on this policy and referred to the university president for appropriate action. 3. All community engagement activities should obtain approval from concerned office or offices. All credit-based community engagement activities should be explicitly stated in the approved course program or syllabi. All non-credit-based community engagement activities should be approved either as a stand-alone or as part of a program or project of a student organization, faculty, department, office, college, or university by appropriate authorities. On this slide, you can see the documentation of the workshop on the analysis of syllabi in terms of student community engagement, as well as the presentation of the proposed university policy on student community engagement during the Administrative Council meeting. For objective number 3, alignment of the proposed community engagement guidelines to 21st century framework of education, university institutional learning outcomes, and principles of lifelong learning. Results show that the proposed community engagement policy is fully aligned in 6 specific 21st century skills and partially aligned to 5 specific 21st century skills. Also, the proposed community engagement policy is found to be fully aligned to the 4 institutional learning outcomes of Bicol University. Findings also show that the proposed community engagement policy is fully aligned to the 3 features of lifelong learning and partially aligned to the 2 features. The 3 features are the following. 1. Awareness of the fact that valuable learning takes place beyond HEI. Understanding learning as a continuous need of individuals throughout their lives. And recognizing that a learning society and a learning organization are better alternatives to deal with such changes. Also, results reveal that the proposed community engagement policy is fully aligned to 2 of the fundamental principles of lifelong learning, which are centrality of the learners and high quality and relevance, and partially aligned to 1 principle, which is equality of opportunity. For objective number 4, looking at the proposed university community engagement policy as a mechanism to promote lifelong learning, you can see on Table 5 that the objectives of lifelong learning include personal fulfillment, active citizenship, social inclusion, and employability and adaptability. On the second column, you can see the 7 community engagement core competencies, which are critical thinking, integrative and problem-solving skills, social consciousness and civic responsibility, respect for diversity and inclusivity, local, global, and intercultural comprehension, innovative and creative skills, communication and collaborative skills, and professionalism. The objectives of lifelong learning and the proposed community engagement core competencies have contiguousness and commonality. Also, the different community engagement activities either directly attain one or combination of lifelong learning objectives, or indirectly attain one or combination of lifelong learning objective or objectives. Therefore, we can take a look at the different community engagement activities either as a form of lifelong learning or as an enabler of lifelong learning. Considering these results, the following are the conclusions. The validated community engagement framework shows that community engagement is interspersed in instruction, research, and extension, and ultimately aims at producing lifelong learners who will be contributors to inclusive development. 2. The proposed university community engagement policy integrated the effective policies and good practices related to immersion, on-the-job training, community outreach, and practicum. 3rd, the proposed university community engagement policy is fully aligned to 21st century skills in terms of learning and innovation skills and life and career skills, to the university learning outcomes, and to the features and principles of lifelong learning. The proposed university community engagement policy has contiguousness and commonality to lifelong learning. The community engagement activities either serve as a form of lifelong learning or as enabler of lifelong learning. Considering these conclusions, these are the salient recommendations. Revise the proposed university community engagement policy and submit to concerned authorities for approval. Disseminate the proposed university community engagement policy to different stakeholders. That ends the presentation on community engagement. Let us remember the greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. Thank you very much for viewing.
Good day. Thank you for this opportunity to present my study entitled Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Program of St. Agnes Academy, Legazpi City. This is my master's thesis, and in 2018, I was given the chance to present this study during the Bicol University Graduate School Academic Colloquium, and in the same year, This study was awarded as Best Paper in Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction and Management during the International Conference on Research and Extension organized by the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research. Let me present now the rationale of my study. Over the past years, China, the United States, India, Indonesia, and the Philippines constitute together the top 5 countries that are most frequently hit by natural disasters. And these natural disasters killed a significant number, and millions of people became victims worldwide. The Philippines is prone to almost all types of natural hazards because of the country's geographical location and geotectonic setting. The Philippines is situated along the highly seismic Pacific Ring of Fire, which makes the country prone to occurrences of earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. Aside from being situated in the Pacific Ring of Fire, the country is also located along the Pacific Typhoon Belt. This explains the occurrences of different weather disturbances, such as typhoons. The last decade has been marked by major natural disasters for the Philippines, as the country bore the brunt of a monster typhoon and a deadly earthquake that killed thousands and left billions of pesos in damage to infrastructure and properties. Republic Act No. 10121, also known as the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010, was created to provide for the development of policies and plans and implementation of actions and measures which pertain to all aspects of disaster risk reduction and management, anchored on Hyogo Framework of Action from 2005 to 2015. At present, the DRRM programs of the government are anchored on the Sendai Framework, which is the successor instrument to the Hyogo Framework for Action, which is on building the resilience of nations and communities to disasters. This framework is a global blueprint for disaster risk reduction efforts that aims to reduce disaster losses in lives, properties, social and environmental assets of communities and countries. In Bicol region, local government units, communities, and schools have positively responded to this marching order in order to make communities better prepared, as it has been known to be the typhoon capital of the Philippines, together with the other natural hazards brought by the existence of volcanoes in the place. In response to this and the sincerest desire to keep the campus a safe place for all the students, faculty, office staff, general services personnel, and the whole school community, St. Agnes Academy has developed a school-based program on disaster risk reduction and management. The purpose of this study was to evaluate the disaster risk reduction and management capability of St. Agnes Academy in terms of plan, policies, program, people, equipment, and fund for the purpose of developing a program that could serve as a guide for the successful implementation of disaster risk reduction and management, and strengthen the institution's mechanisms and capacities along preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation that can systematically contribute to building resilience to hazards. The level of capability of St. Agnes Academy in terms of plan, policies, program, people, equipment, and fund on DRR implementation, primary data were gathered based on the evaluation of DRRM experts. Experts from Japan International Cooperating Agency, Albay Provincial Safety and Emergency Management Office, Civil Defense Region 5, Legazpi City Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, Bureau of Fire Protection, and Bicol University were invited to assess the school's capability on disaster risk reduction and management. To determine the status of the implementation in St. Agnes Academy, the researcher used secondary data using the school's DRRM program module and reports available. These are the salient findings of the study. St. Agnes Academy has a plan on disaster risk reduction and management along preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. The school is highly capable in terms of preparedness plan to effectively anticipate, respond to, and recover from the impacts of likely, imminent, or hazards present in the school are well defined and established. In terms of the school's policy on the provision of fund for the successful implementation of the different activities included in the disaster risk reduction and management program of the institution, it was evaluated by experts as highly capable. The school is capable in terms of its program on disaster risk reduction and management. The program includes the rationale, objectives, plan of activities along the 4 thematic areas, organizational structure, tasks of the different committees, standard operating procedure in responding to natural disasters. Along people, teachers, students, and other members of the school community attend regular trainings and seminars in relation to disaster risk reduction and management along the 4 key areas which herein translated as capable. Along people, the school was evaluated by DRRM experts as capable. It means that teachers, students, and other members of the school community are given trainings, seminars, drills, and simulation exercises in relation to disaster risk reduction and management. For the recommendations, stakeholders and partner agencies must be involved in reviewing and revising the school's program on disaster risk reduction and management. Likewise, stakeholders and DRRM agencies must be part of the evaluation of the program. Simulation exercise activities must be conducted involving the surrounding communities. Drills must be planned collaboratively with officials of barangays within the vicinity of St. Agnes Academy. Along response, direct lines from the CDCC and Office of the Mayor must be made available. Tsunami drill must be conducted and proper orientation to all the members of the community regarding its procedure must be given at the start of the school year. Members of the response committee must be given more trainings and seminars specifically on responding to different disasters. Along recovery, building insurances must be considered by the administrators as part of the school's DRRM program. Building treatment and inspection must be conducted regularly by experts in order to mitigate the effects of disasters. The proposed disaster risk reduction and management program must be implemented in the school. St. Agnes Academy should institutionalize the program on disaster risk reduction and management in collaboration with stakeholders. Bicol Association of Schools and Association of Benedictine Schools in the Philippines can utilize the program as a guide in implementing the disaster risk reduction and management in schools, DRR and CCA mainstreaming in order to achieve the Millennium Development Goals and improvement of the Human Development Index. This is the school's DRRM organizational chart. The overall chairperson acts as the consultant and responsible for decision-making on disaster risk reduction and management of the institution. The chairperson oversees and manages the whole disaster risk reduction and management along preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. The Disaster Preparedness Committee is responsible for the activities prior to a disaster. The Disaster Response Committee is responsible for the activities during a disaster. The Disaster Recovery Committee is responsible for the activities after a disaster, and the Disaster Mitigation Committee is responsible for the activities that reduce the effects of the disaster. Let me also present the school's DRRM development plan along the 4 key thematic areas: preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. Along preparedness, school's plan on response. This is the school's plan along recovery. These are the practices and activities along mitigation. As educators, let us continue building a culture of safety and resilience to disasters in schools. Thank you and have a good day.
A blessed day to all fellow educators. This is Venus Kahapay, a senior high school teacher of Pawa High School and a student at Bicol University Graduate School. Joyce Meyer said, "Teachers can change lives with just the right mix of chalk and challenges." Friends and colleagues in the field, I am proud to present to you my master thesis entitled Benefits and Challenges of ICT Integration in the Medium Secondary Schools of Legazpi City Division. Information revolution brought in by the 21st century radically changed the way man lived. Where the Industrial Revolution of the 18th century mechanized the world, the Information Revolution virtualized it. Where the Industrial Revolution underscored the boundaries between countries, the Information Revolution allowed countries to be without borders, thus creating a globalized community where the mechanized world required blue-collar jobs, the virtualized world demanded white-collar ones. The academic environment is tasked to produce individuals who are capable of running an inclusive, proactive economy in a globalized world. From skill-based, economics now has become knowledge-based. The rapid increase in emerging markets also means economic growth and the need to prepare students for jobs that require new skill sets. The demands of the information and communication technology society have opened new avenues for development for these developing countries. Being knowledge-based far more than industry-based, third world countries are now given the opportunities to compete in the world market through globally competitive human resources. The PDP 2017-2020 envision a country that is matatag, maginhawa, and a citizenry that enjoys panatag na buhay. In order to attain this, 3 pillars are laid to form the foundations: malasakit, enhancing the social fabric; pagbabago, inequality reducing transformation; and patuloy na pag-unlad, inclusive growth potential. Education is included in the second pillar, pagbabago, wherein one strategy cited is to achieve quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating education for all. Under this, the aim is to improve the quality of higher and technical education and research for equity and global competitiveness, providing access to quality and relevant technical vocational education and training opportunities, integrating 21st century competencies, ensuring globally competitive technical vocational education and training programs, improving employability and income earning potential of individuals. It is undeniable, therefore, that enhancing the knowledge and skills of students in information and communication technology has become a priority task for the Department of Education. It is on this context that the researcher would like to focus on documenting and analyzing the state of ICT integration in the medium secondary schools in Legazpi City by conducting an in-depth study on the benefits and challenges encountered by these schools. Statement of the problem. This study aimed to establish the extent of ICT integration as experienced by the stakeholders: public schools district supervisors, school principals, teachers, and students. It specifically sought to answer the following questions. What are the benefits of ICT integration in medium secondary schools in the division of Legazpi City? What are the challenges in ICT integration in medium secondary schools in the division of Legazpi City? What action plan could be developed to optimize ICT integration in medium secondary schools of Legazpi City? The presented study was guided by the different theories which are found significant in its development. The study on the benefits and challenges of information and communication integration in medium secondary schools in Legazpi City is anchored on the constructivist theory of Piaget, the theory of change, and the program evaluation theory. The constructivist theory of learning as its core theoretical concepts suggests that humans construct knowledge and meaning from their experiences. Through the ICT integration, students are exposed to different resources and materials that widens their perspective and enhance their awareness, resulting to accumulation of deeper concept and creation of new ideas. Applying the program evaluation theory, the researcher uses responses of informants as the input, process it through evaluation and analysis based on the emerging concept that occur. The output was the result of the analysis done, which are the benefits and challenges identified. An action plan was created based on the identified benefits of ICT integration that needs further enhancement to make it more efficient tool in the delivery of lesson. Moreover, it is reflected possible solution to address the challenges that hamper the effective implementation of ICT integration. The theory of change is essentially a comprehensive description, illustration of how and why a desired change is expected to happen in a particular context. The researcher identifies different challenges encountered as the ICT integration takes place in the medium secondary schools. Applying the theory of change, a change-initiated action was done through an action plan that will address and determined challenges in the ICT integration. Anchored in the Provincial Government of Albay PGA 10-point Priority Development Agenda, education is one of the priority agenda which has the primary goal to uplift the quality of education in the province of Albay and to produce graduates that are globally competitive. With the same objectives, this study aimed to discover the extent of the ICT integration benefits that the education system can optimize in order to produce students and graduates that are employable and competitive in the global workplace. To make a more objective-based and sound presentation of conceptual framework, the researcher utilized the framework for program evaluation with the following stage. Stage 1. Inventory of information, which was essential in the early stage of the study, which includes the identification of the program and in the search for works of literature in order to give the researcher the possibilities to identify the gap to be filled. Stage 2. Defining evaluation and describing program was done after analyzing the existing system or program. Stage 3. Focusing the evaluation design was done after determining the detailed program description. Stage 4. Gather credible evidence through a focus group discussion as a data collection technique. Stage 5. Analyze evidence and identify conclusions. After the data have been collected, it was the time the data analysis started and come to conclusions regarding the program based on the research questions. Stage 6. Ensure use and share lessons shared based on the conclusions and findings formulated. An action plan was created to document what steps must be taken in order to further enhance the benefits and turning the challenges into opportunities mentioned by the informants that further enhance the integration of ICT in the teaching-learning process. The study will follow 4 groups of standards of evaluation such as utility, feasibility, propriety, and accuracy. Utility standards ensures that an evaluation will serve the information needs of intended users. Feasibility ensures that an evaluation will be realistic, prudent, diplomatic, and frugal. Propriety ensures that an evaluation will be conducted legally, ethically, and with due regards for the welfare of those involved in the evaluation, as well as those affected by its results. Accuracy ensures that an evaluation will reveal and convey technically adequate information about the features that determine worth of merit of the program being evaluated. This standard recommended as criteria for judging the quality of program evaluation efforts. Research methodology. This qualitative research is a case study that made use of 2 different data sources which are from Arimbay and Cagbacong High School. The researcher employed the use of focus group discussion to gather salient data from the informants who have similar backgrounds or experience in the identified topic, followed by the Delphi technique, a structured communication technique or method in gathering data in order to build consensus. The presentation of data derived from the responses follow the thematic coding in order to establish thematic ideas occurred. The focus group discussion provided the following responses on the questions regarding the benefits of ICT integration in their school, as experienced by the students, teachers, principals, and public schools district supervisors. Benefits of ICT integration: enhancement of the teaching process, enhancement of students' communication skills, enhancement of students' independent learning process, enhancement of the learning process, and engagement of students in learning process. The focus group discussion provided the following responses on the questions regarding the challenges of ICT integration in their schools, as perceived by the students, teachers, principals, and public schools district supervisors. The challenges of ICT integration: school facilities, lack of equipment and low internet connectivity, constant power interruptions and unstable power supply, damaged ICT equipment, students' socio-economic status. Students cannot afford to have laptops and cannot sustain the expenses in internet charges. Distance from the internet cafe or provider. Students in Cagbacong High School stated that the distance from the internet cafe or provider hindered them from using the internet. Students and teachers' ICT literacy, insufficient ICT literacy of students and those teachers who are still new in the service. Action plan to strengthen the benefits and address the challenges identified in the ICT integration. Action plan for the submission of research findings. Components: coordinate with the division office and public district supervisor regarding the findings of the research. Objective: to forward the findings of the research for the reference and action of the authority. Activities: submission on the copy of the research done to the public district supervisors and schools division superintendent. Action plan for the conduct of ICT training for teachers. Components: ICT training for teachers. Objective: to conduct teachers training in partnership with national government and private agency and other non-government organization in order to enhance the knowledge and skills in the utilization of different educational application and online platform in their classroom instruction. Activities: submission of proposal to the division office and the ICT office, conduct the training of trainers or facilitators, orientation of teachers and school head, conduct the training in educational applications and online educational website to teachers in partnership with the ICT. Let's go now to the action plan for upgrading of electrification. Components: upgrading the electrification of Cagbacong and Arimbay High School. Objective: to request for the division or LGU funding in the upgrading of electrification in Cagbacong and Arimbay High School. Activities: coordination meeting with the principals, forward request to the division or LGU, budget allocation, site inspection or load assessment, and assessment of surroundings, design and cost estimates, authority to procurement on all implementing unit of LGU implementation. Based on the findings, the following conclusions are drawn. Integration of ICT in the educational system enhance the quality of teaching and learning process depending on the utilization of teachers and students in the classroom. Yet, teachers need further exposure to different ICT tools that can be used to broaden the ICT usage in teaching learning process. Due to the challenges of ICT encountered by Cagbacong and Arimbay High School, the optimization of ICT integration is not being maximized. ICT features are not properly implemented due to the limited access and insufficient training on the different tools necessary to have full integration of ICT in the curriculum. The action plan created can contribute to the enhancement of school facilities, school internet connection, and electric power supply, and ICT training for teachers. The following are the recommendations taken from the students, teachers, principals, and public schools district supervisors and were considered during the conduct of the study as the recommendation given by the researcher. The recommendations are to further utilize the benefits of ICT in the teaching learning process. ICT training both for students and teachers should be implemented so that more differentiated ICT activities will be developed. Sufficient time for the teachers to prepare for instructional materials or should be done during INSA trainings. Teachers should have a proper coordination with the ICT coordinator for the schedule of ICT equipment. Offering ICT specialization in grade 9 and 10 in Cagbacong High School is deemed very significant too. Scout other internet providers and additional funds should be allotted for the improvement of internet connections. Coordinate with the different stakeholders that can help to address the unstable power supply of both school and donate a transformer for Cagbacong High School. Further studies on other parameters of ICT integration may be conducted for big schools and mega schools.
Okay, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, my dear researchers, for that informative, interesting presentation. We move on now to the question and answer session. Now, I would like to thank first our viewers from the FB live streaming, likewise in the Zoom room. And thank you for still tuning in. We will be entertaining questions from our viewers and in our chat box as well. Let me see, let me check. From Maria D. Garden, good afternoon po, watching from Porfirio P. Panayo High School, SDO Camarines Norte. And likewise from Maria Elma Lim Mirandilla, a note of congratulations to Sir Arim Valencia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for Ma'am Abainsa, here is just one question for you from the audience. Ma'am Tetet,
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Tetet, are you still there, Ma'am Tetet?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm very much here, ma'am.
Okay. Ma'am Tetet, what are we, meaning the Bicol University College of Education family, expect on the result, or what are we expecting on the result of your study? Ma'am Abainsa?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I have a pending proposal, another research proposal, an offshoot of the study, which is on the needs and capacities of the teachers and non-teaching personnel of BUCE. We also would like to come up with a smaller version of the program for the BUCE.
Okay.
Yun po, ma'am.
Indeed, Ma'am Abainsa, mentoring really is an important part of structuring mentoring in making this mentoring accessible to all. Because as you have said, the goal of mentorship program is to develop their talent through career development, education, and coordination as well. Indeed, as mentee, I will be your mentee then. I expect a mentoring relationship based on trust, confidentiality, mutual respect, and sensitivity. In other words, your commitment. So thank you, Ma'am Bainsa, for your study. It will really help enhance our professional and personal development through mentoring. We look forward of the status of your mentoring program. This is another study. Thank you, Ma'am.
Ma'am
Yes,
Jo, may
ma'am.
I take the opportunity to thank my dissertation advisor who was with me all throughout my study,
go
and
ahead,
that is none other than Dr. Bercasio, whose input in my study was so immense that I could never really thank her enough.
Okay.
Yun po,
Thank you so much, Ma'am Abainsa. And we
Thank you too,
have
ma'am.
a question here to Mr. Valencia. Sir, this is from Abigail Jo M. Abainsa also. Sir, what did you choose, or why did you choose St. Agnes Academy as the locale of your study? Madam? Sir Valencia, sorry.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Pahe, and to our active listeners, or those who are watching right now via FB Live. To the question, I chose St. Agnes Academy as the locale of my study on disaster risk reduction and management, because this is where I am connected at. And one simple tip that I would give to our researchers, in order for you to come up with an excellent research paper and for you to be able to stay motivated throughout the process, you have to choose a topic where you are interested in. Make it simple, make it doable, and make it something that your study will really benefit your clients, your students, and then the community where you belong. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. You made mention of the benefits. That's a follow-up question, sir. What will be the benefits derived from your study, and how will it be implemented in your school in the present setup with different, different learning modalities? Hello, sir. Are you still there?
Yes, ma'am. Once again, good afternoon. A while ago, I mentioned about mainstreaming disaster risk reduction and management and climate change adaptation in the curriculum. And that is also one good topic that our future researchers could have, is on how to evaluate and then to integrate CCA and DRRM in our curriculum. And then after that, if they have integrated that already, they can perhaps assess and evaluate so that they would be able to identify where on what areas they have to improve. On. And another thing is that with the present situation that we have right now, we may conduct studies on mainstreaming practices or measures in dealing with COVID-19 in the curriculum. So we can have mainstreaming of practices or measures in the curriculum and assessing its effectiveness through an evaluation. So we can conduct evaluation on how we mainstream practices and protocols or measures in the curriculum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And we look forward for your next research on evaluation and practices of DRRM. Maraming salamat, sir. We move on to here. I have here a comment, or not just a reaction on the lifelong learning, promoting lifelong learning. Indeed, as she said, ultimately, we are responsible for our learning. That's true. We do remember always that learning is our obligation. And we do also remember, if you can still remember, the topic discussed yesterday on fixed and growth mindset. We should turn mistakes into opportunities. This is the only best lifelong learning skills anyone can master. That is the reaction, or that is on one of the reactions on promoting lifelong learning. Now we move on to, we have still one question here from the audience on the ICT. Ma'am, what is the major, or what are the major challenges of integrating ICT in education you did experience in your school? And what was the intervention made by the school or the administrators? Ma'am? That questions will be for Ma'am Venus Kahapay. Ma'am Venus. Nawala na yata. Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We finally come to end of this session on educational policy, leadership, and management. We would like again to thank the four presenters for their very informative and interesting presentation, and likewise to all the virtual audience in the Zoom room and FB live streaming for your time and participation. Hopefully, these presentations will be beneficial to everyone. This is Jo Pahe, your moderator for this session. Magandang hapon sa kanilang lahat.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, viewers in Bicol University official page, Bicol University Extension Management Division page, and in my page. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying on until session 6. Session 6 is entitled Education and Culture. There are 5 papers to be presented in this session. First, Indigenized Game-Based Learning in Grade 6 Science by Wendy S. Lutivio from Albay Central School, Legazpi City. Second, Indigenous Medicinal Plants and Practices in Cagraray Island, Resources for Culture-Based Lessons in Biology by Mr. Michael B. Bibon, Kawayan National High School, Bakakay, Albay. Third, Anthology of Gubatnon Folk Songs by Lizelle Lirios from Sorsogon State College, Sorsogon City. Fourth, Ginubat Street Dance Presentation, Its Identity and Choreographic Effects by Mr. Oliver F. Garbin from Sorsogon State College, Sorsogon City. And last but not the least, Millennial Language and Its Implications to Standard English by Mr. Carlos V. Noeles Jr., Cabangan High School, Legazpi City. That will be the order of the presentation, after which we are going to have the open forum. So let us now listen to the presentation of Ms. Wendy Lutivio.
Good day, everyone. I am Wendy Lutivio, a teacher of Albay Central School. It is an honor to share with you my study entitled Indigenized Game-Based Learning in Grade 6 Science. This is a master's thesis for the degree of Master of Arts in General Science Education. The following are the basis of this study. Article 14, Section 10 of the Philippine Constitution mandates that the state shall give priority for research and development, invention, innovation, and their utilization, and to science and technology education, training, and services. Republic Act 10533, otherwise known as Enhanced Basic Education Act, implies that the curriculum shall be flexible enough to enable and allow schools to localize, indigenize, and enhance the same based on their respective educational and social contexts. According to Giddings, the learning results with expensive equipment are no better than with a simple equipment. Games have the potential to help students to develop higher order thinking skills. There are some confronting issues in delivering science education, such as the Department of Education reports a serious lack of science laboratories in both elementary and high schools all over the country. The lack of science education facilities is reflected on the poor quality of basic science and math education as reflected in the National Achievement Test for grade 6, and the reality that Albay Central School has no laboratory room. Hence, the science laboratory facilities are kept in some classrooms and are insufficient to a big population of pupils. This study aimed to develop an indigenized game-based instructional material for teaching grade 6 science of Albay Central School. Specifically, it sought answers to the following questions. 1. What instructional material may be developed to enhance the competencies of the pupils, integrating the following features? A. Improvisation. B. Indigenization. 2. What lessons using the developed instructional material may be developed with the following features? A. Game-based strategies. B. Indigenization. C. Learner-centered activities. And D. Students' collaboration. 3. What is the effectiveness of lessons in enhancing level of proficiency of the pupils in understanding different types of mixtures and their characteristics, interest in science, and social skill? The child's cognitive development, experiential learning, and social learning all contribute to his holistic development, which can be reflected by his performance. The use of the ADI, or Analyze, Design, Develop, Implement, and Evaluate model assures that the instructional process delves into the needs, learning objectives, and desired outcomes so as to create indigenized game-based learning materials suitable to the subjects of the study, which will likewise contribute to his performance. The developed instructional material features improvisation and indigenization. The lessons developed highlight the following features: game-based strategies, indigenization, learner-centered activities, and students' collaborations. The effectiveness of both the developed instructional material and lessons were measured in terms of level of proficiency in the different types of mixtures and their characteristics, interest in science, and social skills. This study employed mixed methods, specifically the developmental descriptive method and a quasi-experimental method. It involved the 2 grade 6 classes of Albay Central School during the school year 2018-2019. One class served as the control group, while the other as the experimental group. Diagnostic test, pre-test, and post-test were the primary sources of data. Other sources of data were the lessons using the PSP, pupils' journal, informal interview, observers' feedbacks, and teachers' observation. The data were analyzed and presented using t-test for independent samples, t-test for paired samples, and effect size. Based from the data gathered, here are the salient findings, conclusions, and recommendations. For Objective 1, findings were the Portable Science Playhouse or PSP was developed as an indigenized game-based material integrating improvisation and indigenization to enhance the competencies of the pupils in understanding the different types of mixtures and their characteristics. Also, the PSP was improvised through the use of recyclable and indigenous materials. As a conclusion, the PSP is an alternative, improvised, and indigenized game-based instructional material in teaching science for grade 6. It is hereby recommended that Portable Science Playhouse be used in teaching science involving mixtures as a main instructional material or as a supplementary material in teaching mixtures. Here is the picture of the Portable Science Playhouse with its parts. For Objective 2, the findings were 5 lessons were developed using the PSP, integrating game-based strategies and indigenization. All the developed lessons using the 5Es instructional model employed learner-centered activities and students' collaboration through the games and indigenized activities. Conclusion: the lessons using PSP as alternative instructional material integrating game-based strategies, indigenization, learner-centered activities, and students' collaboration were effectively used in PSP-based learning. As recommendation, the proposed lessons using the PSP integrating game-based strategies, indigenization, learner-centered activities, and students' collaboration may be used for further validation and refinement. Findings for Objective 3 were the grade 6 pupils from the experimental group had moderate proficiency level or near mastery level in the 5 skills. The control group had moderate proficiency or near mastery level in the 4 skills and low proficiency or low mastery level in 1 skill. The lessons using the PSP-based learning and the conventional one were both found effective. However, it was revealed that the lessons using the PSP was more effective than the conventional one. Conclusion: both the PSP-based learning and the conventional way were effective in enhancing the mastery level of the grade 6 pupils in the different types of mixtures and their characteristics. But PSP-based learning was found to be more effective in enhancing the level of proficiency of the pupils in the 5 skills. Teachers may consider using both lessons using PSP and the conventional strategies in teaching about mixtures. On the effectiveness of lessons in enhancing interest in science and social skill, results showed that the jurors' observations and feedbacks affirmed the teacher's observations and the pupil's self-reflection that the PSP-based learning enhanced the pupil's interest in science and social skills. As a conclusion, the lessons using PSP or PSP-based learning were effective in enhancing interest in science and social skills of the grade 6 pupils based on jurors' and teachers' observation and pupils' reflection. As a recommendation, the material and the lessons developed can be adapted for use by teachers and student teachers in Science 6 in enhancing the interest in science and social skills of the pupils. Here are pictures that show that the lessons developed enhance the pupils' interest in science, social skills, and students' collaboration. These are some of the references used in this study. That ends my presentation. Allow me to thank BUEMD, Albay Central School, and most especially my thesis advisor, Dr. Rebecca Rosario Bercasio, for this opportunity. To all the viewers, thank you for watching.
Working as an island school teacher, I have observed how my students responded to the learning materials supplied by DepEd. Though some of them were quick to respond on those learning materials, most of them were impassive and cold to the contents and context of those materials supplied. And that got me thinking. On kinds of things like anatomy, photosynthesis, molecular bonding, for sure they are hard, but they are not impossible to learn. And I am firmly convinced that if my students were taught in a manner that gives them the sense of belonging inside a classroom, they will eventually become more responsive and will successfully learn the material to attain the standards of educational policy. After years of teaching, I came to the conclusion that what we need in education is a much better understanding of student learning from the cultural perspective, from the nature of the children. In fact, Piaget asserted on the stage of assimilation that learning must be relevant to the existing schema of the child in order for the new information to be assimilated. The relevance of these learning experiences to the schema of the child is a manifestation that the cultural background of our school children must be used in generating instructional materials like modules, strategic intervention materials or SIMs, or even lessons. Therefore, the culture is a very good medium to scaffold learning. In fact, the K-12 curriculum is culture-friendly. In culture-based education, it actually provides students the avenue to learn concepts in the context of values, norms, cultural beliefs, what else? Heritage, knowledge, language, and even experiences in the society. However, the integration of culture into teaching is not generic. It has never been holistic because culture-based lessons often deal with concepts regarding values, patriotism, belief system, and language. Attempts have also been made to integrate culture in lesson development like farming practices, fishing practices, festivals and games, dances, and even music. Results of these studies showed positive feedback from student respondents. Even though Korea, China, and India offer alternative and contemporary medicine, there are no documented studies that have been written to encompass the integration of folk medicine in teaching high school, particularly in science curriculum. Therefore, this study provides an avenue for students to develop their learning in biology in an approach that tackles their nature. This study proposed an innovative approach to culture-based education specifically to the students of Cagaray Island, and this study is entitled as Indigenous Medicinal Plants and Practices in Cagaray Island, Resources for Culture-Based Lessons in Biology. I am Michael Bibibon, a science and research teacher at Kawayan National High School, Kawayan, Bakakay, Albay. So on the context of the study, Cagaray Island belongs to the municipality of Bacacay except for Barangay San Antonio and Salvacion. This island is connected to the mainland Bacacay by a bridge spanning the narrowest portion of Sulat Channel. Because of the geographical location of the area or of the island, it has brought many shortcomings in access to quality and modern healthcare system or facilities. And apart from the general shortage of personnel, the island residents' population has a wide range of illnesses for which even modern services are often not affordable or culturally irrelevant. These scenarios cause its locals to rely on indigenous medicine, which results in its abundance in the area. To address the ongoing issues in education and culture, the following research questions were established. What are the narratives on indigenous medicinal plants and practices of folk healers? What culture-based lessons in biology may be developed integrating the features of research results, active learning, problem-based approach, and the context or culture-based teaching? What is the effectiveness of the culture-based lessons in developing learners' understanding of biological concepts, metacognition, science process skills, and cultural appreciation? And what educational philosophy for culture-based learning can be called based from the findings of the study? For the results, or for methodology, in order to attain the answer for the following research questions, the following methodologies were conducted. For the identification of the medicinal practices, the research design is basically qualitative, using interview questionnaire. The sources of the data were the indigenous folk medicinal practices from the folk healers. For the development of culture-based lessons, the design is basically developmental, using an assessment tool for evaluation. The sources of the data were the evaluation results of the validators using mean. And for the development of the learning outcomes, the research design is a pre-test, post-test, pre-experimental design using Likert scales. The Likert scales were used to measure the development of cultural appreciation and metacognition. For test, it was used to measure or to assess the conceptual understanding in biology, and rubrics were used to measure the development of science process skills. The sources of the data were the scores in those assessments, and the respondents were the students using mean, percentage, and the Cohen's d. For educational philosophy, the same developmental approach was employed based from the findings of the study. Here are the results of the study. Illnesses recorded, like that of headache, fever, stomach ache, bone fracture, and even muscular weakness that receive prescriptions of medicinal plant treatment. Nonetheless, the illnesses like wounds, hypertension, anemia, cough and colds, and asthma were considered as a springboard for lesson development because these identified illnesses showed entry points or relevance for Biology 9 curriculum. This table cites the identified illnesses with its corresponding medicinal plants, scientific name, and medicinal practices. For wounds, folk healers suggested the use of kalunggay, dusol, bayawas, pait, rulatigo, and sabila. For treating hypertension, folk healers prescribed the use of bagangan, klitis, kalunggay, binungol. For treating anemia, ugbos, kamote, rabas na talong, mani, alugbate, uraro, mariguso were the prescribed medicinal plants according to the folk healers. Whereas for cough and colds, we have lagundi, oregano, muyo-buyo, kurokasitas, and kantutay. For asthma, medicinal plant includes kamangkaw, lakad bulan, tungaw-tungaw, balagon, palagtutay, and talupang. For the identified medicinal practices, medicinal plants for wounds were prepared through pagpires and pagtultog. It is applied in a form of panghugas and pangdapog. For hypertension, those identified plants were prepared in a form of pakalakaga and applied as pangtumar. For anemia, the preparation is in a form of kinilkig and pagtinum. Kinilkig is a mixture of other herbs, and it is applied in a form of pangtumar. For cough and colds, the identified medicinal plants were prepared in the form of pagbalad and paglanta and pakalakaga as well, and applied in a form of pangtumar and pangdapog. For asthma, the medicinal plants were prepared in a form of pagbuntog or pakalakaga and applied in a form of pangtumar. For the development of lessons, 5 culture-based lessons were developed. These lessons include treatment for wounds, treatment for hypertension, treatment for anemia, treatment for cough and colds, and treatment for asthma. This table presents the overall structure of the developed culture-based lessons where learning outcomes were expected to develop based from the lesson features or opportunities for learning. For conceptual understanding and metacognition, basically it makes use of opportunities like the integration of research results and active learning in order for these learning outcomes to develop. For science process skills, the use of experimentation as an opportunity integrated in problem-based approach was used in order to develop the science process skills of the students. For cultural appreciation, so basically it is simply the integration of the identified medicinal plants and practices in the locale, which complements the development of the lesson. And also, a set of jurors have also quantified the degree of evidence of all the features in every lesson using the rubric scale from Berdeen. And based from the evaluation, lessons do contain the lesson features ranging from descriptive equivalence of evident to very evident. Okay, so in this table, it shows the result of the result of the implementation of the 5 culture-based lessons and the identified learning outcomes as to conceptual understanding, science process skills, metacognition, and cultural appreciation. So the pre-test and post-test showed a p-value of 0.00, which implies that there is a significant difference in the scores. Therefore, for conceptual understanding, the students were able to acquire the desirable concepts of the lesson. For science process skills, there is an improvement of those skills, as shown in the difference of the results. Whereas for metacognition, the summary of the study shows that the students became mindful of their own learning, whereas for cultural appreciation, the students became appreciative of their own culture. For the philosophy of culture-based learning, the culture-based learning basically requires the need to integrate hands-on activities grounded on locale's culture, which produce concrete evidences of the new information they need to learn. The treatise of the philosophy of culture-based learning stressed the significant role of culture, for it serves as the platform for learners to assimilate and understand the lessons more effectively. The significance or dialectic as a form of interactive learning is given impetus. Similarly, it highlights the affirmation or negation of previous culturally learned practices in a locale of the learners. So in conclusion, the richness of locale's narratives of illnesses vis-a-vis the abundance of medicinal plants that abounds in the area became rich entry points for lesson development for certain illnesses. Similarly, the treatment of some illnesses using the indigenous medicinal plants and practices was beneficial for lesson development that is culture-based. So here are the references of my study, and I am Michael Bibibon, again a teacher at Kawayan National High School, Bakakay, Albay from Albay Division. And once again, thank you and good morning.
Hello everyone. Today I am going to present to you my study entitled Anthology of Gubatnon Folk Songs. Folk song, or the traditional folk music, is considered to be the chief bearers of culture. The International Cultural Tourism Charter, or the ICOMOS, in 2002 restated that folk song as one of the key features of intangible cultural heritage expresses the way how the members of the community live. The way of life of these people are often expressed in folk song that is being passed down from generation to generation through families and other small social groups. Folk songs seem to live in oral tradition that is transmitted orally or orally. Therefore, it is learned through hearing rather than reading of words or music, ordinarily in informal, small social networks of relatives or friends, rather than in institutions such as school or church. It is also associated with daily activities that are primarily rural in origin. This leads to the idea that folk songs are also a key of having an identity or cultural identity of a given community. With the facts stating the significance of cultural heritage in our lives, all the international and local organizations such as the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization or UNESCO and the ICOMOS are doing all the means to support the preservation and conservation of these folk songs. The Philippine government sees the value of folk songs through the Republic Act No. 10066 that is also known as the National Cultural Heritage Act of 2009 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution. It mandates that the national cultural heritage must be protected and conserved, as well as the National Commission for Culture and the Arts or the NCCA and its affiliated cultural agencies and for other purposes must be strengthened. Also, it mandates the people of the Philippines to conserve, develop, promote, and popularize the nation's intangible cultural heritage such as oral traditions, languages, and expression. This is to preserve the identity of a community through folk songs that will always be remembered and sung over time. The curriculum framework of the Music and Arts Education of the Department of Education in the Philippines states that the student must learn to hear, speak, and think in the medium of music. Simultaneously, growth and development in the skills that enable the application of the learner's knowledge should be encouraged through active involvement in the various musical processes. The Department of Education envisioned that music in the K-10 program will effectively nurture and refine the learner's artistic expression and cultural literacy and celebrate his or her national heritage while it instills within every individual Filipino learner pride in his or her own cultural identity. Music education is indeed a great challenge in schools, especially to teachers and students. As a matter of fact, Gerard Jacinto, a research student of Hiroshima University, presented in his study the structure and current situation of formal music education in the K-12 curriculum in comparison with the basic education curriculum of 2002 in terms of time in the classroom and curricular structure, mode of language, instruction, and content. Accordingly, in his study, music education in the K-12 curriculum itself is still in the process of improving and adapting to these recent changes. The relationship between junior high school music education and senior high school music education in terms of its effect and trends to students needs further research in order to grasp the flow of the music education system of the new curriculum with this standard. From the facts stated, this study sought to answer the following questions. First, what Gubatnon folk songs are available for teaching music and for cultural heritage appreciation? Second, what aspect of culture may be found in Gubatnon folk songs in terms of lyrical content and melodic characteristics? And last, what are the classifications of Gubatnon folk songs in terms of themes and functions? The culture and tradition of the Philippines was greatly influenced by the history that includes the way of life of people during the old times. Ang munisipalidad ng Gubat or Bayan ng Gubat is a municipality that lies within the province of Sorsogon in the Bicol region. Many of its inhabitants are migrants from the Visayas such as Warais and Hiligaynon. Bicolanos, however, remain the dominant cultural group. Gubat is a first-class urban municipality in Sorsogon. It is divided into two districts, the North District and the South District. Gubat is pronounced with the accent of the second syllable. The people who live here speak the Gubat language, which is also a mix of Tagalog and Waray-Waray, a southern Sorsoganon sub-language, and they were called Gubatnons. According to Dr. Derry in 2015, migration is one constant feature of human history. Sorsogon and Visayas, as its neighboring island that was visible in its geographical location, were just two of the most influenced places by the Spanish colonization, as well as the major places of trade and industry. This is why Gubatnons are mixed with Visayan people. Gubat was made one of the major bases of the Spanish rule in the country and was also an alternate port for the Manila galleon. Hence, it is an evidence of a rich, varied, and distinct Gubatnon culture. The present study is anchored in the theories of Simon Frith, the theory of music identity, and the music learning theory of Dr. Edwin Gordon. These two theories supported in claiming the importance of music in teaching and understanding music as well as in appreciation to one's culture. Frith's theory states that the sound must somehow reflect or represent the people, and how a person's experience in music reveals his or her origin, as well as to explain why an idea or experience takes on the artistic or aesthetic form. Frith emphasized that the issue is not how a particular piece of music or performance reflects the people, but how it produces them, how it creates and constructs an experience. A musical experience, an aesthetic experience that we can only make sense of by taking on both subjective and a collective identity. On the other hand, the music learning theory of Dr. Edwin Gordon explains how people learn with music. Gordon's music learning theory is the relationship of how the experience of learning music is very similar to the experience of learning a language. When a man learns how to speak, read, and write, there are certain stages that he goes through before he can continue. The first year of man's life is spent listening to the sounds around, even though he does not understand what the sounds mean or what they are. Gordon believes that music is a language, and thus should be taught as such. There are many similarities between language and music, including the process of learning a language, reading, and writing skills. These two main theories clearly speak how the experience and exposure of a person to music, particularly folk song, provides deeper as well as clearer understanding of one's own culture. Folk songs that are learned through experiences, either inside the house or in the community. Folk songs that are learned through learning a language provides every person a unique and distinct cultural identity. This study had gone through from the collection of folk songs until the making of the output. The researcher collected several Gubatnon folk songs from Gubat Sorsogon. These collected Gubatnon folk songs were evaluated according to the parameters of a folk song and was transcribed for the preservation of the cultural heritage. The collected and transcribed Gubatnon folk songs were analyzed according to the aspect of culture as represented in the lyrical content and its melodic characteristics. It was then classified according to its themes and functions. The Gubatnon culture was clearly presented in the lyrical content and its melodic characteristics. The classification of Gubatnon folk songs were based on its themes and functions as part of their daily lives. From the collected, transcribed, and analyzed folk songs, anthology of Gubatnon folk songs as the output of this study could be used for teaching music and for cultural heritage appreciation, especially in Gubat Sorsogon. The study employed a qualitative type of research which used the descriptive content analysis of Gubatnon folk songs. Purposive sampling was used to obtain the data. In-depth interview on some old folks from Gubat Sorsogon were conducted. The use of interview guide questions focused on the characteristics of Gubatnon's culture and the importance of folk song as well. The interview was administered to musicians who were born and raised in Gubat, who practices oral tradition, the sources of the folk songs, who prove the authenticity of the folk songs. The interview guide helped much in the gathering of data. The analysis of folk song from each aspect of culture, as well as its classification, was analyzed through the frequency count measures. The Gubatnon folk songs were collected and evaluated based from the set parameters in choosing folk songs. The folk songs were analyzed based from the aspect of culture found in the lyrical content and melodic characteristics, as well as in the classification in themes and functions. The collected Gubatnon folk songs were compiled and transcribed faithfully as to the preservation of Gubatnon intangible cultural heritage. A total of 24 Gubatnon folk songs were collected. Out of the 24 Gubatnon folk songs, 17 passed the given criteria set. These 17 Gubatnon folk songs were available for teaching music and for cultural heritage appreciation. The titles of the 17 Gubatnon folk songs are the following: Arog ki Kristo, Ang Panyo, Ang Buskay, Ay Inday, Aba Adaw Neneng, Ang Kahoy ni Lulay, Ang Kinunot, Doon sa Iraya, Habo Ako nin Kapanalian, Kahoy na Lansones, Kabidasong Luya, Kasusarong Banggi, Kahoy na Iba, Kundiri Pasana, Minatay na Ang Tikling, Turog na Ulod, and Singsing na Brilyante. These are the folk songs that passed the given criteria. A total of 17 unpublished and undocumented Gubatnon folk songs that reflect the culture of Gubat are available for teaching music, especially in grade 7 music class. These songs are the reflections of the life of people of Gubat, especially during the old times. The lyrical content of Gubatnon folk songs expresses about religiosity, 4 show about love and courtship, 7 shows about common characters and values of Gubatnons, 1 shows how Gubatnon foster discipline, 3 of which show how Gubatnon beliefs, and 1 shows about Gubatnon as a food lover. In the melodic characteristics, 11 of the folk songs were written in triple meter signature employing minor key, where 4 have the combination of conjunct and disjunct ascending-descending melodic motion with its parallel major key at the middle. 6 of the folk songs are in the ascending-descending conjunct melodic motion but with parallel major key at the middle, and 1 folk song is in ascending-descending disjunct melodic motion which has its parallel major key at the middle. On the other hand, 3 of the folk songs are written in triple meter signature, employing minor mode where 1 is with the combination of ascending-descending conjunct and disjunct melodic motion, and 2 are in ascending-descending conjunct melodic motion. 3 of the folk songs were written in duple meter signature, employing minor key where 1 of which has the combination of conjunct and disjunct, ascending-descending melodic motion, and the other 2 are in conjunct melodic motion. The keys of the songs as well as its motion display gentleness and being passionate among Gubatnons. Gubatnons are indeed loving, caring, diligent, patience, and other good character one must possess, and it was reflected by these folk songs. Most of the intervals are conjunct, that is why most of it are easy to remember and sing. That makes it more a folk song. The 17 Gubatnon folk songs were classified into different themes such as religiosity, character and values, culinary, about aswang, and the different feelings common to a person. Among the 17 Gubatnon folk song, 1 is used for praise and worship, 8 for love and courtship, 2 for occupation, 5 represents different values among Gubatnons, and 1 signifies the existence of aswang. It was concluded that a total of 17 unpublished and undocumented Gubatnon folk songs that reflect the culture of Gubat are available for teaching music, especially in grade 7 music class. There are different folk songs from Gubat Sorsogon that shows how lovable, valuable, food lovers, eager, persevering, hardworking, and religious Gubatnons were, as well as their belief on the existence of an evil spirit as part of the Filipino folklore. Most of the folk songs were often written in triple and duple meter signature as influenced by Visayan music, employing minor mode with the combination of ascending-descending, conjunct, and melodic motion, which expresses gentleness and being passionate of Gubatnons. As expressed by the melodic characteristics, Gubatnon music was greatly influenced by Visayan music due to the migration of Visayan people, especially in Gubat, which was also ruled by the Spaniards. The Gubatnon folk songs can be classified into varied themes such as religiosity, character and values, decision-making, fostering good discipline, culinary, social status, and common feelings to every person. Moreover, Gubatnon folk songs are used for various purposes such as expression of feeling like love and grief, marriage, courtship, worship, occupation, and representation of different values of a person. It is hereby recommended that every place must be able to have an anthology of folk songs from their own place of origin. It is substantial because through this collection, people will have a clearer and deeper understanding of the way of life of people during the old times. It is also a way of preserving the cultural heritage. The Gubatnon folk songs should be given a special segment program in the local radio stations for the Gubatnon's generation of today to be familiarized the genuine quality of their very own folk songs. A big book of different folk songs may be developed that can be used for teaching the young ones, especially in teaching primary grades under the mother tongue-based multilingual education and for preserving cultural heritage. There are other aspects of culture such as beliefs, customs, arts, and etc. that were not yet worked on, which be a good topic for research. The simple melodies of a folk song make it easy to sing and remember. As supported by the Enhanced Philippine Basic Education Act of 2013, under the Republic Act 10533, folk songs must be taught in the school. Lastly, there are still other themes and functions of folk songs such as a lullaby, children's songs, serenade songs, different inspirational songs, and other which are not yet touched by a study. The following are some of the references used in this study. The researcher extends her deepest gratitude to the following major contributors of this study. That ends my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Isang mapagpalang araw po mga kasining. Today, we are going to discuss the Ginubat Street Dance presentation, its identity and choreographic effects. My name is Mr. Oliver Garbin, your presenter. Culture is an integral part of the society as paraphrased by Tyler. It embodies the way of life of a particular group of people. As well, culture showcases the moral values, attitudes, and customs by the individual who shared it. Thus, culture plays a significant role in one's personal and collective identity. Dance is one of the many forms of cultural expressions. As Sputnik puts it, dance occupies an important place in the social structures of all human culture throughout the history. Dance, as Radcliffe Brown also stresses, are in fact cultural practices with symbolic aspect. For so long a time, dance is a varied form has become a cultural vehicle for young and adolescents to represent the social context in which they unfold. The role that accomplish entails identity constructions, identification, articulations, organization, process in young and adolescents. Moreover, dance has been used as a tool and as a media to express and manifest emotion through corporal movements since ancient times. Moreover, it has been a part of social interactions in everyday life of several Asian cultures, helping them build their own cultural identities. Gubat is a second-class municipality in the province of Sorsogon, which features cultural dance especially during the festival known as Ginubat Festival. The Festival of Towns portrays the origin of the Gubat, which is the legend compiled by Salvador G. Españo. Ginubat means raid or nilusob by Tagulipnan and the group of Prabarab, who used to devour the people, particularly the newborn babies. It also portrays the different traditions and beliefs of Gubatnon. Never in the mind of the new generation ever known that somewhere in the remote mountains and area of Gubat, there are traditions, songs, and dance sleeping for decades, which seems to give way to the fast race of modernization. At this time of high technology, the Gubat culture should be awakened and catch up the needs of society. According to Aquino, all folk dance have historic origins and when intelligently selected and adapted by provided a wholesome contribution to a certain educational activities. Considering that indeed Gubat is regarded as a street dance festival, I saw the need to further develop its dance in order to highlight its local identity and in order to come up with an innovative prospect to highlight the culture of Gubatnon. Furthermore, it can be observed that locally, there are no established street dance which really highlight the people's way of life. This possessed a threat because indeed, when dance that are supposed to be a cultural expressions are fused with modern dance steps only for aesthetic purposes, then such dance may lose its cultural identity. Eventually, street dance may not be able to project the community and the culture in which it exists. Hence, this study was conceptualized. I being part of the local group of educators mandated to bring to light the cultural identities. And I further believe that in the conduct of this study would create a deepened understanding of the street dance in the chosen context. Likewise, through the conduct of this study, the identity of Ginubat street dance may be highlighted and thus set an example to other communities or cities that also perform a street dance to look into the cultural value of such creative art form. This study determined the identity and choreographic effects of Ginubat street dance as a basis for the development of an educational resource materials. Specifically, it determined the identity of Ginubat along the storyline, which includes the character portrayal, cultural historical elements, the effects. The artistic notation in the portrayal of the Legend of Ginubat dance presentation in terms of music, the dance steps and techniques, costumes and properties. Also, the assessment of evaluators on the artistic notation or notions in the portrayal of the Legend of Ginubat dance presentations was identified in terms of music, dance steps and techniques, costumes and properties, and choreography. Meanwhile, recommendations may be provided by the evaluators in order to improve the dance presentations. And finally, an educational resource materials was developed based on the findings of the study. In order to fully understand the context of this present study, I considered various theories that allows me to conceptualize my own theory regarding on the study at hand. The selected theory has significant relationship to the context of the study. For instance, the Educational Act of 1982 highlights an act stresses the need for the teachers to inculcate cultural awareness among its students. On the other hand, Martha Graham's possessed that dance is embedded in the society and its functions in the society. Meanwhile, Kalik suggests that dance, like all forms of cultural expressions, reflect the society in which it exists. I, being the researcher, formulate my own theory, known as a dance as a mirror of culture and tradition based on the thinking of the previous writers that the street dancing presentation represent traditions and culture of local societies and enhance to reveal its identity. The conceptual paradigm show a system approach where input are treated through several processes which are used as a basis for the output. The input which are needed in the study are 1. Identity of Ginubat street dance in terms of storyline, character portrayal, cultural and historical elements, the effects, and number 2, propose artistic notions as to dance movement, steps, music, costumes, and properties. These data were acquired through analysis of identity and artistic notions, street dance presentation, evaluations, and preparation of educational materials. After which, the Ginubat Street Dance Educational Resource Guide was developed. Further, the feedback as part of the mechanism showed the effectiveness of the proposed material were analyzed and interpretation. The descriptive evaluative creative survey method was utilized in this study. The main source of the data of this study were 111 respondents from LGU, schools, and community in Gubat, Sorsogon. The researcher purposely identified the respondents to ensure the credibility of information and because of their direct or indirect involvement in the conduct of Ginubat Festival. The main instruments used in this study were survey questionnaires and an interview guide to elicit needed responses from the respondent. The questionnaire was consist of two parts. Part 1 was include the questions with regards to the identities of Ginubat street dance, specifically the storyline, character portrayal, cultural and historical element, the effect. Meanwhile, Part 2 include the questions on the artistic notion, which as dance steps, music, costumes, and properties. A focus group discussion using the interview guide was utilized in order to further elicit responses. The study revealed the following findings. As to the identity, Ginubat's storyline is all about the villagers who used to be attacked by the monster Tagulipnan and Rabrab. It also means Niluksob. There were 9 scenes that affect the culture and the legend of the whole story, told in the dance and movement through the presentations. The main character is Rabrab Tagulipnan, who is known to be a half-bird and half-human monster. Mardawan with his 3 allies, Aramag, Maragadaw, and Mararag, address on their role with Spear and Bolo. The culture of carrying the babies by the mothers and renewing their faith in the Supreme Being, they affect the values of kindness, friendliness, faithful, caring, lovable, bold, and hopeful were expressed in the dance, accompanied by music. The artistic notations of the Ginubat street dance presentation was presented based on its stage cultural presentation. Meanwhile, music notations were prepared to express different feelings as needed in the history. On the other hand, the dance movement and steps were made to be suited to the street dance presentation, in which there are more running steps and pre-dance movement, especially for the male dancers. The movement was choreographed by the researcher, including the floor arrangement, to affect the culture of Ginubat. The female dancer wore palda, with a cat of bamboo in her waist, to add additional sounds. The color red dominated on the top of the male of the female. They use also the native product of Gubat, which is known to be a lubid na bunot, as their tapis and accessories in their neck. Further, native materials were used as the props, such as lubid na bunot, cat bamboos for their costumes and spear. Basket, bilao, and fishnets and props are usually sprayed by neon colors to add additional appearance. In the light of the findings, the study concludes the identity of Ginubat's festival is affected on the storyline, character portrayal, and cultural and historical elements. Meanwhile, artistic notations in the portrayal of the legends of Ginubat as street dance presentations are created and reinvented to enrichment in terms of dance movement, steps, music, and costumes. The Ginubat street dance presentation is satisfactory along the music, dance steps, techniques, costume, properties, and choreography. Furthermore, the suggestions recommendations centers on the preservations and conservation and improvement of Ginubat street dance presentation as a cultural property of Gubat. Finally, teacher can prepare educational resource materials on a street dance. Based on the findings and conclusion, the following recommendations are hereby forwarded. That a full narrative story of Ginubat be made as a supplemental readings materials in the primary grades to inculcate appreciations of the legend. More teachers should be encouraged to be more creative and active in developing street dancers for presentations. The general presentation should be focused on the excellence in music, dance steps, techniques, costumes, properties, choreography should as well be improved. The educational resource materials guided be published and copies be distributed to all elementary, secondary, and tertiary school in Gubat as part of the MAPI lessons and for the students to learn the dance. Also, more research should be conducted along the legends of Ginubat for dissemination to elementary and secondary school. Research on the other aspects of the story of Ginubat be done through Ginubat in the form of contest. Also, revisiting of Ginubat street dance be rationalized and programmed every 2 years.
Sa muli, hamos kamo sa gubat. Ha!
A pleasant day to everyone. It is my pleasure to be part of the 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education. I am glad to present my paper titled Millennial Language and its Implications to Standard English. Perhaps you have heard how the modern students converse with each other. They speak differently as compared to the previous generations. Yes, G, Fam, Pet Malu, Lodi, Arat na, Sana all. These are some words and expressions that are now widely used by our students, and I coined it millennial language. What is millennial language? In this study, it refers to the words and expressions used in a conversation adopted and invented using social media. These words and expressions are used across discourse communities, home, school, friendship, and church, which become part of the way people communicate, especially in the use of standard English. The millennial learners in the Philippines have created new words and expressions that need awareness to promote universal understanding among its users. This study identified the commonly used millennial words and expressions by the Filipino learners across the different discourse communities and analyzed its implications to the use of standard English. The study, Millennial Language and its Implications to Standard English, aimed to determine the millennial language used by the grade 11 senior high school students of Cabangan High School, Legazpi City. Specifically, it answered the following sub-problems. Number 1. What are the commonly used words and expressions by the millennial learners across discourse communities? Along home/family discourse, school discourse, friendship discourse, and church discourse. Number 2. What are the implications of the commonly used words and expressions by the millennial learners to the use of standard English? What learning resources can be produced from the identified millennial words and expressions? This study is supported by the different theoretical concepts proposed by Noam Chomsky, Lev Vygotsky, and Abraham Maslow. The concepts from these theories explain that language is acquired through biological, social, and the need for survival. Chomsky pointed out that language is acquired through the language acquisition device, or the lead in the brain, while Vygotsky explained that language involved not only a child's exposures to words, but also an interdependent process of growth between thought and language. On the other hand, Maslow explained the necessity of learning a language in order to survive. This study made use of input, process, and output method. The different discourse communities were unobtrusively observed to identify the words and expressions that are present across discourse community, namely home, school, friendship, and church. The researcher also distributed survey questionnaires to identify the implications of this language to standard English, specifically on reading and listening comprehension, speaking, writing, and vocabulary. Moreover, focus group discussion was also conducted to deepen the analysis of the data gathered. The outputs that could help in having better understanding of the language of the millennials are the Millennial Language Dictionary and the lesson exemplars that were validated by experts. This qualitative research used validated survey questionnaires to determine the commonly used words and expressions by the millennial learners across discourse communities, and its implications to the use of standard English. focus group discussion, and a series of unobtrusive observations from the different discourse communities were conducted to identify how millennial words and expressions influence the way they communicate and use the standard English in a conversation. And this study revealed that words and expressions that are recently invented are always used wherever people go. The words that create an impact to the society are the words that people commonly speak. The identified commonly used millennial words and expressions by the Filipino learners entail that different discourse communities are also influenced by the social media trends, specifically in the formation of new vocabularies used in a conversation. These new formations on the way people speak have implications to standard English, specifically on reading and listening comprehension, speaking, writing, and vocabulary. And this study also found out that several millennial words and expressions were identified across discourse communities, such as SML or Sherman lang, EML, Etchos man lang, OTW, on the way, and advance ako mag-isip. Learners perceived that millennial words and expressions can contribute to learning the English language, especially in making connections for comprehension. This study did not focus on grammar and its effects to behavior that others may delve on. These millennial words and expressions can help students contextualize their expressions in the classroom setting through creating lesson exemplars that incorporate millennial words and expressions. Thus, a dictionary containing the commonly used millennial words and expressions might help the learners to understand its definition and usage. After a thorough analysis of the data gathered, the study arrived at the conclusion that there are some areas in using standard English that have an effect when millennial words and expressions are being used by the grade 11 senior high school students of Cabangan High School. This only means that millennial words and expressions do not affect the use of standard English among the respondents. Millennial language is a dynamic mechanism, and it always endures variations in this technology-aided and fast-paced environment. The love of people for this type of language is found their lexicon as used in different discourses. Millennial words and expressions are used in all discourse communities, specifically on home, school, friendship, and church discourse community. When their mind starts to think and speak that way, they already hone new words and people start to hear it everywhere. Learning standard English, which is part in the Philippine education, is totally different on the way students learn the other types of language, such as millennial language. These two types of language might meet at some point, but they are treated and accepted differently by its users. Generally, millennial words and expressions do not affect the ways students use standard English. Even though there are some areas in English that were affected by it, majority of the respondents considered this type of language as a help in using the standard English. Millennial language has become part of the way students communicate, especially in the different discourse communities. A millennial language dictionary and lesson exemplars that contain millennial words and expressions would provide students the meaning of millennial words and expressions that are widely used across discourse communities. This will also help them contextualize their expressions in the classroom setting and be aware of the descriptions of every millennial term that today's generations utilize in communicating with others. In view of the foregoing conclusions, the following recommendations are hereby proposed. Number 1. Millennial language and its meaning must be recognized by people, especially the students, to have a universal understanding about those words and expressions used in different discourse communities. It can also be incorporated in the lessons in English, like oral communication in context, since this type of language helps students to express ideas. The Millennial Language Dictionary should be used by students, especially in getting definitions of unfamiliar millennial words and expressions used inside the classroom. The lesson exemplars incorporating millennial language can also be used for the contextualization of classroom instruction. Programs on developing students' communication skills should be strengthened within the school community, where the integration of millennial language is present on the specific activities, developing their listening and reading comprehension. Writing and speaking workshops among students must be realized in order for them to employ proper diction and correct grammar in all aspects of English. And that ends my presentation. And these are my references. And this is my contact information. And I would like to thank my thesis committee. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, presenters, for session number 6. After listening to the 5 presentations, we are going to note that these are the key concepts. 1, culturally relevant education. 2, promoting culture and local context through lessons, activities, and other educational undertakings. 3, exploring different areas of culture such as games, indigenous medicinal plants and practices, folk songs, street dance presentations, and language. And last, promoting cultural appreciation and understanding. So we once again thank the presenters for the significant sharing. And at this juncture, I have received 2 questions from the audience, from our viewers in the Zoom room and FB Live. Thank you for still watching. The first question to any or all of the presenters: how did you or your school utilize the research results and or outputs? May we know whether Ma'am Lutivio, Sir Bibon, Ma'am Lirios, Sir Garbin, and Sir Nueles are still inside the Zoom room. Who would like to answer first? Can we start with Sir Michael Bibon? Are you still in? May I check? I can see Sir Garbin is inside the Zoom room right now. So may I give the floor to Sir Oliver Garbin. Would you like to respond to the question, sir?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, ma'am. So the result of my discussion is usually utilized by this time. What we call this one, ma'am, nire-research ko po siya ulit, ma'am, for the second time around. At the same time po, it helps the community of Gubat, especially during the 2019 competition. I already teach the output of my research at the municipality of Gubat, and luckily we won in the competition in Kasangayahan Festival. And
So
hopefully, every now and then,
in other words, you're telling us that the output of your research has been utilized in the community and adopted by the local government unit. Is that right?
yes po, ma'am.
Yes, you may proceed with your response.
Yes po, ma'am. During the 2019 Kasangayahan, we already compete and I already applied the result of my research at the Gubat at the municipality of Gubat. And luckily, as I said, we won in the Kasangayahan 2018 and I won as the best choreographer of the town in Sorsogon City.
Thank you very much, Sir Garbin, and congratulations. I hope you will continue your research undertakings related to culture and education. I can see Madame Lizelle Lirius inside the Zoom room. May I call on Madame Lirius to respond to the same question?
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon po. So my study po, I utilize it since before I left DepEd po, I am teaching the rudiments in music. So the concept of the rudiments in the elements of music is being used through the songs that I collected. And also now that I transferred now in Sorsogon State College, I am continually researching further folk songs that will preserve the culture of a certain community, as well as can be used in teaching music as well, since I am also handling culture and art subjects in Sorsogon State College po.
Yes, thank you very much, Madame Lizelle. And the second question, I think Madame Lizelle and Sir Garbin may respond to this. Can you suggest future research undertakings which our listeners and viewers may consider based on your research results? Earlier, Sir Garbin mentioned that you are right now conducting another research. And could you please tell the viewers about this? And could you please give some other suggestions for future research undertakings related to culture?
Again, good afternoon, ma'am. So, this time, ma'am, we are conducting Bugsa, the night of a bountiful harvest of crab seeds in Santa Magdalena. So, Ma'am Lizelle de Rios is my co-author also on that research. We are
Okay.
now researching and developing a dance in promoting and preserving the culture of Santa Magdalena locals on how uh, to get or to get the crab seeds or yung sinasabi nila ma'am na crabs. So, actually po yung research ko na po, kasi here in Sorsogon, napakaraming culture. There's a lot of culture that we need to research. Especially kulang na kulang po kami sa mga researcher based on culture. So ngayon po we start to preserve the culture that we have, since we are also a teacher in a culture BCAED, which is Bachelor of Cultural Education. So through this research, we help our students to love the culture, and we help the community also to preserve the culture that they have through dancing it, through having the music they have. So lahat po actually ma'am, lahat po ng research ko, may mga hinuhugutan ako. Unang-una po yung sa Ginubat Festival, na-research ko po yun kasi nangyari po sa amin na first time kong mag-compete last 2019, and we got lost. Hindi kami nanalo. Tapos sinasabi nila that the Ginubat Festival is same with Ibalong. So sabi ko, bakit hindi ko i-research itong Ginubat na ito, and to know the identity, the right identity of the Ginubat Festival. And after that one, mga 2 years ako nagpahinga sa pag-choreograph ng Ginubat, and last 2019, doon na po ako nag-start nang nagtawag sa akin yung mayor and the tourism officer. Sabi ko, yes sir, I already done my research and I'm willing to share it to the municipality of Gubat. And now, I am from Santa Magdalena. Nung umuwi ako, first time kong makauwi after 2 years, pagdating ko doon, there's a lot of lights na sa dagat. nasa dagat siya. Sabi ko, ano yung ginagawa nung mga taong nandoon? Then I asked the people, the locals of Santa Magdalena, yung mga youth, especially the youth, and they say, bugsa, burugsaan, burugsaan. Sabi ko, what is bugsaan? And they say, ito yung night na kung saan lumalabas yung mga crab seeds or the crablets. At dito yung time na ang dami-dami. Then I enjoy watching them nung nagpapaalon-alon sila, kumukuha sila ng crabs, ang daming process. Then I realized why can I cannot make a dance through it. So this time we are researching it, and napakahirap lang this time of pandemic kasi mahirap pumunta doon kasi we are going to follow the guidelines in COVID-19 guidelines. So yun po, nahirapan lang kami kumuha ng respondents. Actually, on the process na po siya. And hopefully, this year, matapos po namin yung sayaw, and we can also, it can also be the first, the first folk dance of Santa Magdalena. That's all, ma'am.
Thank you, Sir Garbin, and congratulations for this worthy endeavor. Thank you very much for promoting cultural awareness, understanding, and appreciation. And I think I don't have any more questions from the audience, so that ends session number 6, education and culture. And once again, I thank the 5 researchers for their significant sharing of research results or outputs. That ends the session for the research paper presentations. We have a total of 18 papers today. We had 10 papers yesterday. We have a total of 28 papers presented. So at this juncture, we will now proceed to the closing remarks by the director of
Good afternoon, everyone. To BO officials headed by our President, Dr. Arnulfo Mascareñas, the father of the Vice President's Office for Research Development and Extension, Dr. Luis O. Amano, the Director of the Sponsoring Center of this regional conference, Dr. Rebecca Rosario O. Bercasio, our online participants, our viewers, our plenary and keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Once again, we were able to hurdle the complications of this global pandemic. The conduct of this 6th regional conference on promoting world-class education proved that the quest for knowledge and their dissemination and diffusion will be essential, which are essential to us educators and researchers, will always find ways to beat the odds and uncertainties of time. One glaring reality of the papers presented in this conference is the diversity of our research interests and subjects. It's just okay as we cultivate growth of and within our discipline. But one thing is left gaping. This is the challenging field of convergence amidst of this diversity. It's only when these disciplinal disparities were brought together to answer a common issues or concern that we generate comprehensive, useful, and translational knowledge. The take-home challenge then for all of us is this: the conduct of collaborative engagements in research. Gone are the days when you have to take charge just of yours and I will have mine. We need to be interlinked by pursuing priority of concerns that does not only affect us, but everyone. We shall be jointly pursuing a common research agenda that truly reflect the needs and aspirations of Bicolanos. And lastly, we shall do research not just because we need it in our promotion, but because this is one of the finest tools humanity could resort to in times of global or localized upheavals. As we conclude this regional conference, we could not pass up the opportunity to thank many for helping us carry out this academic activity. First, their keynote and plenary speakers for articulating about quality assurance in teaching and research, also about opportunities for research, and also about fostering positive and growth mindsets, and also about publication and academic productivity, all within the alarming and uncertain clouds of the pandemic. Who would have thought that under this disruptive global phenomenon, we could still muster and still see the light of hope through these adaptive strategies? Likewise, we salute our presenters from Sorsogon State College, Central Bicol State University for Agriculture, Don Emilio B. Espinosa Memorial State College for Agriculture and Technologies, from Philippine Science High School, and from almost 18 elementary and high schools, both public and private, scattered in Sorsogon, Albay, and in Camarines. The quality and diversity of these papers presented signify the multitude of options still left upon us in research and education sector, that this global disruption could not defeat the inert mindset in us in the quest for knowledge. We then wish you to see you again in future conferences that we might be having in days to come. Stay safe and God bless us all.
Thank you, Professor Juneda. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear participants and viewers, amidst the pandemic, let us sustain quality in teaching and research by creating opportunities for improvement and embracing growth mindset. This has been the 6th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education. Thank you all for your active participation. See you next time in the 7th Regional Conference on Promoting World-Class Education. Bye.